Alrighty, we are live.
Are you uh, an Android guy?
And I'm a,
Your
am I?
phone, your
Yes.
phone,
My phone is a Samsung.
it's in the Samsung.
Yeah.
I have nothing bad to say about Samsung or Android in general, but all I want to say is this spring, I don't know, June or something like that,
Mm-hmm.
I switched to Apple.
Yeah.
About I've been an Android guy for about I don't know, 10 years or some shit.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And I was pleased with it. I'm not. I was never complaining. I'm not complaining now, even now.
Yeah.
But
But what?
there's something about Apple. There's something about Apple. There's the consistency, I think, or maybe that's not the word I'm looking for.
What is it that you're looking for?
Reliability.
You don't think Samsung's reliable?
Reliability. Not in the same sense.
No.
I'm not saying Samsung's for shit, or I'm not trying to complain about Samsung. I've been using Samsung for 10 years now.
Okay.
I reached to Apple for the fucking consistency.
Okay. What? I don't get it. What is consistent about Apple
It's
that
weird.
is
It's
not
weird. It's
consistent
weird.
about Android?
It is weird. No, I dig it. I dig it. I understand what
Do
you're
you
saying
mean
because I've been in the same fucking spot.
the interface you're talking
All right,
about?
all right. Let me explain. Let me try to explain. I'm
Try
fairly
to
sure
explain.
I'm not gonna be able to explain it, but I'm gonna try.
All right.
All right. Do you have anything else like a device that's connected to your phone? Anything else? Whatever thing it is, like a smartwatch or
No.
anything else?
I have a phone that's connected through my Wi-Fi
To what?
to the internet.
To nothing. Okay.
Well, I charge if I charge it, then it's I guess I don't know. I got a smartphone. How's that? Does that help you?
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. So the thing is this: once you have a smartphone, that's a non-issue. If the smartphone is great, it's gonna be great. That's what it is,
Okay.
basically. But once you're trying to connect it to, like, for example, a doorknob on your house, or a sensor on, you know what happens when you go with Android? And I've been there. I'm not talking about a person that never been on Android and now just talking shit about it.
Okay.
I've been on Android
All right.
for years and years. Like, for example, this motherfucker is not here, but whatever. The speaker that I have,
Okay.
that I just bought the other day, it works 99% of the time. Well, not 100.
Oh, I see what you're
And then
saying.
every once in a while, you get home. Every once in a while, you get home. You want to just touch your fucking lock and get in the house, and you know who the fuck went into your house and whatnot. You can't, because I'm sorry, your phone did not connect to the Bluetooth device and all sorts of. I'm
Okay.
sorry, but that happens a lot,
With Android.
and I, yeah, with Android,
All right.
it happens with iPhone as well.
All right.
But with this, it's not just the two of us, is it?
Hold on to say it happens with Android and it happens with iPhone, and you prefer iPhone.
Right.
Okay, that doesn't
Yeah,
explain
because with
anything.
iPhone, it happens a lot less, a lot less. I'm not saying that it's impervious,
Well,
but it
you know
happens like
what? I tell you
once a
what.
hundred times.
I'll tell you what. How about you go do this? You get rid of your iPhone, you get rid of your Android, you put a lock in, you put a like one of those bolt locks on your door, and you use a key to open your door every time. How
That's
about that?
that's not good. That's not okay because
Why
let
not?
me explain. Let me explain.
Okay, okay, go ahead.
Let me explain. So,
Yeah, go
okay,
ahead.
in the front of the door, the house, we have the front gate.
Okay.
That's one door.
Uh-huh.
You enter the yard. Then we have a door for the house. That's
Right.
the second. So two keys. Right.
Fair
In the
enough.
back, we have four more keys
Yeah.
for the backyard,
All right.
which is the door from the house to the backyard. And then for the three other doors that open like the wood thingy, deposit of wood,
Mm-hmm.
so there's four more other doors.
Well, why
And
why why
how
can't
many
I?
keys? How many fucking keys do I have to keep on upon my person?
I don't know, but why can't you just have one lock, one key for all of the doors?
Hold on, sorry. That one?
Ma era o țigara prinsă ce? Cât o fumezi deodată?
Undeva.
All right, I think I'm gonna update the the viewers with the situation. I'm sitting in Vancouver, Canada, talking to my friend Ciprian, who's sitting in Cyprus, Canada, and this is kind of like a get together from Hangouts days long gone. So it's like a recreation
Yeah,
of
but
of an old
Cyprus is
hangout.
not from Canada.
What do you mean? You from?
Cyprus is not from Canada.
No, you're in right now. You're in Romania. I mean, you're from Romania, Canada, but now you're in Cyprus, Canada. I'm just from Vancouver,
Romania,
Canada.
Canada. All right,
Yeah,
Romania, Canada, whatever.
Romania, Canada, right? Romania's as free as Canada, right? No,
It's not even freer.
if not even freer. Okay, I like that. How about Cyprus?
Ah, fuck. I think Cyprus is pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's pretty free.
Hmm.
Comparatively, I don't know if it's even freer than. I would think that Canada is the freest of the freest.
Yeah. I can't argue. I suppose I should put the link.
You could, but you just don't wanna.
I'm always up for an argument, but I have to know that I'm right and that I'm going to win before I get into the argument. What's wrong with that?
I'm just trying to bump this you on the bullshit you just said.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, I've left the link for anyone else who wants to join can join. There's
At the wrong peril.
yeah. Well, there's got to be people who has to join. Have to start watching first before they can join. So right now we're in no trouble. You don't have to get stage fright now. There's no one watching.
Yeah, give it that.
What's the rest of your evening looking like? This is it?
The rest of my what?
Of the evening.
Evening.
Or night.
Fortunately for you, it's gonna be like that.
This is it, eh? Beautiful.
I'm not fucking, bragging around like, oh my god, this amazing evening is gonna be on me, and I'm so amazing. No, for tonight, I'm just gonna drink a bit. I'm trying to keep it, under a certain level, which I'm sure I'm not managing as well as I'm thinking, but I'm trying.
Well, that's all you can do. Is you can try, and I wish you all the best of luck. And and success.
Yeah, but you're gonna go away from?
No, but I
You're
wish
gonna
you success in
just
your efforts. No, I'm not going anywhere. But you're trying, and I'm behind you all the way. Is
you're my lawyer?
for a fee? For a fee, I can get you a lawyer. Yeah,
For a fee.
yeah, for a fee. Hello, Mrs. Cyprian.
This is my wife, and she loves me, even though she hates it every once in a while. She hates to love me. That's a song.
Maybe
No,
maybe she loves to
no.
hate you.
So my wife just said you couldn't give a fuck about me,
Who? Me?
but she doesn't know we've known each other way before I know her.
Exactly.
What story you wanna? And she just went like, yeah.
You may be
No,
his
but we've known each other for ever since when?
10 years.
2012?
Yeah,
10
10 years.
years?
10 years.
2001. Something like that.
You may be his wife, but I am his hobby.
Hold on, hold on. Let me put the headsets out and there we go. We
Oh,
should hear you now.
okay. I said you might be his wife, but I am his hobby. No?
Everything you said was zero because I just pushed on the wrong volume button.
All right. You let me know when you've got your technology figured out.
I got my technology figured out.
Okay. Now, this is one message. I said to Mrs. Cyprian, I said, you may be his wife, but I am his hobby.
For shizzle. Okay.
So we're stuck with each other.
For you.
Poor you. Poor you.
For you.
Well, no, poor you. You got to get close to him.
Poor. Yeah, she's gonna get close to me. Ah, goddamn. Poor you. Never mind that.
What is she playing? A game?
She's playing friends.
Oh,
That's what I said. No,
messaging.
she said, no, I'm not playing anything. I'm just talking to your friends, your sister and brothers.
Oh, they're still on that
Basically,
text.
that's what I said. She's just playing friends.
All
She's
right.
playing them.
All right.
I'm gonna. By the way, this is Sid. This is Sid.
Hello.
Sid is the guy we're gonna have over when we go to Syria. Or where? Not Syria?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan. In Tel Aviv?
No, no. I want to go to Afghanistan. I want to go somewhere that's cheap.
But everywhere there's Jews, it's cheap.
No, you go to Tel Aviv. It's not cheap. It's going to be full of Jews asking you for money. I'm sorry.
This is a kind of a weird question of mine.
Yeah.
Request.
What's that?
Could you show us your dog and tell Ioana how old she is?
Sure, I could do that.
I know she doesn't like it. I'm presuming she doesn't like.
No, it's not
being
that.
just-
She's sleeping. She's fast asleep. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning. But let me
How
go.
old is she?
She's 11.
and you hate her for that. That's the way I know you. You're a hater of dogs.
Yes, I don't like dogs at all. I'm gonna go. In fact, I'm gonna go and kick her and wake her up. Then I'm gonna bring her over to the camera and force her to stare into the camera at you.
Nah, for shizzle though. Could
Okay.
you,
Yeah.
by any means, I know I don't.
Give me some time. Give me a moment to go and get her.
All right. But by no means do disturb her
All right. I'm just gonna mute.
as much as you can.
Hold on a sec.
Mm.
I just woke her up.
She seems just like she's been just so woken up.
Oh, she was all
She
curled
doesn't
up.
fucking enjoy this shit.
She was all
This
curled
is
up on the bed and sleeping.
This is some circus shit she don't like.
Oh, yeah.
There's some circus shit she would rather go to sleep.
Yeah, I'd rather go back to sleep. Thank you very much.
How old? 12? 11?
11. They get a profile.
What rush it is? Come on, let's go.
There we go. All right. We're done. I'm dead.
That's my belly. That's my belly. I'm being fat.
Well, you said you're putting a bit of weight, didn't you?
I have.
No.
It's a shame.
Yeah. It's the way it is, man. That's gonna put on
That's
more
just the
weight.
way it is.
It's gonna help you put on more
Things
weight.
will never be the same.
You know that,
You
eh?
forgot about Tupac. I don't know about what.
You're not allowed to do. You're not allowed to sing anything, otherwise I'm gonna get copyright. Seriously, this is the fucking way YouTube works these days.
All right, let's play a game.
All right. What's
A
the game?
music game.
Music game. All right. I'm in.
You're gonna play me a song
No, I'm not gonna play
that you
songs.
supposedly think. All right. All
Say
right,
it
you
again.
going?
Say it again. What am I gonna do?
You already said that's not good.
Well, we can't play songs. Okay. This is if we're streaming live. There's no songs to
We
play.
can play games.
We can-
You can play games. Oh, songs. All right. So this is my shit.
Okay. Tell me what
My
your plan is.
proposal.
Yeah. All right.
My proposal.
What's your proposal?
My proposal is this.
Yes.
I'm trying to play a song. Give me a second.
All right.
Propose a song.
Take your time. Propose away.
I'm trying to propose a song
Yeah.
that you're gonna like. This is my endeavor. I'm endeavoring to propose a song that you're gonna like. Not one of these bitch ass songs that I'll say, oh my god, shit.
And
She's
then
really
and
this
then-
bitch? God damn, fuck that shit. Fuck that song.
and then once
No.
you
So
propose this,
I'm trying to impress you.
Impress me. Okay, go ahead, impress me.
All right. So I'm gonna try to impress you with songs, with one song at a time, right? And you should do the same thing,
I
That's the
don't
challenge,
know songs.
right? like one on one.
No. Okay. Well,
That's on you.
I should just concede right away because I don't know songs.
Oh, let's not concede as it is. Let's just see what shit gets us.
Okay. All right. Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah. Sure.
All right. Are you able to play songs
No, because we
as a thing?
as a thing. What's a thing?
As a thing, as you did previously, as you. I know what I did previously, but you did.
I did.
What
but
did you do with the Manchester Orchestra? You just did the thing.
I shared
I
the
would like
screen.
to see it done
Absolutely.
again.
Absolutely. But unless
All
we
right.
go private, unless we go
Let's
off,
do that.
because we're live right now, and we have been for the last.
With whom? I
just-
mean, apart from Elon Musk, nobody watches us.
You're correct. No one's watching us. But that doesn't mean
Apart
to
from Elon
say
Musk.
that nobody will watch us and that nobody will join. But we can play songs because I'll get a copyright strike, and then,
That is true. That is
and
true.
then I could
What
say
I'm saying is
I
that.
could say goodbye to my channel.
Oh, for God's sake. For God's sakes. Are you so definite?
It's YouTube's rules, not mine.
Who's this guy with the green thingy?
Green thingy? What
Look,
green?
this
Thingy?
is. I was just proposing we play some good music.
I understand that.
And of course, you got the video on that shit because I was just supposed to present to you what this song might be, and you could always say, "No, that's fucked up." Hold on, we're never gonna play that. So that you have a video on that shit. I'm just proposing. Would you?
So what do you want me to do? I don't quite understand what your proposal exactly entails.
All right, my proposal entails let's have some good music. Um, of course, with your approval. Otherwise, fuck that shit. But let's have some good music. And also, I would definitely enjoy having some fucked up questions. That's my thing. You
All
probably
right.
know
So
what it
the
is.
the fucked up questions you want anybody to be able to answer,
That's
right?
a sub. Yeah, that's a separate
Okay.
thing.
Okay. So good. So I have a amendment. I propose that we start off with the fucked up questions, and then we
All
can
right,
have perhaps people getting it, stumbling across us and maybe joining. And then later
all right.
on, when that's all over, we can go. We
Put to
can
the music.
we can get into the music by going offline, going private, and doing just a hangout. Like if anybody wants to join, they can join. All right.
I
So let
fully agree with that. I agree completely.
excellent. So
I do have some.
fucked up questions. You got some fucked up questions. Now's the time to ask.
Yeah. All right. Me. I will start with a fucked up question. Let me think about it.
All right.
I think like I have it, but it's complicated.
It's complicated.
It's tough to do with whatever. Yeah. Let me just pose it as I find it out. Question is, if you're trying to build, not build, if you're trying to ask a question for your child that's worthwhile, and you feel like your child's gonna grow from the question,
Mm-hmm.
works so far?
I'm with you.
I'm
Yeah.
not shitting.
I'm with you.
All right. All right.
All
So
right.
if that's what you're trying to do, is trying to put your child in a situation, or your nephew, whatever, that he's trying to figure out what the challenges across the world are.
Yeah.
How are you gonna put a question like that that challenges your nephew, let's say, but at the same time doesn't give him like clear markers to go from to go forth from. Oh my god, I think I busted up so much.
Yeah. You got to collect your thoughts.
The idea I think is like the same, but it is fucked up.
All right.
I just want to hear some different opinions.
I'm still not quite understanding your question.
So my question is this: you're trying to you're having a great time. Like, unfortunately, I don't want to put myself out there as a fucking standard or some shit. But the thing is, I'm doing great financially, but I'm not doing great family wise. You know what I mean?
No, I don't
I
know
don't
what you
even
mean.
have a kid. But in the sense that I would like to have a kid one time, I wouldn't like him to be like all like everything's good. I get all the money. You know, I don't want to have a bitch ass kid. I want to have a kid that learns from.
Well, that's how you're gonna bring
You
him
know
up,
what I
right?
mean?
That's how you're gonna bring him up,
Yeah,
right?
I'm bringing him up, but in the sense of he's gonna learn his fucking worth, not the money that I had before him.
Right.
I don't
Right.
know how
Right.
to explain this. I don't want to have him like, yeah, bitches, but no, dude, work for that shit.
Hmm.
To be honest, like I've told you previously, I did really went through a fucked up season in in spring, January, February, this month.
How fucked up was it? Like, in what way?
It was a new way. Like previously, I had issues like pay my bills, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to be like level with you. So previously, I had issues with my bills. I just want to pay my whatever the fuck, electricity bill, whatever the fuck it was.
Right.
That was a daily kind of job. That was kind of a fucking daily job.
Right.
And then I had this pretty much a lot of money, and then you didn't think about the daily bill. You think about it, but like every once in a fucking blue moon, nobody cares. But you care about the other shit, and the other shit is what the fuck you need to do to not go back to that shit. You know what I mean?
No, I'm having a
It's not
problem.
really so
I'm having a
complicated. It's not
problem
really so
understanding what you
complicated.
mean. Like you seem to be worrying about something that hasn't that there's no there to worry about.
All right, let me try to explain it again. So, Sid,
Right.
let's say you had 10 grand, like a thing you had like on the side,
Okay.
10 grand. That's your
Uh-huh.
shit.
Sure.
And then, fortunately for you, not unfortunately, fortunately for you,
Mm-hmm.
you done invested on some fucked up shit that you don't know anything about, and you done like 1,000x,
Okay.
and then 1,000 grand turned into 1,000,000 grand.
Whoa.
And now you think that's nice. That's amazing. That's easy. That's great. But then think about it. Like you could be rich for a day and poor again the next day.
Yes.
What the fuck can you do so you don't turn poor the next day?
Well, firstly, if you do turn poor the next day, you at least have the experience of being rich at some point,
Right? But
which
would you
most of
rather
us,
turn poor the
which
next
most
day?
of us don't have. Okay, so right away
I
you
dig
have
it.
that.
I dig it. But
Okay.
would you rather turn poor the next day?
Yeah, sure. I'd rather have the experience of being rich, no matter what the outcome.
No, I don't want to talk shit about against you, but I feel like you're talking shit.
Okay, well, let me see if I can.
Let's say
Well,
you
I understand. Let me see if I can
let me presume
make
something,
myself
and
more
then
clear.
you work with my presumption.
All right.
Let me presume something, and
Yes.
then you work with my presumption.
Sure.
Let's presume you made $3 million,
Okay.
and then that's you. You do whatever the fuck you want.
Okay.
What you gonna do?
What am I gonna do? Going to probably renovate my apartment, and I'll upgrade all my hardware so that I don't crash all the time. And I'm going to spend a lot more time away at nice places with my dog, you know what I mean? Not just in the neighborhood necessarily. I'm going to shower my family or my daughter.
All right. I get it. Now, sit on it for a minute. Just
Okay.
1 minute.
All right.
Shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing.
Okay.
For shizzle.
For shizzle, fine.
Just shut the fuck up.
I'm
Sit your ass down
Yeah.
Think about it the same way. Like you just done 3 million. Shut the fuck up and get back to us in 1 minute. I'm 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 okay. I can sit. It's a bit fucked up. You have to
I love
spend
it.
one minute.
I love silence. I don't have a problem with it.
No, I dig it, but when you have to spend 1 minute, just different.
No, it's nice. It's better.
It is nice.
Exactly. I'm not sure what your point was, but
My point was just spend a minute.
you become a lot more. I don't know.
Centralize or some shit. I don't know.
You just become more
Centrifugal.
philosophical somehow. I don't know. You never were a philosophical person.
Right. That was a bit, but yeah, don't take me on that.
Right.
You don't want to be wasteful. I think. I think. I want to waste some money. Like I said previously, I have a thing with my brothers and sisters. I want to miss. I want to waste a lot of money on them. I want them to have the house of their dreams, all of them.
What makes you think that
That's
that's what
that's
they want?
wasteful.
Well, maybe they don't want the house of their dreams. Maybe they want something else.
So what makes me think that is that when I
Maybe they
propose that,
want. Maybe like you
they
said.
say, "Oh my God, what the fuck?"
Maybe they just want the money.
That's what.
Give them the money, and they can buy the house of their dreams.
No, there's no discussion about the money. I'm not going to be giving away money.
Oh, all right. Then why don't you go and hug your brothers and sisters?
I'm gonna fucking hug my brothers. What the fuck, dude? You're a fucking kid. You know what it is.
I
I'm
don't know.
gonna do
What are you
all of
getting
this shit.
at? I,
Especially,
I don't know what you're getting at, dude. I know you.
I'm
All
gonna
I know,
fucking hug my brothers.
all I can say is that you're more worried than you ever were.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that really more than ever, but I am worried
More than ever,
because
because you
never
were never
ever
worried before. You were
saved
never
in my
worried
life.
before. Before you were spending your money. You were buying cars. You were buying alcohol. You were going out. You were
Right.
driving around. You were having
Exactly.
fun. You're meeting your friends.
Exactly.
Not a worry in the world.
Exactly. But now you have the opportunity to do something, and now there's a problem. How the fuck do you do it without you fucking up?
Well, firstly,
So, for example,
you think through it for a long time soberly. Because doing it at this point in
that that
time
that's
is not.
that's supposed to sound to make you sound easy.
No, it's just making me sound a little more rational in how to deal with this issue.
No, that is what it is. Yes, that is true.
Thank you.
Of course, I'm gonna do that.
Well, of course not, because you're the rebel. But if you don't do that, you're gonna fuck it up. So you're gonna
No,
you're
I'm saying I'm gonna do that. All I'm saying is I'm
ah gonna
going to do that.
do that. Right on. Good. I like that. You see, you can keep on drinking and enjoy the drinking without having to be consumed with worry, because the drinking is fun. I I I hope.
It is. It is. It is. It
Yeah,
is.
because you open up your well, if you're not drinking, you're not on the Hangouts.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
Yeah,
Oh, well, yeah, fuck it.
yeah.
I was about to say something, but then I forget that whenever I say something, I kind of fucking clear my shit. So forget about it. Forget
Oh,
about it.
forget about it. All right. So we finally have viewers, and I must.
Oh, what?
I have to this. There's a couple of people watching, but I kind of fucked up earlier when I went live.
All right.
I um I was on private. I didn't make it public. So like for the first half an hour we were on, nobody could watch. But at least I didn't mute myself unnecessarily.
Well, you did once.
Today?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
Oh,
kidding. I'm
well,
kidding. I'm kidding.
I've never gotten through a live stream without muting myself unknowingly until it's too late to find. And I give a whole big speech, brilliant, brilliant, every single time. Oh well.
Of course, you know I love you. Well,
Of
that's
course,
not exactly.
you're a
That's not
lover.
exactly
You're a lover of humans.
of
You're a humanist.
humans. Okay.
There you go.
Now I was just trying to say that the way your beard is portrayed and all these, it's pretty much.
Have you seen my Have you
Do
seen
you
my
do it
profile?
intentionally?
Have you seen my profile?
Mm.
See that
Yes, I have.
my nose hangs over my
Your
face.
profile is a winner. Your profile is a winner.
My nose hangs over my face. Can you see that? Yeah.
Yes.
I've got this special trick that I have. You see, my nose. If I bring in the tape, it's at an angle, right?
So this is your excuse to not bring people in because they have different opinions from
Yes,
your own.
if you come into my room, you have to have a profile where your nose hangs over your face. The rest of your face.
Oh, so I'm sorry.
Your
What was
your nose hangs over your chin.
Yes.
So there's a profile test, and if you pass, you can come. I've added the extension to Google Meet, and it's automatic. It automatically checks your profile for whether you are deemed suitable for admission. Okay, I got to say to everybody that is out there, the reason for this conversation right now is getting together with an old friend from the old Hangout days, almost trying to recreate a Hangout from the old Hangout days. If anyone out there is familiar with Hangouts from the old Hangout days, you're welcome to join. What we do here...
So,
yeah, carry on.
I would like to further explain that, unfortunately for us, it is Sidney that needs to self-explain himself. Who the fuck am I? Or
Yeah.
just fucking join it. Nobody gives a fuck. Who am I?
I didn't...
And I think
Nobody gives a fuck who am
I'm
I
just gonna
either,
shut
but
the fuck up.
I still sing my names from the tops of mountains. And I'm going to sing it one more time. Are you ready? Satan is the one true devil, and Sidney Winston is his messenger. Are you okay?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I understand Jesus Christ. Like, of course, Jesus Christ is my savior. If there's no issue with you, I would like to talk about my savior.
Yes, no, go ahead, please.
Uh, I mean, it's been a while since I have known Jesus Christ. I didn't in the beginning. Jesus Christ was just a guy from down the street. He used to do meth and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
drugs of all sorts. But
Really?
that was him.
Wow.
And then eventually, I got involved with the Red Cross.
Okay.
It's $5 for the Red Cross. It means like $5 for the most fucking losers on the planet, and then that just got me to understand that, oh my god, one of the most fucking losers on the planet is fucking Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Went to Jesus Christ and said, JC, what's up? And he said, life is a bit fucked up because people don't give a fuck. They go to their jobs on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
They spend 8 hours over there. They go off. They go to home.
Mm.
They still don't give a fuck about Jesus Christ.
Gee, can you believe that?
I said, that's what it is. I mean, JC just says, like, these motherfuckers don't give a fuck.
So he's talking about himself. That nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck about him.
No, he's just saying about people in general. People in general don't give a fuck. They go to jobs. They go to if it's KFC or whatever.
Well, they give a fuck about themselves and probably their families, and that's what's wrong with that.
Of course, but they don't give a fuck about the bigger picture. Now, I'm not gonna represent myself like a believer in Christ. What I'm saying is, the picture of Christ. It's a world. Hold on.
It's a what?
World. It's worth knowing. God damn it. It's worth knowing.
It's what's worth knowing.
The ideology of Christ and shit.
Christology, or I don't know what you're talking about.
Christology.
Anyway, I agree.
The idea
yeah.
it's worthwhile to know about it.
It's history. There's nothing wrong with history. Yeah, knowing history is not a bad thing. Correct. So yeah, you met Jesus and nobody cares about him. Nobody thinks about him, and he's got a problem with that.
No, he don't.
So
just saying, people could do better.
So if
people
Jesus
could do better,
if Jesus doesn't have a problem with it, what is the deal with everybody, these Christians having a problem with it?
But that's just it. The Christians have an issue with everything else. It don't matter if Jesus is for shizzle or not.
So do you think they're using their Jesus as a crutch? Am I a Christian? Is that what you asked me?
I think it is.
Yeah, I'm an evangelical Christian. I believe that all facts are ultimate because of God and nothing else. All facts point towards the revelatory powers of an omniscient, immaterial mind that is fundamental to existence itself.
Okay. So basically, you have no opinion.
I'm on the fence.
No. Basically, you have no opinion
All
Your
right.
opinion is dictated by a lot of this or that and whatnot.
No, no, no. It's been revealed.
Okay.
It's been revealed both in special revelation and in general revelation and in
Okay, it's been
innate
revealed.
revelation. Right?
No, not right.
Look, it's if you have you read the
No,
Bible? Have you ever read the Bible? Do you know your Bible? Can you give me chapter verse?
this is the reason why I'm an atheist. Is because I read the Bible.
Are you in trouble?
Yes.
How can you be in trouble? It's too early in the evening. Okay, we have to
Are you
have it.
married?
Am I
Are you
married?
married?
I'm married to my career. Yes.
Are you married?
No,
You're not.
I'm not.
Okay. That's how.
Yeah, but you're busy.
And amazingly, my wife just. Yes, I'm busy.
Yeah.
But my wife amazingly just said, dude, hold the fuck down. You're shouting across the fucking neighborhood.
Oh, stop
Shut the
screaming.
fuck down.
Yes.
That's my woman. She's just
I
amazingly good
she's
at saying that.
she's taking
She said,
care of you.
motherfucker, hold the fuck down.
She's taking care of you,
Yeah,
dude.
she's taking care of me.
Yeah. Don't
Bitch,
complain.
motherfucker.
Do
Yeah. I'm not
do
complaining.
not complain.
She's amazing. Joanna, I love you. Yeah, she doesn't give a fuck.
We love you. We love you too. Johanna, everybody in Canada loves you. That's true, isn't it?
Mm, mm. I'm gonna just go over there and apologize.
Sure. All right. We'll be here for you.
Mulțumesc. Chiar vă grijă de mine. Știu că nu vorbesc, nu sunt stare să vorbesc, dar știu ce ai făcut pentru mine. Mulțumesc. Nu zic că nu, dar pot. She said I could stop drinking.
You have to stop drinking?
No, she said I could.
You could if you wanted.
Yeah. Of course, that's a fucking trick question.
Yeah.
You know it is.
Of course. Of course. But then I'm not. Neither am I married, nor do I drink. So I'm a little at a loss.
You're a fucking virgin. That's what she is.
I'm a virgin. Well, I'm just too young to be married and to drink. That's all.
But you're not too young to be a virgin.
No, absolutely not. I'm at the perfect age to be a virgin. Ask Saint Paul of Catholic fame.
Are we talking about the same St. Paul?
We are. And talking about Saint Paul, I just brought up on the screen the 3 laws of Aristotelian thought. You know what they are? Best known as the 3 laws of logic. Number 1.
Robotics.
An object is what it is. It's a law of identity. So an object A is A. It's nothing else. Law number 2. Object A cannot be both A and B. That's the law of contradiction. Or no proposition can be both true and not true. And number 3, Every statement is either true or false. There is nothing in between, and that's called the law of the excluded middle. Are we
Shit's legit.
are we clear?
Yeah, we're fucking clear on that.
Good. Because I wanted to keep these three laws in mind when we discuss the there's a little sketch on the triune God which makes which runs into problems when you look at them against the laws of logic. There it is. See if I can find it, bring it in. We're getting somewhere. Oops, sorry. We are getting somewhere. There we go. There we go. Just give me one more moment. And I will have this. All right. There we go. Are you watching the live stream?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
Okay, there you go.
You see the law? You see the two graphics?
No. Not as of now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because you don't. You're watching this chat room screen. You're not watching YouTube. But don't worry. I'll bring up.
Be happy.
Don't you worry. I'll fix it. I'll fix it in 1 second. I promise you I will fix it. If as long as I can find it, I will fix it.
It's this shit. Yeah, it's not nothing happening.
No, I know. I haven't done anything yet.
But I trust in you. Like every once in a while, it's gonna happen. Like amazingly so. But for now,
Okay.
it's just sit against disappointment.
No, it's just I'm just number one. My system's slow, and number two, I'm slow.
No.
Yeah.
It's just sit against disappointment. That's 100% what it is.
All right then. I'll go with that.
But I fucking love shit. That's my conundrum. I don't know what the fuck to do.
Seek therapy.
Let's just listen to some.
Okay, well, all right. I'll tell you what. Let me just talk to you about. I've mentioned the three laws of thought, three laws of logic.
All right, let's do that.
Okay, so I've mentioned that already, right? And
Yes, you have.
All right. Now the triune God.
And I was acted disappointed.
I understand that. That's fine. But it doesn't matter because everything is relative, and it's going to be relative to this graphic I have. See, now you said you met Jesus. You said you met Jesus yesterday?
Several times.
Several times. Okay.
Several times.
Okay. Now, Jesus is the Son. He's the one. He's the one person of the God of the Godhead.
I'm sorry. Who said that? Who said that?
The definition says so. The definition of the Trinity says so.
No, the definition must be wrong.
This is how I'm going to prove it to be wrong. Yes.
I'm going to talk with them. I just said, Jesus, what the fuck?
I'm going
Jesus
to.
Said, shit, my nigga, what's up? And we talked for a while, and never in the course of the discussion, Jesus was the Son.
Really?
Not once.
Well, maybe you just didn't talk about it. Fair enough.
No, just ask him. This motherfucker, you the Son? Shit, no. What the fuck you talking about? That shit is for Jews.
Just like that?
That's what he said. He said that shit's for Jews.
All right. Maybe it is.
I don't know.
But the thing
I'm not
is,
saying he probably is.
the thing is
the
that if
Jew of
you're
the Sun,
European, then you're Jewish.
I'm European.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright. Whatever you please.
Well, your roots are Judeo-Christian.
No, don't try to explain to me
Not
how much of a bitch ass I am. No,
I'm not saying
I'm
you're a bitch
either.
ass, but your country, your heritage is Judeo-Christian in one form or another, and the Christian part of it is what emerged from Judaism. So you're a Jew.
Uh-huh.
All right. I just want you to
Mm,
let that sink in a little bit.
yeah, it's just like whatever you say.
Whatever I say,
I completely disagree. Of course,
no, you can't disagree.
I cannot.
No.
So I must be a Jew because you said so. Alright, I agree with that.
Now you
It
got it.
sounds
Yes.
it sounds a bit like bullshit.
Now you're getting it.
Well, I would get it if there'll be a couple more guys in this fucking hangout.
Well, the thing is, people are scared to come into this hangout, I think. I don't know why.
Because my ass?
No, just because listen, I I'm not the easiest person to get along with, and because of my anxiety,
Uh-huh.
I make lots of mistakes in dealing with people. It's a little antisocial, and that has consequences, and those consequences are what I suffer. So there you go.
Who's this? Zia Povos Vop. Who's this? Hold on.
All right.
I'm gonna let my wife for a while.
All right. I'm going to cover it up. Yeah, you got to go mute. You got to go mute. You got to. Oh man. Mute yourself.
Uh-huh.
All right. So Cyprian's talking to his wife, and we are stuck here with all this dead air. But yes, Rebel, Cyprian got married. Why don't you come on in and catch up with us? We're back to the old hangouts. Well, the thing is, Cyprian said he met Jesus. He didn't say he is Jesus. He said he met Jesus. How's your wife's English? How's Johanna's English? Iana. I bet you can drink your wife right under the table. I don't think he's listening to us. Oops. I've got to change the layout. The layout.
Nu știu că eu rușine să ajungă. Ce? Știu că vorbesc de acolo așa, știu că n-am îmbucat. Nu vor că... Dar să nu înseamnă că vreau să fac eu rușine.
Tot la berile alea noastre, trebuie să bei și vinul ăsta și tot alcoolul care îl găsești. Iar nu știu ce să-i pui pou.
Ok.
Vorbește cu omul ăla, că stai să-i
I feel că... Nu știu cum să explic. Vreau să mă băt aici, îi fac
Dar e îmbătat destul. De la miază și 8 seara. De la 11.
How do you know Cyprian's looking like Jesus? Because how do you know Jesus looked like? There's no pictures. There's just artist's impressions, maybe, but it's all imaginary.
Eu știu că ia pula că beau. Din punctul meu de vedere, care e foarte greșit, cu siguranță.
So this is what husband and wife talk about in Romanian.
Ieri sau altă și așa. Clar, dar am băut în modul care să fie funcțional.
Okay, I'm going to take this opportunity to let you decide to join. Oh, I even got a better idea. I'm going to show you my axioms first, before anything. There you go. Okay, they're the axioms of this universe and of this chat room. Cyprian, if you can hear me, mute yourself.
I can hear you.
Well, mute yourself if you back.
Should I mute myself? Okay,
are you back? Have you finished your?
Yes, I am back, but I can easily just.
No, that's okay.
Shut the fuck up.
No. If you're back, you're back. I just thought you were still talking to your wife, which is none of our business. Right?
You're right.
Exactly. Okay, good. Welcome back.
That's not your business, but you know what's fucked up?
What?
It's none of my business also.
Yeah, but you're the one on the
list. It's a fucked up joke that I only laugh about it myself. Yeah.
Well, listen. At the end of the day, you're the one with a wife, not me. Excuse me. I'm so sorry.
That's amazing.
What's amazing?
By the way, Captain Nobody Gives a Fuck.
Yes.
That was a bit on the fringe side. That was a bit amazingly intrusive.
What was?
You said earlier you would invite motherfuckers in.
Look, there's people stumbling into the chat room. Relax, into the side chat in YouTube.
Okay.
You remember? Do you remember Sugar Rhodes?
Oh shit! Yes, of course.
Well, she might make an appearance.
I would very much like to talk to her and just.
She's not Sugar anymore. She's Rebel.
Yeah, I think I've heard about that, but...
Oh, all right. Well, Rebel, in you come. Get in. Yes, I heard the kitty. The kitty is
loose. The kitty is loose.
Oh, okay. No. The kitty is my dog's boyfriend.
Oh my God.
And
that's so convoluted.
It belongs to my neighbor, and the kitty is here to visit my dog, and my dog doesn't have any food in the bowl. And
I'm just saying, I have a dog as well.
Hello, kitty. How you doing?
14 years old. She is fucking old as fuck. But I cannot imagine the combination of.
There's a kitty right there.
Oh shit.
Hello, kitty. So I have to open that window up for the kitty. So there you go. And I also have to go and get some food for my dog.
I apologize. No. All you have to do is just apologize.
I'm sorry.
Just apologize for the bad ways you've been acting at.
I'm sorry I've been acting badly.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's it. I'm not saying, God damn it, oh my God, Sidney has been like an asshole. No, he's been a good guy.
Rebel, how you doing?
Just fucking apologize.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, she's clicking away. She's just clicking like.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you
Yes, we
now.
can.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
we
Why do I
can.
give in to you, Sidney?
She,
Why
why,
do I
why,
give in to you?
why do you give in to me? It's what
Because Sydney
I know. I
is
just
just.
it's what we have. We can't explain it.
Well, we
Ciprian,
kind
I
of can.
cannot believe that's you.
Why can't you believe it? I'm just. Yeah, I was about to say a regular guy.
I'm gonna feed my dog. You
I would
talk.
like to be a regular guy,
Looking
to be
like Jesus
honest.
Christ these days, Ciprian.
Thank you. Thank you. And you're looking like Alanis Morissette. If you ever would show your face up on this bitch, but you don't ever. You don't. But
Who said I don't ever? I
from
used to be on camera all the time.
yeah, you used to be back in the day. From what I'm
Yeah,
saying is, you ain't nowhere.
baby, I'm aging. I'm aging faster than I can even
Motherfucker, I'm aging as well.
fathom. And yeah,
Motherfucker,
I'm an
I'm
old,
aging as
old cat.
motherfucking well. You're afraid of
Yeah,
your
me
age?
too. A little bit.
I'm sorry, I was just saying.
I'll
I'm
admit.
I'm
I'll
just
admit it.
questioning. Do you feel like you and I could probably be an item? That's never gonna happen.
Gee, thanks, Ciprian, because that's the whole
No,
reason I
no,
came
I'm just
on.
saying.
Okay, well, I
I'm
can leave
married. I
now.
have a
Thank
wife.
goodness. I
No, no, no,
know,
no,
I
no, no,
know.
no, no, no. No, I'm saying I'm married. I have a wife. I love her and everything like that. So this shit
Baby,
ain't the way you hiding
baby,
your ass ain't worth
look,
it.
listen,
It ain't working.
Ciprian, you know me.
Yes.
I tried to find love on this channel just one time, and you saw how that worked out for me. It will never happen again.
To be honest, to be honest, don't take it the wrong way. I just don't.
Yeah, I didn't think you did, honey. Don't
I
worry. I'm
probably
perpetual.
missed
I'm
it or
perpetually
whatever the
single.
fuck it was. So don't
Don't get it
that
twisted,
shit you're
Ciprian.
talking about. It's nothing. No, I don't know about it.
I'm not that same girl, Ciprian. I'm not her at all anymore.
Mm. Mm. No, I get it. All I think is I probably didn't better notice to what was going on with you back in whatever you said was happening.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
But otherwise,
It's all in the
that doesn't
past.
mean I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand what's going on. There's a lot of motherfuckers. I've been there. I've been
Yeah.
there. Who
When
the
did you
fuck
get married?
hasn't been there? Why? Why did I? Why did I get married?
No. When? When did you get married?
When? Okay, August. This summer, of course.
Oh, Mazel tov.
It was. It was pretty fucking much amazing.
Okay.
Also, Mazel don't mean shit to us because we're not Jewish. But thank you for the feeling. Uh, it was pretty fucking amazing. Yes, we
Okay.
did it with. We had I don't know, like a girlfriend and shit. I don't know, a lady that was pretty much based into doing the amazing fucking parties and shit. She was like a high level manager of this kind of shit.
Hmm,
I don't know how to put it anyway. So it was amazing. It was amazing.
that's good. Love finds a way, yeah?
Right. Yeah. Started to sound a bit disappointing.
You said I sound disappointed?
No, me.
Oh, okay. Why are you disappointed?
No, I always had afterthoughts. You know what I mean?
Mm,
I'm sorry to say this in yeah, I mean kind of style. But I always think about afterthoughts. All right, I've done this decisions. I've chosen this because that, and you always do the right choices, right? Oh, presumably, let's say. Why not
Well,
100%? You know what I mean?
but are you
Sorry
happy?
to say this again. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, yeah, I
of course
mean, I
happy.
know. You're happy. Okay. Well, that's all that counts
I'm
then.
happy, but I'm
Thoughts?
afraid.
Yes. Well, sure. We should be afraid to be pair bonded to another human being. It's
I'm
not
happy,
something we
but
should
I'm
take lightly.
afraid.
Yeah. What are you afraid of?
This is what fucks with me. I feel like my family, my wife, and we have no children to speak as of now. We're planning on having children. I feel like we overly happy. I don't know. That's what I feel.
What are you afraid of?
I feel like this might be just a dream.
And what if it was a dream?
It's gonna end.
Well, life ends, so dreams must end as well. You're going to have to live in one of them.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So
I
pick your
understand,
side.
and thank you for this level of analyzing things. I understand it, and thank you very much for this. I truly understand this conundrum, basically.
It's okay.
But I'm
We all
thinking at the same time, what the fuck can you do?
You can pick a side. Live in the dream or live in the life, but you must pick one.
That's right. Well, I made a remark that
That's so amazing.
he was so
I mean,
much happier before. I'm not saying before
Is
you
that
got
so?
married, but before you got wealthy.
Who? Me? I was happier before.
No, Cyprian.
Oh, oh, Ciprian got wealthy. Oh, well, money. That explains a lot.
That's why
You
he's
saw
so
what happened.
stressed. That's why he's so
You saw what
stressed.
happened. Yeah, you saw what happened when I got money. Whew.
Exactly.
Nosedive, dive, dive, dive.
It's a bitch. I'm sorry to say so, but it's a bitch.
Did you
It
get
is a
stressed
bitch.
a lot? Sugar?
So
Oh
Rebel?
yeah.
that's the thing that nobody believes it. Nobody wants to believe it. Everybody buys into the notion that love and power and money are everything, right? That money does get you some freedom, right? There was a lot that I could do. Damn it, I wish I
It
had
does,
that
of
money right
course.
now. But
No, no,
but
no.
at the end of the day, rich people kill themselves. Rich people are miserable. Rich people go to therapy. Rich people, are unhappy, and all these different things. Rich people struggle. So if money were the answer, rich people would have everything, right, and would do everything. They would never be sad,
No,
right?
it's the
And
wrong
things have
people.
never helped anybody.
It's the wrong people are getting rich. See,
I don't know about that.
if I got
That's some
rich,
bullshit.
I'm willing to bet all the money that I'll be happy.
I'd love to give that a test. But I
I'm
That's
wouldn't wish
some
willing.
that on my
bullshit.
worst.
I'm
I wouldn't
willing.
wish that on my worst enemy.
I'm,
I really wish you would get to that level,
I hope so.
but that's some bullshit.
Yeah, I hope so.
Honestly, I'm
So,
not trying to fuck with you. I'm just saying that's some bullshit
all right.
right
So,
there.
just remember, I have a PayPal. Everybody,
And
I'm, tr-
just remember, I lost all my money. So
I'm trying to get rich. I'd like to experience what it's like to be rich. Doesn't matter about the losing all the money. I don't care. If it happens, it happens. But I'd like to experience what it's
All
like
right,
to be really rich.
yeah,
let's talk some money
it is great for
about
perspective.
friends.
That's for sure.
Let's talk money about amongst friends. Let's just say we could pay, Sydney, like 1,000 grand. I don't know why, just because
A
we're
thousand
friends.
grand. A
And
thousand grand.
yeah, 100,000 grand, 100,000.
100 grand. 100,000 grand.
What the
That's
fuck?
a million. Fuck it.
Yes.
Yes. Let's say you
No.
could do that.
Let's just say 100 grand.
Okay.
And let's just talk about
And then what?
What would you do with all that money, Sidney?
I'll tell
That's
you.
what I'm saying.
I'll tell you when I got it.
Oh, that's not a good plan, to not plan for money.
I never said I didn't have a plan. I never said I didn't have a plan. What I'm saying is that I don't have to make my plan public.
Ah, that's a different story. I am in
Yes.
agreement with you.
I am all I can tell you is that I'll still be a 7 on the Dawkins scale.
Ah! That's funny.
So I won't change in that way.
No, I didn't change. That didn't change. Money did not change that opinion on me.
Well,
Absolute.
I will observe that you emerged out of money with
Paint me right. Paint me right.
with a savior,
Paint me right.
right?
Yeah.
You had no savior.
well,
you had
so-
no savior when you found yourself with money, but when you lost all your money, a savior was by your side. At the
Well,
end of
no,
it
no.
all.
No,
No,
no, no.
no.
No,
Okay.
I had to find it. And it really depends on how you're going to define what that savior is, and whether it is the picture, the story that we have in our mind, or whether it is, the book, literal book, right? It doesn't work that way for me. I told you before. I think most Christians would consider me a heretic. I really don't care, because
All Christians
it's
are heretics to other Christians, so it doesn't matter.
yeah, I don't really care what anybody else thinks, because that's the whole deal, right? They talk about having a personal relationship with Jesus, and then they want you to have that same relationship that they have, and that's just not possible. Your relationship is with your own God of your understanding, and the way you find it and how you come to it is you.
Yeah.
And that creator, whatever it is.
Is it possible?
Could you discuss this, all of this in other ways that doesn't have to do anything with Jesus?
It's my choice.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's
I
for
want
anybody.
to do that. I want to ask a question. Is it possible, Rebel, to have a relationship with the savior that you have, called Jesus, and everybody else to have exactly the same relationship with a similar idea, similar imaginations, but have a different name to their savior? So yours is Jesus, somebody else's is Adam, somebody else's is whatever, but they really all are just the comforting the inner higher being than yourself that comforts you.
Yeah, and it's actually knowing yourself and being
Takes away,
solid, being solid as a whole person.
Yeah, when you suffer, you give your savior your pain, takes it away from you.
Well, yes, yes, but it's different than that, right? So, like, here's how I see it.
Yeah.
So I don't need to be in agreement with anybody over definitions, because I'm not trying to convince anybody that my way is the right way. So that's the first thing. That's the one thing I learned about the God or no God community, right? The great debate, right? Right. This is where the great debate community taught me, as I stumbled in, an atheist with no idea that there was even such a community. All I knew is that's what our family, that's what we were called, right? And I was just as baffled by both sides. I was as baffled by the atheists, the anti-theists is actually what I found, and then the fundamentalists. Uh-huh. And so then, as I listened to everybody debate, I realized, wait a minute, we're not debating, we're fighting. This is fighting, right? This is a battle.
That is 100% true.
Yeah, between people.
That is 100% true. There's no debating on this motherfucking shit. Hangouts, whatever the fuck it is.
They weren't interested. They weren't interested in exploring each other's lives, learning each other's story. They weren't interested in connecting with people where they're at, right? They wanted to find out what your weakness was, and they wanted to capitalize on it, and they wanted to go for your jugular.
Where you at?
I'm right here.
No, I'm thinking about um.
She's in California.
Nah, you know me.
Then I have no idea.
Health-wise,
What?
as
Where are you
your
at?
thing.
She's a Christian.
Well, yeah. So for all intents purposes, I've chosen to live by the words of Jesus Christ, and I believe in a higher power, and I call him God or
And by the
it.
way,
I call it
which
God.
Jesus?
The
Which
only one.
Jesus?
So the
The
only
one
one.
of yours?
So the only Jesus I know of in this world, the only one I know of that has
Okay. Okay.
things
Okay.
written. But
I'm
again,
not trying to. I'm not
here's the
trying
other
to
things. Here's the other
put
things,
holes in
Ciprian.
your logic and stuff.
No. Listen,
I'm just saying. Okay, so that's
if I
your
die,
thing. Your prerogative. Okay, I do.
Ciprian,
That's
Ciprian,
cool.
so here's the red letters of Jesus give me a playbook on thoughts that people have had forever, right? If they are divinely inspired by whatever God is, like whatever
No,
that
they're
is,
not. But
just listen.
okay.
I'm not arguing with you whether they are or they're not. I said if,
All I'm saying
right?
is, if
I
you
said
believe
if,
that, I'm with you.
right? So
If
that's a way
okay,
for me to live, but that's it. Whether you live that way, first of all, I'm an American and I don't get the right to tell anybody how to believe, right? I have to create a United States where people are free to
of
believe
course,
what they want, right? And that needs to be upheld. So
of
anybody who's
course.
deciding that you have to think one way or another
By the way,
is a fascist, is an anarchist.
if ever I was to be misunderstood in trying to say that, oh my God, your way is the wrong way. For sure, it's not. Your way is the right way. Your
Mhm.
way is your way, and
Yeah.
that's just it. I have
Mhm.
nothing against it. Whatever the fuck it is, you think about me about being European or whatever, it doesn't mean fuck. As long as you have your way, that's for shizzle for me.
My life got to a point
And
where
of course, I'm gonna think it's gonna be fucked up, but that's whatever.
I'd lost literally everything and everyone. And I was literally on my knees in front of this world, right? And I challenge anybody who you'll pick something. I tell
All
you
right,
what,
challenge me.
when you well no, when you are when everything is ripped from you,
No, no,
right?
no,
When your
don't fucking
family
start it. Don't
abandons
fucking
you.
start it. Don't
Sorry.
fucking start it. You said you challenge everyone, and don't fucking start it. Challenge
Oh,
me.
I'm not stuttering. I'm not stuttering. I challenge anybody to get in
No,
the position.
you just
Let me finish, honey.
okay,
Let me finish.
okay, okay.
I challenge anybody to get in the position that I was in of complete loss, complete devastation, and complete abandonment, right? And to be in the and to have a fractured mind, right? Because at the time my mind was incredibly fractured,
This is something that
and
I
not
need
pick something. It's like
to wrap my head around it.
people will pick something. I picked joy. I picked life. I picked
That is
moving
amazing.
forward. That's it.
That is one of the things that would always, always, no matter the fucking fact, no matter the fucking the movie went like that, and I don't know, the circumstances. No matter the circumstances, this is the way to move forward.
Yeah.
Analyze, understand. You've given a bullshit fucking hot hand of cards. You've done fucked up, not because of your thing. It just fucking happened.
It was both. No, it was. It was both.
Realize
It
that
was my
shit,
childhood
and then
trauma.
go forward with that.
Yeah,
That's
right.
my shit.
Sure. It was my childhood
And
trauma and the choices I made based on bad operating system, right? I had a bad operating system. Like that's how I was raised. You can't know what you don't know, man.
Yeah, that's so
Like if
true.
you don't heal your
I
trauma,
fully agree with that.
right?
Fully agree. I cannot be more in agreement with you
Yeah.
whatsoever. Cannot
I know.
be more.
I know, baby. I'm worried that you're not going to pick either real life or a dream.
That is the problem. To be honest,
I'm worried
not
that
on.
I'm worried that he's stressed at all, because it's just not you.
Oh, he's been stressed, baby. This is Ciprian. This is him. This is actually the calmest I've seen you, sir. Because I remember sometimes he would lay into me. Ooh.
Yeah, but he wasn't. He wasn't stressed about about anything external to the hangout.
Well, look, life gets in the way, right? Life was never meant to be some joyride. It is not an Instagram post.
Says who?
Right?
Says who?
Says reality. Hello.
Yeah.
I understand that, but you make a joyride out of everything. That's
Sure,
the
but it's not
idea.
going to look like an Instagram post.
No, forget about it. Whoa!
Nice.
Formula One is in Cyprus.
Oh, those were jets.
No, those are
Yeah.
race cars. Were they jets or
No,
race
that's
cars?
a jet.
No, nobody cares. I mean, I for one don't care.
Was that a car or a
I
jet?
care more about what you were about to about saying. You know,
Motorbike.
so for example,
Okay. For example.
I have a fucking hard time
Sorry about that.
becoming, natural and normal, like a normal human being.
What does that mean?
When all this shit is going on around me, like a lot of money, a lot of choices, a lot of everything can be for free. And in my lifetime, I'm trying to figure out how the fuck can I do this shit without the whatever money wise, whatever.
So Cyprian,
I don't-
you need to have a foundation, honey. What do you value?
I do need to have a foundation.
What do you value in this world?
I would say, but I might be wrong. What I value in this world is helping motherfuckers out.
Okay. And
I might be wrong. But I'm
who could say- who
thinking
could say
this
you're
is
wrong?
what I'm valuing.
Who could say your foundation is wrong?
Me. I could
Okay.
say I'm wrong.
Okay, fair enough. So if you were to help somebody, how do you want to help them?
I don't know. That's the question.
Okay.
Just
How-
for example,
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy my sisters and brothers. I'm gonna buy houses for them.
Okay.
But then I'm thinking, what if they declare not bankruptcy? What's the other word?
Divorce.
Or they split.
Divorce.
So when you give,
Divorce.
So I'm gonna pay for all the house and then just lose half of it.
so Cyprian, here's
That's
the-
not cool.
when you're right, but here's the thing.
So my
When
question
you
is now, let's buy the house for my brothers and sisters, but let's buy the house in my name. And also, if they want to have the house after so many years and whatnot, let's just have them pay for it.
How does a man live in a house when it's owned
Of
by
course,
another man?
Just charge
Of
them.
course, I want to have them live in.
Charge them rent, or half the rent that they're paying now, whatever you want to do, and that's probably the best way to do it. If you're going to have the house in your name, you're going to have to charge them rent.
Can I propose a question?
Of course.
How do you feel about the idea that one never loans out more money than they can afford to lose, and that giving should be given with no expectations?
I asked him that earlier. He didn't answer.
No, I get that, and for me, it really it doesn't matter. This couple $100,000 that I will give away for these houses, it's pretty much
It's gambling money.
nobody cares.
It's gambling
So
money,
then-
right?
No, it's just it's not gambling, man. I'm not gambling with my money. But
Well,
what it is not
Hey, Bill.
it's not really worthwhile. It's not.
Hang on while we have some technical issues.
So why give them a house? Why not Why not help them with a down payment or something? I mean, like, look, strong roots don't grow in weak soil. If
So,
you give
all right, all right.
everybody everything,
So
what
first,
do they
okay,
work for?
I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. So first of all my brothers and sisters are about 40. They're not 20. They're not 25 or 29. They're about pretty much fucking old.
They're middle aged.
I would like for them, because once of all, I can afford it. I would like it for them to fucking have a fucking good life. I live in a house with some fucking yard, and I have some fucking barbecues and shit. That's why. That is completely the reason why.
Sure.
I just feel like I would like them to have a good experience in their life.
Sure.
And
but
also, I don't feel like they're gonna.
There's something that you're fearing, though.
Of course.
Right? There's a reason that you're apprehensive, because if these were people that like weren't problematic or didn't show any signs, or if there were no red flags, you'd be handing that money out like these are good, solid people who walk it like they talk it, and if something happens, it'll probably be tragic. But what is it that you're afraid of? That
he's afraid of losing money.
Then why give it away?
Yes, you are.
Not give a fuck.
And then why do you care if they get divorced?
All right, so I have 3 brothers and sisters: Bianca, Razvan, and Aruka. This is my 3 brothers and sisters.
All right.
For them, I would go above and beyond. Yeah, they.
Yep.
But then, if Razvan or whoever of these bitches would split their house around with some other person that never had anything to do with the shit, that's it's gonna bother fucking me. It's gonna fucking bother me.
In what way?
And the way that I paid some shit for my family, for my brother to have a house.
So there's a way to get around that, and that is to will. If you will something to your brother, it's to your brother only, or to your sister. That's
it depends on the law of the country. Each country.
He lives in
it depends on the law.
In the European Union generally, which is where he lives, I'm assuming.
Hi, Bill.
Hello, Bill. Have you met Ciprian, Bill?
Just briefly listening the last few minutes.
Okay, well, he's a blast from the past. This Google Hangout started about 10 years ago, and we've been hanging out on Google Hangouts ever since it started.
Gosh, it's been that long.
And then Google Hangouts disappeared because they took it down, and now it's back up, and here it is.
Yeah, because the trolls and the hackers took it over. Are you kidding? They were running roughshod with that.
But they fixed it, and here it is. Google fixed the Hangouts, and this is the.
So hold on. I have an issue. I have a thing that I'm curious how to optimize. But then again, there's some other people that they're having issues in my mind as well.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly just in my mind. So, for example, you. Hold on, let me click.
Here we go.
All right, this lady, our friend.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I have.
You can't remember?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yes, you.
Yeah. You can call me if you want. I don't care. It's that's not even my real name.
I'm just trying to say your name or something.
I just change personas. It's all.
Oh my God. All right, so for me, it's Ciprian. All right, so Ciprian got in a lot of trouble with this and that.
Yeah.
That's a thing that we talk about on the interweb. What's your name? How do we discuss your issues? Like, for example, how come you often use what's that site called?
I'm just talking to you, my friend. That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, what are you
No,
trying to
I'm
ask?
trying to use something more, but there's no friends.
So one human helping another is without parallel in my world. That's all it is.
You guys seem to be on the same track there.
My religious beliefs
I
or
think I fully
spiritual
agree.
beliefs are
I
outside of
think I
it.
fully agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hold on. Let's say you and I are on the same fucking page.
Yep.
And I think we are. I honestly believe we are. Apart from the part where I'm married.
Here we go.
And I think I'm not talking shit. No, fuck that shit. All I'm saying is this. All of the things you said previously, in my mind, are 100% bulletproof.
Okay.
Apart from the mishappening situation where some motherfucker like me is fucking married, and then we can't just because of reasons, which I find to be fucked up.
Can't what?
Yeah,
No,
I think
we just can't.
Ciprian, I'm living in my real world right now. I'm gonna need you to come over to the real world, and I think you're talking in your dream world right now, my love. Like no dream world. I gotta
All
stay
right.
in reality. Stay in reality, my man.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So you and I, you're one of these most amazing persons that wants to do something to do with cats. Let's say there's little cats over here. Well, yeah, cats.
Remember the cat ears I used to wear all the time?
God damn, they need to fucking live. There's some cat system, all right? And I'm married, and you love to fucking help cats, which is all amazing to me and all of the Muslims above. But unfortunately, we cannot fucking talk to each other
Where's this going?
tomorrow in the front of the fucking whatever the fucking thing it is. And you tell me, oh my God, I love the cats. I want to help these cats. And I would say, yes, the cats are amazing. I like to help these cats. But no, we done fucked up because you're a woman and I'm male. And that's everything that is to be talking about. I understand that's completely fucked up. And I fully agree.
Makes no sense.
But that's what it is.
So what it is?
It doesn't make
I'm hearing it loud and
But
clear.
it is.
I'm hearing it loud and clear.
Explain to me.
I'm not saying it's making any sense.
He's talking
I'm
about
just saying
temptation.
that's what fucking
He's talking about
reality is.
temptation.
Bill, are you on board with what they're saying?
It's
Do you
not
understand?
temptation. It is. I
I'm
don't know
not,
why.
I'm not,
I can be
when you
talking
say
around
I'm
with
on board, you mean
bitches or
agreement?
whatever, friends
Yes,
or girlfriends.
This is the same thing. This is the way it's always
Oh,
gone.
he's got married and now he's got some kind of remorse.
I don't know. I can't speak for him.
Well, it sounds like it because he's mentioning
Cats
it a
are
lot.
tempting. Cats are tempting. This is.
I've never been married.
I've never been more. I've never been more confused.
It's all right.
Well, I'm using you this morning, Sid. I got to confess to you.
Beautiful. I love it.
I got this fancy Sennheiser microphone here. Okay.
Oh shit, God!
And I got this fancy set of Sennheiser headphones.
And they want you to wear
And then I got this kick-ass Focusrite audio interface. Okay.
I'm jealous.
Boy, your PayPal's
can't
doing
get-
better than mine.
Well, that's what Social Security retirement will do for you.
Hallelujah.
You know, I'm getting $200 a month in food stamps because of the epidemic. I usually get 80. They're giving us 200. It's been like that for over a year, over almost 2 years now. So I was able to buy toys, you know. But the goods are the money was fungible. Anyway, I can't get the goddamn thing to sync. I can't get it to work. So I'm using these cheap Logitechs because I get this delay and all this stuff. So I'm fiddling with the settings, and I'm going to be popping in and out. Hopefully, I can get it to work. So
All right.
I hope you'll tolerate me.
Do us a favor. Do us a favor. Can you come in muted and only unmute when you're trying to do a test or whatever?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to mute right now.
There you go.
Okay. Just froze up. What did I miss?
Nothing. I think we just had to put that piece of business to bed. And we'll listen to the sounds of Cyprus. That's where Ciprian's sitting right now, in Cyprus.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a piss. That's for all of you.
Yeah, well, I wish piss for everybody, the whole world. Piss and love.
Piss and love, peace and
Peace
love.
and love.
Who's been watching H3?
Yes.
Love it. Love it. Yeah. You know,
How's
the
your
world's
week
a
been?
beautiful place.
How's your week
It's
been?
good. It's been really good. I have my days off are Thursday and Friday, but I have my other second job that I have to do in about 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
But it's been very good. Been very busy, and I got challenged a lot this week. Got my buttons pushed. Got to see what I was made of.
Nice. And I'm sure
Yeah.
you came through with flying
Sorta.
colors. Yeah, good.
Yeah, I learned a couple things about myself.
I'm
where-
very interested to hear how. I'm interested to have a conversation with you
Yes.
after the new year, when the holidays are all done and all that kind of stuff is behind us.
Alright.
Because I want to hear how your Christmas experience was, and if it was any different.
You mean what? This year?
Well,
Oh.
since you've been a Christian.
Yeah. Well, I don't. That's a bunch of.
I'm assuming
Yeah.
that you don't relate the two, but I don't know. If you do, then I want to hear about it.
Well, look, I know that I will celebrate with the people in my community. Okay,
That's the
Well, that
flush. That's
that
the
just
flush.
happened.
He's got a really good mic, apparently. Either that or he's
Really good.
wearing it.
For me, every day is holidays are not much for me because I feel like that we've lost our focus on each other as humans, right? And while I get the celebration, I understand the
what is the
I understand the
celebration?
meaning,
Other
the-
than
well, I
the
understand-
food,
the birth, yeah,
Oh, that. But that's.
that whole thing.
I've never heard of anybody celebrating that other than going to church and having a prayer.
One of my husbands, his aunt used to make a cake on Christmas that said "Happy Birthday, Jesus." I always thought that was kind of cute because it kind of reminded of the spirit, right? I mean, I wasn't a believer at the time, so but I really have always been this way. I really want to just focus each day. Let's make the best out of each day with each other because 4 holidays a year for most people is like, what is that? We all come together, spend all our money, act like we like each other. Our family members fight, scars are reopened. It's just I found it very unpleasant myself. Now other people may have had a better experience in the world, but it seems pointless.
Don't some Eastern religions, maybe Buddhism and whatnot, have their birthdays? Buddha's birthday, for example, wouldn't that be celebrated in some one fashion or another, just like Jesus' birthday? So it's not really all that unusual.
Yeah, no, I'm not real. Like I said, this is a choice that the way I believe today is a way that I live that is far better than I have ever lived any other way. For me, I know plenty of people who call themselves whatever religiously, what Christian, Jew, Muslim, whatever, that are living horrible existence. So it's not just about believing. It's about how you live your life. what you do for other human beings.
Well, then, if that's the case, how come you're not choosing to be an Orthodox Jew?
I know.
Because
I
that would fulfill all your all those needs.
Right. So I just found out about that. I just found out about it when my mom passed away because I didn't know about it. And so I was super broken at the time. And I've just kind of gone where the world where God, in whatever God is, has led me.
Maybe you should go talk to a female rabbi.
The journey's not done yet.
And tell the female rabbi your story. And perhaps her education and her wisdom will steer you in an upward trajectory.
Sure, except I'm not searching anymore, right? Like I'm quite content with.
Well, you like to help people, but you're only helping people.
And I do.
You're only helping people certain. I understand that, but you're only helping us, on a schedule. If you are part of the Jewish community and you're the religious Jewish community, they'd have you helping and teaching and helping the elderly and the young and the this and the that, and you'd really be fulfilled by your works more so, I think, than now.
That's the problem.
So Sidney. So I haven't divulged everything to you that I do, but I do. I have a large demographic of people that I serve every day, and in many different areas. So my other job is also in service of humanity, and I do serve quite a wide variety of folks every day.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah.
And
I am teaching. I taught anger management last week. I teach all kinds of things.
Nice. Okay, well, I underestimated you. Sorry. I apologize.
No, don't apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. No need to apologize.
Okay, well, I don't retract it. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
I think he needs to apologize because he's an asshole.
No, he's not.
But I did apologize.
I know, he's not.
He's the man behind the curtain.
Yes, but not enough.
So is Sidney Winston not an asshole? Is that what you're saying?
Not at his heart, no.
No, you say. All I'm saying is, you're such an asshole that you didn't apologize enough.
Being an asshole has nothing to do with being nice. Some days I am an asshole.
Of course,
I just have to own it, right?
Don't fucking fuck with the Sidney. Let the motherfucker just apologize.
Okay.
He doesn't need to.
I apologize.
I'm kidding, of course.
I apologize to Ciprian.
I feel like.
What the hell's been going on since I was gone?
Nothing actually, but somebody feels the need to apologize.
There's some motherfuckers apologizing.
I don't know.
I don't know why.
I've never been more confused in a hangout in my life.
You guys are really hanging out.
Shit. This motherfucker probably new to Hangouts.
I don't think so, but he's
probably new to Hangouts.
Bill's a good dude, Ciprian. He's a good dude.
Bill's been around.
Should have had him 10,
otherwise.
should have had him 10 years ago.
Bill didn't hesitate coming back to Hangouts when it opened up. Unlike you, Ciprian, who waited and waited and waited and waited.
Also,
you should be apologizing.
Yeah.
I like apologetic.
My bad.
No apologetics allowed in the room,
I
right?
done fucked up.
That's right. It's an axiom. It's a policy.
So how am I sounding? Am I sounding okay?
You're sounding great.
Yeah,
it's working.
You're sounding awesome. Nice.
Like a DJ.
Well synced.
I was trying to set my Blue Yeti up, and I haven't been able because I have to keep doing my online sessions with these headphones, and I'm done with it. So, but I.
Oh, the Blue Yeti will make a huge difference.
Can I pose a question?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can I pose a question about basic homelessness and trying to help out?
I was homeless for 3.5 years.
Yeah, I worked heavily with the homeless.
All right, so that's just fucking with the question. I'm not saying
I haven't asked it
I
yet.
don't feel for you.
I'm just letting you know.
I'm not saying that I don't feel for you, but my question is this: I have homeless people around the block today. How the fuck am I supposed to help them
You're not
in a
supposed to help
way
them.
that's positive to do, moving upwards in society in
I'll
some way.
I'll answer you. You take some time to sit and listen to them and process what they have to say, and then you can make a better decision and made an informed decision as to how, when, and if you can help them, and
Right.
and you can certainly give them some encouragement.
All right, all right. So basically, what you're saying is it's on me.
No,
No, no, that's not.
what I'm saying is that you have to take the
No,
time.
no. What you're saying is it's on me.
You have to.
Spend
It's on
the
you
time,
to take the time. Yes.
and then it's on you. You decide whether or not it's a worthwhile endeavor.
Oh, in that no,
To help the
in that
motherfucker out.
case,
And
it's on me to tell you that God exists.
Oh, jeez, here we go.
No,
So Ciprian,
same thing.
here's the thing: if you pick one of them or two of them, whatever, and you sit and you say, "Please tell me your story," and you meet them where they're at,
There
and
you
you
go.
hear their story, and you find out what their issue is. Is it unresolved mental health? Is it addiction? Is it some kind of tragedy? Right? What is it? What is it that they need? Do they need to get to a doctor? Do they need to file for
all right,
benefits?
all right.
Right?
Does
It's
does
this.
that answer your
Listen to me
question,
for-
Cyprian?
Listen to me for a second.
Okay.
No, it doesn't. Because my situation is this:
Okay.
I can afford to spend a few grand. All right,
Money's never
but
helped.
I cannot afford to spend a few minutes.
Then
Unfortunately,
you can't help
that's
them.
some-
Then you
that-
can't. You
that is some
cannot.
fucked up shit to say.
No, you
but
cannot.
it is the reality.
The reality is
Then
that you
give your
cannot
money
help
to an
them.
organization that can help them.
Send it to Sidney.
Send it to Sidney
Some of
because
them.
it'll help. It'll help
Oh.
Sidney.
It does.
Let's talk with. I'm sorry.
Bill. His name is
I
Bill.
keep on clicking your name. What's
Bill.
your name? Bill.
Bill Pazner.
Okay, Bill. Come on with a better solution.
Do you have?
hold on.
Hold on.
Before you go any further, I just want to say I do genuinely want to help, but I don't think that every fucking solution everybody spits out is a good solution. Because mostly I don't have the time.
Right. Are there resources in your
No.
locality? Homeless shelters, caseworkers. I'm here in Western America.
I think there are.
and there's lots of
I think
it.
There are.
Okay, well, that's what you should refer these people, help them get to caseworkers, and find out where the shelters are or whatever. And you can take a little time doing that. You can donate to the shelters, as far as money goes. But I wouldn't be handing out money to people in the streets because I was there, and I made a good living.
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't do that.
Made a good living.
Right.
I would like to help
Real
people
good.
out, but I wouldn't give
Hold
people
on
out
a
in the
second.
streets money.
What's a real good living on the streets?
$150 a day. Just
Wow.
asking people for a couple of bucks for something to eat.
You could live in a hotel room or motel
you
room
know,
every night.
Well, I was
Mistakenly.
spending on drugs, so I was so self-strapped. So.
Let me tell you a story.
Welcome, my brother.
Not really
Didn't need a hotel.
like
Didn't need
reality
to have a
kind of
hotel. I
situation.
felt no pain in the cold nights
Just
and the
needed
rain,
to pick up. Just needed to pick up.
waiting for the
Yeah,
delivery guys.
as a reality kind of situation,
Yes,
I
sir.
always give like at least $50 a minute for people that I feel like they're disenfranchised,
People would hand me 20s,
on a
5.
daily basis.
And
But
it makes
I
you
don't
feel better,
feel
right? It makes
like
you feel
this
better.
is helping them.
So-
And it sounds like bullshit. Of
Well,
course it does make
Then
me
why don't
feel
you
better.
save your $50?
But that's bullshit.
You're not helping them.
Save your
you're
$50.
enabling
I
them.
know.
Send me
That's
that
what I'm
$50.
It's not really fucking helping them.
Cyprian,
Right.
if
So
you
my
want
question
to buy
is
them,
this.
if you want to
My
buy them
question is
food,
this.
you can buy them food.
What is
right?
helping
Don't be
them?
surprised if it gets dumped, right? You'd have to find out what they need. Like it's really presumptuous for us housed people to assume what homeless people need, right? That's really the biggest problem in the world is that people who are housed or have jobs or are successful think we know what the suffering need.
Is that vodka?
No, it's wine or something.
It's changed throughout the years.
No, he had a whole bottle of vodka earlier.
Yep. So don't assume. Like, first know your why. Why do you want to help them?
He said he doesn't have.
Well, then work on as to.
He said he doesn't have the time.
Yeah, the agencies have the time.
Sure.
The resource centers and the caseworkers have the time.
Yep.
You know.
Can I explain a bit?
I love you guys. I gotta go. I gotta have a client at 10 o'clock.
Bye bye.
Love you.
I think you said just before she went. I think she was the only one that got like the finger on the fucking bottom.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
You got it.
Thank you very much.
I might have clients for the next like 4 hours, so it'll be a while.
That's all right.
All right. Well, pop in and out if you can.
Gotta
so
go
I think what she was saying is you got to put in the time, and you're saying don't have the time, right?
Yes, that is one part of the story.
Well, you don't put in time on
like to.
You don't put in.
Well, hold on a second. Why don't you let Bill explain to you from the street point of view what the thing to do is?
No, I'm cool with that. I just want to, before he goes anywhere,
okay,
I just want to make sure he doesn't go awry in different ways.
Don't go awry in different ways, Bill.
My position.
Don't go awry in different ways, Bill.
I'm just trying to be honest. So this my position is this.
Okay.
I can spend easily a few $100, of course, by person.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just call it easy money or whatever. Don't call it anything. I could easily spend, let's say, $200 on a person that has it a rough time.
Okay.
Right. And I could spend a lot more than that, but it depends on the situation, and there we go with him. You explain what you're trying to talk about.
You spend $200 on somebody to help them out. How much time do you spend with them?
You see, there you go.
Do you see where that money goes? Do you see what's done? You don't have the money to hang with them. Okay. So you don't know how money's being spent. Mm-hmm. I'm saying it's better.
Of course not.
Right.
I like for today. I'm just gonna fucking speedball for today. I'm in Cyprus right now, and I spend like 80% of my time with a guy from Cyprus, which doesn't for shit speak English. And I just spent like the half of my time with them on the same fucking table, just talking to him about Cyprus shit. And he doesn't speak shit in English, so we just I just went with Google Translate. I don't know.
Go help the people where you speak the language. Anything. Go help the people where you speak the language.
I'm interested in. This has always been one of my most interesting things. Is, for example, go to fucking South Africa, and not only enjoy the sun and shit, but speak with the fucking locals and see what the fuck is South Africa all about. This is my shit. It's my fucking pleasure, whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Isn't that dangerous?
But in reality, people fucking die of hunger. I have the money. And I can't fucking help out. That's the reality. Or I could, but I don't know how.
Yeah, the homeless are a money pit. Seen that movie, The Money Pit?
I know that. I know that. Okay. Yes.
They're money pits. So, if you got it and you feel like and you want to give it, go ahead. Don't stop. But if you want to be most effective with what you're doing, then you consult them. Yeah, you find the resources that these people can take advantage of. Maybe give them a ride to the shelter. That's just a much more effective use of your time and your money. So that's just your choice. Case closed.
All right, so you're right. I know. It's not case closed per se. You know all about that, and I know all about that. It's not new shit. Everyone knows about that. But you know that every once in a fucking while, there's this one guy that endeavors to do more and has done more and has been. You know, there's one guy.
Mm-mm. What? He just left.
He's left the meeting. Oh, the dude snockered, man.
Yeah, he's been putting it away. Well, that was his idea, was to drink as much
Was he
as he
like your
can.
special guest for the
No,
two watch?
pretty much, yeah. He used to come in pretty much every couple of days, certainly on the weekends, and spend hours and hours with us. But he would never come into a hangout unless he'd been drinking or had been drinking or will be drinking. And he used to just drink and drink and drink and drink and drink and drink and drink. So then hangout stopped, and his life changed. He went from bachelor to married, and it took a while. There was COVID, this, that, and the other.
Lucky lady.
Right, and now he's sitting in Cyprus, and he decided that because of some pain he's got in his neck, that he's going to drink the whole day and the whole night. And that's what he proceeded to do. And because he's been drinking, he contacted me and said, "Hey, you want to chat?" And that's
Why should I waste this?
That's how the hangout started. Like, get back to the good old days type of thing. So he's drunk himself to the point where his wife has pulled the plug, I think.
Well, I'm glad. I just checked in because I wanted to get my camera working. I knew I could use it. I can use you, Joe Buck.
No,
so
it's good.
everything's working out pretty good. I look like a real kind of presence now, a live chat presence.
Yeah, no, that's very nice. Congratulations.
Good.
Congratulations. So these pop-up chats, these pop-up hangouts are probably going to be a new thing.
And how so?
Well, because just as you saw, there was a chat room already open, and you jumped in. So
Yeah.
we'll probably have a lot more of these.
Well, no, I was talking to you here just now, and I got a notification slides in the bottom of my screen, and it's check out T-Jump on Discord. So do you have notifications that push out like that?
No. No.
That's the thing. I've got the notification bell.
Where did it come on your phone or your monitor?
On PC. On my PC here.
Oh, it's because you got notifications turned on somewhere.
Yeah. It's just trying to find these people, and you especially. I look at the YouTube page and there's nothing posted. That's
so
happening.
when I went live, you got notified. Is that what you're saying?
I would just like to I'd just like to know when you're having the shows. I'm just not. It's hard to go in the loop. I have to go to your YouTube and see if something's there, and a lot of times it's not.
Well, what you can do is just click the notification bell, like everybody else does. And when I go live, which is like this one is just a pop-up. I didn't plan it necessarily.
Yeah.
I just went live, and then you must have got the notification because here you are.
Yeah. Well, no, I was just looking for you. But okay, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
See what happens. Another complication is I use a Fire Stick in the other room there, so I've got that going. YouTube's going on that as an app. Then I've got a little coffee table PC, and then I got my master headquarter PC back here, so I'm jumping around. Yeah.
So what I'll probably do with this room is, for the most part, keep it open. Although if I'm not, so this is the way it works. If I keep a room open, if you've been in, you can come back in. If you've never been in, I have to let you in. But if I myself leave the room, then I can't let you in, and I assume that you'll be able to just join anyway and have a chat. That's when it won't be live or anything. It'll just be a room open for
that's on Google
chatting.
Meets.
On this room, yeah, Google Meet. This
Google Meets.
Is exactly this room, exactly this code, everything.
yeah, I'm still have blockage conceptualizing this whole communications thing we got going. So if I look on YouTube, I'll look on YouTube as well just to see. And if you've got something going on at that time, it should show up there as
If
well,
I
right?
only if I'm live. But
Okay.
if you want to join the room itself, you join the
Then
you got to join the room.
I go straight to Google Meets, but
Yes,
um,
you open Google Meet and you click. You either enter that code or you click on that little eye at the bottom of your screen on the right, and
right.
it should give you all the join details that you can just either copy paste somewhere.
Okay, I'll agree. I'll try to show up as regular as I can. Just love talking to you.
Thank you. Nice.
Yeah. But I think you should back off, Mr. Henry.
Oh, I'm done with Henry. I'm done with him.
Okay.
Yeah, he can. He's. I actually had forgotten about him until you mentioned him again.
Well, I look at on my phone. I'll be going through my. I don't even know what I'm going through, YouTube or Google, and I get this big picture of him, and it's a psychopath at large or something. So.
Well, did you see how he let fly at me about being a Zionist? Did you hear him?
Yeah, I saw.
Well, that's psychopathic, and
Yeah.
that's kind of got me spurred on to talk more about it. So that's going to be.
He's just goading you there. He may not feel strongly.
No,
He's
no.
just goading you.
I
He feels strongly.
believe me. I've met these people before. All my life, I've been battling.
Okay.
I've been battling you, fucking Jew, you fucking Zionist, you fucking Jew. All my life.
Jew boy.
Right, and it's funny to those who it doesn't happen to. Just so you know, but it's not funny at all. That is why I'm very much of a Zionist, and I'm very much glad that Israel is strong, and it exists, and it should be supported.
Well, my mom was a Holocaust survivor. She emigrated after the war was over, about 46.
There you go.
But she didn't appreciate Zionists. She thought they're too over the top. So.
Well, they were more like socialists than I guess anything else. Well, what did she think they were?
I can't get into it very much. I was a youngster, when that was going on.
She didn't appreciate Zionists for what? Was she ultra orthodox religious?
No, she wasn't. Her after World War II was "Where Was God?" I asked her when I was a little kid.
Oh, yes.
I asked her, as a little kid, I asked her, "Do you believe in God?" And she said, "I believe in the brotherhood of man." Yeah. And that's because of the Holocaust. Where was God?
And that's exactly what I say. There was a Holocaust, so there is no God. I mean, simple as that.
Oh, her entire European family, except for her mother, father, and 2 brothers, and 1 cousin who was in the Belgian Congo. All the rest, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, all gone.
And the manner in which they went for each and every one of them was traumatic as hell. Way worse than what Jesus went through. Excuse me for saying that, you Christians. So I'm going to, especially after Kalilula made his comment about my nephew's or my cousin's murder by extremist Arabs. He just said, "Oh, that's just some Jewish thing." I mean, that to me was ignorance personified. That was exactly how these fundamentalists in his case, he's a fundamentalist Muslim. That's the way they think, and the way they ignore every other culture, every other religious culture, every other tradition. Theirs is the only one that's that is worth being pious about. Everybody else, that's just a Jewish thing. I was really, really upset by that, and not only that, but it showed me the true face of Islam and how they think. and so I've got nothing to. I want nothing to do with them, really. You know, Kalilula and all his nonsense. Um, I'll talk to Justin Downing about this, but when he's playing Kalilula, he's being fake.
I was in jail one time, and in the pod, my cellmate was a Muslim youngster. But so I was trying to talk rational to him about how silly the idea of God is and all this stuff. And before the conversation was over, he says, "You need to watch what you're saying, because I could cut your head off and my God would praise me for it." So.
Wow, you should have come up with a better God, a way more vicious cunt of a God.
Well, he felt bad about it. When he rolled out before me, he gave me his shower shoes. So,
that means he wanted you to live.
That's right.
And what did you pass on when you left jail?
What did I pass on?
Yeah.
I had a guy. I gave him my. This was not in jail. It was on the yard. Did some time on the yard, and there was the black Muslim group, but they dug me because I was playing music in the band room all the time, and I was playing good music. Yeah. So I gave him my radio. I gave one of the guys my radio. You appreciate that.
That was nice.
And then I wrote a song called "Never Let a Nigger Owe You," and it was a coon song. They were teaching jazz in a class in the prison, and the coon song era, was early jazz. Okay, was the popular music. So I decided to write a modern day coon song, and I recited the lyrics to him, and he says, "You're right." But, I'm not going to take your time to recite the lyrics. I would, but. Yeah, I'm usually pretty good at negotiating peaceful relationships between the various groups of people I encounter.
That's good. Good to have you around then.
I'm a peacemaker. I made it this far.
Yeah. So that's why I have no truck with. I have no. I really don't want to deal with Islam and Muslims because I have a very, very, very negative vibe from them, so I'm not interested. However, with the Christians and promoting the Zionism, or at least educating on Zionism, we might have something in common, because I can't imagine there's a Christian around who's not pro-Zionist. Because isn't that part of Christianity?
You're the Christian historian. You ceaselessly provide that content, analyzing all that stuff, and it's just not a path that I took. I really don't. It's not something I'm concerned about, because I think it's a bunch of hokum from the first place.
Yeah, well, I just like the fact that everything that people are starting to wake up to the fact that what they've been told is all pious and clasp your hands and think good thoughts.
They wake up, they go to sleep. As far as cultures, they wake up, they go. I thought we were done with all this bullshit when Obama got elected.
Exactly.
And the most bottom line scum sucking bottom feeders of the other side wind up back in power. And all this stuff that I thought was put to rest, stupidity and what's in it for me and all that stuff. It's all back. It's back, man.
You know what?
I thought it was done.
Humanity let me down when Obama. I thought when Obama got elected, that's the end of racism. The blacks have got no reason to complain about anything anymore because they got a president now, and look at it. Just look how it's degraded, and look where it is. Man.
Mitch McConnell's still in office, and so that's why I have to question America. There is no America. Well.
There is no America. There's a bunch of little countries on the American continent.
Yeah. It was Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh unified that shit, and Karl Rove and Rush Limbaugh.
Is there a way that the federal United States infrastructure can melt away while the individual states' infrastructure can stay strong, and they can each be, they can still be some kind of a federation, but they're a federation of individual countries rather than, you know, have a one big brother.
That's what they're trying to do. That's the whole states' rights thing. They wanted, what was it? They want to drown the baby in the bathtub. What was it? I forget the phrase. The federal government. They wanted to do something so they could drown it in the bathtub. But yeah, they want to decrease it. Yeah, and assert states' rights. And that's why you got places like Texas that seem like foreign countries.
Well, the thing about Texas was a country. So there was no reason that it couldn't become its own country again, really, especially if the federal government is spineless. And
well, that's how they see it. Yeah, and you had commonwealths all over the East Coast. The states were commonwealths, right? So
that's right, and California is a republic, which means it's a country, right?
Yeah, and so is the Vatican. It's own country.
Its own country, but
and all these religions in America, they're like they're sovereign and separate from the federal government, is what they think.
And then you're going to have to replace the United Nations with something else, just like the League of Nations was the United Nations before the United Nations came. Then you're going to have to come up with something else to replace the failure that it is the United Nations. So that's what I hope that's where I hope it all sort of goes, history.
Yeah, but it'll be a corporation instead of a body of a judicious body or a legislative body, or it'll be a corporate with shareholders serving their own shareholders. Yeah, but I'm not one for incisive political commentary. I'm more one lately for binge watching old police dramas. But seeing how they get the people to confess. They beat them down till they confess.
That's funny you should say that, because I'm a fan of watching on YouTube actual police interrogations.
Yeah, they got that.
Oh man, I binge watch that because that's real. That's not fucking around.
What's the shooter's name? Rittenhouse? What's this guy? The kid who shot with people with the rifle. Did you see him crying on the stand?
I'm not watching that. No.
Oh, he couldn't even talk. He was weeping on the stand.
Well,
and the judge. Oh, the judge, way out of line.
The judge give him a tissue?
Sure he did. Probably breastfed him afterwards. He replenished those bodily fluids from all that weeping. So, male pap juice. But he tore into the prosecution,
For making them cry?
Yeah, just for their general demeanor and some inane point. First, calling the other people victims. That happened about a week or two ago. The judge admonished the prosecution for calling the people who've been shot victims.
Well, they're not victims.
Well, no, not of self-defense.
They were. No, from what I saw, the guy with the machine gun was the victim. Everybody else was attacking him.
The guy with the machine gun? No,
they were attacking a guy with a machine gun. How stupid can you be?
Rifle.
How stupid can you be?
Well, it looked like they were trying to pull the thing away. They're trying to get the weapon away from him, but the one guy. Firstly, the one guy smacked him with his skateboard. Oh yeah.
What did he think was going to happen to him? You got a guy with an assault rifle. You smack him with your skateboard, and you don't kill him or something. What do you think's going to happen?
Yeah, I guess you're right about that. So you think the kid's going to get off? Justified self-defense?
Well, look, I tell you what. When I watched Derek Chauvin murder George Floyd in front of my eyes for those 9 minutes odd, I really watched somebody murder somebody else.
Right. Yeah.
When I watched the Rittenhouse thing happen live, and then soon after there was all these replays and whatnot and different angles and stories, what I saw originally with my own eyes was a guy being attacked and defending himself. and I don't see how it can be twisted any other way.
He illegally got a hold of an assault weapon, loaded it up with 30 rounds of ammunition, came across 3 states uh, to show up at the scene that was probably going to become a riot.
I'm not that. That is not on. That
He
is
was
not.
looking for
Hold on,
somebody.
hold on. No, he wasn't. He wasn't looking for something when he was running away and being attacked by these people who knocked him down. And the one guy smacked him with a skateboard. The other guy pulled a gun on him. I mean, literally, what he saved his own life with the method with the assault rifle that you said he had. Which, if I saw somebody with an assault rifle, I'd be running the other way and not attacking him with my skateboard like a big shot, and risking my life in the process, knowing full well that if if I'm not serious about attacking this guy with my skateboard, in other words, taking off his head with my skateboard, then chances are I'm not going to survive. And that guy, that kid who attacked him with a skateboard, he was just a kid being stupid. But you don't do that to a guy with an assault rifle. I'm sorry.
Passions were high. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing adjudicates.
How do you think the outcome? What do you think the outcome is going to be?
Oh gosh.
In terms of the murders that he's being charged with, I guess.
I think he'll be guilty. I think they'll find him guilty.
So jail for the rest of his life?
Oh, I would have no idea. Well, they just let Hinckley out. John Hinckley Jr. They just let him out. He's going to be out in June for shooting Reagan.
If I could find John Hinckley Jr., I'd go and kill him myself. If I could find that guy that killed John Lennon.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing.
If I knew where he was, I would go and I'd strangle him with my own hands. I don't give a fuck what happens.
Chapman, David Chapman.
Yeah, that Chapman guy.
Yeah, but this Hinckley Jr. You'll be able to find him. He's going to be at large next June. He'll be out.
All right, Hinckley, watch. Look over your shoulder at all times. Sidney Winston wants to strangle you.
Sidney will be dressed as Jodie Foster with a large lump in his armpit.
Yeah.
We had a band out here back then called Jodie Foster's Army.
I've just seen something. The Freak. He wants to know if he can come in. Well, yeah, that's what the link is for, my friend.
Get your freak on.
He wants to talk about what's his name? Rittenhauser?
Yeah, okay, here we go.
That'll be interesting.
It's like the guy who shot the black kid in Florida. One of the first earlier cases like this, where he called 911 and they told him to stand back, and he went and followed the kid anyway and confronted him and got in a fight for his life and killed the kid. Remember that one? That was about 4 or 5 years ago.
No, I don't know that one. There's been so fucking many.
Well, this was like the first one. That was a big one because it seemed like he had.
Oh, you're talking about Zimmerman?
I think that sounds kind of familiar.
Zimmerman and who was his victim?
The name of the kid, Jared or Jared? These crazy names.
Maybe it's not. I don't know.
I could Google it.
Can you believe it? Like if that was the only one that ever happened, we'd all know right away what the name was. But there's just so many.
Right. Yeah, it's like the school shootings. Which school this time?
Yeah, sometimes I don't even hear about it because. And then what about the school? Not about the school shootings. What about the shootings at big companies, at naval yards and post offices and factories and.
Trayvon Martin. George Zimmerman.
Trayvon Martin. That's the one. Yes. Is that the one you were thinking of?
That's what I was talking about.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Where do these names come from? Trayvon. What's a Trayvon?
Sounds like a cool name to me.
It sounds cool, but it doesn't seem to have any etymological roots to it.
So what? So why should it?
Well,
yeah. What's
Trayvon.
what's Bill? What's Bill? What's the etymological roots of Bill?
Yeah, William.
No, I didn't say William. I said Bill.
Yeah, it derives from William. What is Trayvon?
Trayvon derives from
Trayvonicus?
From Devon, Devonshire.
Tracy, and yeah, it just seems like a lot of these names are just misspellings, or phonetic, plastic.
I certainly wouldn't judge somebody on the name that his parents gave him.
I'm not judging them. I'm just talking about the name. I don't judge the person. It's just amusing. When you think about where these names come from, like Kaeshon or Shenanaha, or Charnene.
Have you seen the names of the young African footballers that are coming, soccer players that are coming out and joining European teams and British teams?
They're not called Marcus anymore?
Their names are, you have absolutely no fucking idea what the hell it all means and how those names came by. But
it's great.
Lakumba, Lakanga kind of thing. You just don't have a clue. But they're very strange names, even stranger than Trayvon.
Yeah.
So don't worry about it.
It drives the NASCAR fans wild. Makes them crazy.
The freak thinks he'll be convicted as well, and you think he'll be convicted. I say he'll be let off scot-free.
I don't think he'd come fully armed to a riot scene and get away with it.
Of the murders themselves, of the shootings.
Yeah.
Because I think he was attacked and defending himself. So, if he gets convicted of crossing the lines and carrying over state lines or whatever, that I have no argument there.
It's kind of like the reverse of suicide by cop, where you engage in a crime, but you want to kill yourself, so you get the cops to show up, and then they shoot you.
I've seen it happen. All you do is you show up with a knife, and then you sort of wave it around, all right? And the cops are all sort of with the guns drawn, drop your eyes, and then you just got to run towards one of them, and 72 bullets will enter your torso and your head and you're everywhere in about like that.
Yeah, but this guy wants to go hunt somebody and kill him, so he knows the best thing to do is go to a riot scene, and then he can be a vigilante on the side of justice, and he get to shoot somebody. Or just like that guy in the subway who shot those kids because he was hunting people to shoot because he had been attacked before and robbed and stuff. So he gets a gun. Martin, what was his name? That's an old one, and he gets himself a gun and he starts riding the subways looking for an incident, and something happened just enough where he whips it out and guns them down. What was that one? What's the guy's name? Bernard. What the frick? Subway shoot.
Getz.
My mind. Subway shoot. Bernard Getz. Yes.
Hey,
indeed.
how's my memory? That was back in the 80s.
Yeah, that's your day. That's my day too.
Yeah.
I was born a few months after Brown versus the Board of Education. That's my frame of reference.
Let's talk about a social issue, and I have a really, really out of this fucking world, almost moronic theory on how to solve the issue of women getting pregnant by their rapist and all this kind of stuff and abortion. Okay, I can make it all go away, and here it is. Medically, I'm not 100% sure of how or when it's best to do it, so I'm going to make an assumption that if you can circumcise a baby, a male baby after 8 days, then after 8 days you can give a male baby a vasectomy. So here's my suggestion. All male babies, especially in rape countries, all male babies are given vasectomies when they're born, so that when they grow up, and if they're going to rape people, then they don't deserve to reproduce. Now, vasectomies, as we all know, are reversible. So when they reach the age of 40 or 25, I should say, then they can have their vasectomy reversed. But until then, they have vasectomies, and if they're going to go rape people, then they're not going to get anyone pregnant. They're not going to get anyone pregnant, and you're not going to have an abortion issue.
Medical science will advance where they can actually just take the whole penis off shortly after birth and keep it in a locker for 30 years, refrigerated, and just put it back on when they get permission.
Welcome, the freak. How you doing? That was funny.
Hola, freak.
Hey, man.
Hello there. Go ahead, keep going on with that story.
That was it.
For it.
That was it. What do you think of this?
Talking about frozen penis?
Oh no!
Okay.
That was his part. My part was so benign, it seems, compared to his.
They encourage a lot of specialist jobs in the medical fields.
Yeah.
And the whole system for preserving them, cryogenically freezing the penises for decades.
Oh my God! How do you get the right one to the right person?
Oh, there was a mix-up in the lab, sir. You got one that wasn't circumcised.
You got one that was. You go on.
But it still works. Just as long as it works.
And it's much smaller than the original one, but you know. I'm going to go and make a pot of coffee because I've run out. Can I have you two take over or?
Oh,
welcome to Freak. Let's.
Yeah,
Freak,
go ahead.
You've been on before, right? You've been on before. So
yeah, I've been on before.
Welcome back.
I'm the crazy Christian who saw God.
Yeah. That's right. Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna step away and go and make coffee. You can actually
abandon me to the Christian.
No,
okay.
I'll be watching and I'll be listening.
Throw me to the lion.
Yeah, Rittenhouse. I mean, there was a particular line of questioning by the prosecution, and it was right after he shot the two people, and I guess he went to the police or whatever, and because he doesn't remember getting pepper sprayed, which I find is probably about the most sobering experience you can have is getting maced or pepper sprayed. So I don't know how he forgets that and all the, so like you never forget about being pepper sprayed. At least I haven't. So that kind of put a little dent in his testimony armor for me. But then they asked him, well, because he was claiming the whole time that, I'm providing medical support, whatever, kind of this, I'm passing out Band-Aids. Or whatever he was doing, I don't know. And so they asked him, well, when you went to the police, how come or whatever you didn't get an ambulance for the one guy who was basically, saying, hey, help, I've been shot or whatever. And he didn't, think to get him any medical help. And pretty much that, to me, that exposed his heart. And that his testimony overall was kind of, it wasn't all in line. Let's just put it that way.
The guy's a juvenile.
So I think he'll be convicted.
Yeah, well, I think he should be, but he's a juvenile. The problem, his mentality is juvenile. That's why would you show up with a weapon like that? Because it's your right to at a riot scene, a place that's rife with protest. All those people are playing out cops and robbers or cowboys and Indians when they were little kids with their pop guns, and they show up now at political events and things fully armed because there's a right as an American. What kind of juvenile thinking is that? So that's the mentality you're dealing with. Maybe he should. I don't know. How old is this kid?
Yeah, this is exactly the guy. I think he was like 17. He's got to be 18 now, I guess. It couldn't be much older than that.
Yeah, but when it
But
happens,
this is exactly the guy you don't want to see become a police officer.
right? Yeah, and there's a lot of that going on. But yeah, and he illegally procures a weapon, um, and drives halfway across the country or over 3 or 4 states with 30 rounds ready to go. And he doesn't expect, what kind of a juvenile mind would show up like that and think nothing's going to happen in a riot, that something's not going to come from. He knew he was going to get into a situation where you get to pop off a few people. That's my impression on him. I haven't been following the testimony all that much, but watching him talking on the stand like that and breaking down like that, that's just the emotional clenching, mental clenching of a person that doesn't have it all together.
Well, I didn't watch a whole bunch of the testimony, but I saw that one particular line of questioning, and some of it that was before then, before they got into the drone stuff, and that was kind of, the prosecutor was kind of he was bullshitting then too, but this particular line of questioning really, convinced me that his testimony wasn't really pure in heart, and his intentions weren't really pure in heart. And so based on that, I mean, I can't really say, oh, well, he should be, he's a hero. He's completely innocent. He should walk away. This is a travesty. No, not at all.
It must not be encouraged.
He was definitely trying to be cool or tough or, peer pressure or whatever. He shouldn't have been there.
And as a result, 3 people who probably shouldn't have been there either are dead. So whatever happens, I mean, I'm not really invested in what happens to this guy. It's interesting to see how the process works.
Though. Isn't that kind of strange?
This guy, yeah. But the judge is a real show. I've just seen a couple clips, but he's just he's the classic kind of judge you see portrayed, and where his courtroom is his little kingdom, and he goes off on his own track, and he's got the power to throw around. So I don't see him.
He's no Judge Ito, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was, yeah. I was just watching.
No, this whole thing is a circus to me.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember.
People are really emotionally invested in it, though. It's like it shouldn't. To me, it shouldn't be getting this much of a pull, but for some reason it is. And actually, I think it's all a set-up narrative by the left. If you had to ask my honest opinion, that's what I think it is. It's just it's going to be a way, no matter how it turns out, it's going to be a way for the left to say, "Aha! Look at white America."
It will be used. That's what it all is about. It will be used as emphatically as possible by the left if it fits the situation of their concerns. So it should be. That's called advocacy. Whatever happened is what happened. You have to deconstruct it and evaluate it as far as far-reaching social, impact of it. We don't want a lot of people going around being encouraged to bring automatic assault weapons to political events. I'm sorry, it's their right, but we don't want them doing it. There should be no reason to do it. It ain't the Wild West anymore. We didn't need this guy to come back up there and back up the police in case things got out of hand. Come in as a vigilante to ensure justice and order. And the idea of defending himself. The best way to defend yourself is not to show up to a place that's going to go into a riot. I like to practice
Jubilante.
A jubilante. So. We'll see how it goes, and either side will make hay of it the best they can. The right will play it the way they always do. Don't let this be a threat to our right to possess our firearms. They're going to come for our guns. You know, that's what everything is on that side. In the meantime, it's a serious escalating situation with all this fire play, these firearms. I've never owned a gun, never had to own a gun. I've made it, to where I'm gray on the temples, and haven't had any confrontations involving guns. So it is possible to live a peaceful, productive, happy life and not have to have a closet full of ammunition. At least in America, it used to be.
Yeah, I don't know a gun either. I mean, never had a, I had one for a while, but that was when I was living in the hood or whatever, and I just, felt more secure. Of course, I had a family then too, so.
Well, apparently you've learned how to raise your hand, and the bullets will stop in the air as they come towards you. So you've got it covered. I'm talking about your.
Well, I'm good. I mean, I want Jesus right now. You're gonna take me out. I'm ready. So, for me, it doesn't matter.
So who is Neo? Is Neo is he you on your avatar, or is he Christ? You got Neo stopping all the bullets, right?
Well, yeah.
There will come a time when you won't have to dodge them.
I guess he's a drug dealer.
What's that?
Yeah. You remember when the drug dealer came to buy that program from Neo in the Matrix movie?
Was he a drug dealer?
Basically called him, "You're my own personal Jesus Christ." I think he was.
No, the contraband was the program, whatever it was. It wasn't drugs, I don't think. He was just he was buying.
Well, yeah, but Neo was selling the program to the drug dealer or something. So, or he was a clubber or something.
Yeah, he's a partier, but he was. I'll have to review it. I didn't get the impression the guy was a drug dealer. I just thought he was a guy who was. The illegal thing was the program that Neo was selling him. So it might have been some virtual reality orgy thing, or some. But the contraband was the program that Neo was selling to him. That's why he got busted by Agent Smith. You've committed every crime in the book. Every computer crime in the book. Great movie.
Yeah. But actually, Neo is kind of like a Christ-like figure in the Matrix. Do you think? It's kind of a little bit of a far stretch, but.
Are you familiar with Dune?
It's there. I mean.
Right. Are you familiar with Dune?
The old Wolfenstein Dune.
The novel Dune. The outer space Dune.
Not so much.
Yeah, I'm not really that familiar with it, but I did skim and scan it, and they have there's a race of high priestesses, or there's a group of high priestesses of this religion, and what they've done is they've gone throughout the universe and landed on planets and instilled this religious doctrine into the people on the planets, so that in the future, if any of them wind up in dire situations, they can count on the people of the planets to support them and revere them and fear them. So I thought that was a very interesting little twist of how to do it. But religion proliferating through our culture. What do you think Jesus can do?
I remember the movie, but I was very young.
Yeah, and it wasn't that good.
And I didn't really understand the movie so much, so it didn't really stick with me when I watched it.
Yeah, I don't. Same with me, actually. But I just remember that part stood out for me. The idea of religions being proliferated across the galaxies in order to serve travelers who might get in trouble on these primitive planets. I was just wondering what Jesus can do for you that death won't do in the first place.
Well, with Jesus, I mean, you live forever in heaven. Okay. In the light, basically he gives you status in heaven.
He's the
No,
guy.
Q is in Star Trek Next Generation.
The healers?
Well, huh?
The healers, did you say? No, I didn't.
No, like Q, from the Star Trek Next Generation.
Right. Okay. You said Q. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it just gives you Q status in heaven.
Gives you status in heaven.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there is a hierarchy. There's a hierarchy, of ascending order of power and authority.
Yeah.
At the top of the pyramid, there is the ultimate authority by which all the membership can be instructed as to how to think, or what to value, and how to behave. So that certainly is a good structure for an agenda. It just seems rather human to me to come up with something like that. You know, we've got kings. We have kings are chosen by God. So I guess whatever they say, everyone's got to do. And that imposes the order, values, and behavior of the subjects below. It's just as an extension of tribalism in my mind. And the actual empirical, existence of something like a God just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Doesn't seem to make sense.
Doesn't make sense, sir.
Well, what does random chaos make?
Well, you understand
random
that
chaos.
In a true system of random chaos, there still will be areas of order. Order emerges from chaos. If it's truly random, you will have regions of order. That's the one book I read was a chaos theory and the Mandelbrot curves and all that stuff.
All right.
But
so based on like just probability and random chaos versus intelligent design, which do you think is more probable?
Probable is not actual. Doesn't matter. I can get it wrong and I can get it right, but it really doesn't affect what actually is. So
that's fine. That's fine. Just add to the pile. Add to the pile of non-evidence that adds up to nothing. Okay.
Well, yes, and what you get left with is our sentient decisions. Our decisions as sentient beings trying to make order and navigate our way through what is. And if that kind of agenda works for the tribe, it will continue. And that's pretty much what has gone on over the eons. But much of the stuff that undergirds the Bible and all that stuff has been found to be not accurate. And if it claims to be the inerrant word of a God, it fails. It fails us on that basis alone. And the idea that a God is the non-dependent source of creation would have to occur. This God would have to occur, which means that he's dependent on occurring. It's just absurd. It's absurd. In order for God to be God, he has to be non-dependent and create everything, but yet be non-dependent. Yet for anything to exist, it has to occur, including God. If he doesn't do something, then it's nothing. So God as well is dependent. And that's when I stopped pursuing the idea about God, and I just say, let's deal with what we can understand. Because I claim to be an atheist, so I don't claim that I know everything God should know. We're working on the problem. We're making it up as we go along, and we're working on the problem. But if it works for you, it works for you, gives you comfort,
what
fine.
What you say is actually true.
If it works for you, fine.
I just happened to stumble upon him.
Mm-hmm. Stumble upon who? Jesus?
But what you say is actually true. I mean, yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, if it works for you, fine, until the membership starts passing legislation inflicting their thinking into other people's lives. So that's just why religion, especially the Abrahamic religions and stuff, have become pernicious in light of what we know.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as that goes, I mean, I think the Roman Empire and the
Roman Empire.
ugh.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm getting a really bad connection right now. Hold on a second, please.
Okay.
All right.
Terrible.
Well, I went out and I had to walk my dog a little bit. So what did I miss?
I was doing my occurrence thing on him. God depending, an independent God has to occur, which means he's dependent on occurrence.
I think I think we all have every right to define a God into existence. And I define my God a whole lot differently than a Christian defines their God. So what makes their definition hold more sway than my definition?
Because their probabilities are more probable.
Well, no, I'll define a God into existence that cannot exist, or certainly that doesn't exist, because we can show that there's evil. We can show that there's not maximal, that the God doesn't care about our maximal well-being, all this kind of stuff, right? That
No,
I would
he's
define a God
mysterious.
to be.
Well, that's your subject.
Yeah,
He's
I would
mysterious.
define a God to be a being who looks after his children's maximal well-being. End of story. That God does not exist, therefore God does not exist.
I look at a God as a creation of man to establish an ultimate authority by which he can control the thinking, values, and behavior of the membership. That's how it came about in tribal life.
That's using human nature as the basis for your God.
Yeah.
Which is...
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, an actual God is an absurd idea because he would be dependent on occurring. So, they label him as being independent. He's the independent creator. They go into timelessness and beyond space and beyond time, immaterial, and all this stuff. But it still has to occur. They talk about multi-universes. Well, the other universes have to occur. Everything that's the fundament of everything that we speak of.
I'll give you this argument. Okay, when you ask a Christian will say God exists, and an atheist will say God doesn't exist, and then the Christian will say prove that God doesn't exist, and then I say Sidney Winston is God. And then the Christian will say, Sidney Winston is not God. And then I say, I'll prove Sidney Winston is not God. Go ahead.
I would say, don't overtalk me. That, I'm shocked, Sidney, shocked that a man of your gray beardedness would come up with such a juvenile gobbledygook of a presentation of what is an approach being a thought.
I'm sorry, Darth.
The fundament, the ultimate fundament is occurrence, goddammit.
Damn.
You have occurrence. Non-occurrence is nothing. Occurrence is something. That's where you get started. That's the regression. And if it's truly the fundament, you can't further deconstruct it. You deconstruct occurrence, you get nothing. So we know that there's something because here we are. So occurrence is the fundament of everything. That's all right. Things have that characteristic in common, without exception, including an idea of an actual God. If he does something, then it has to occur. He says, I am what I am.
He's not dependent on he's not depending. How did you put it? He's dependent on occurring. Is that how you put it?
It depends on occurrence. Yes.
Well, see, he's not dependent on anything because he's not dependent on occurrence because he already occurred.
How?
Well, that's what occurrence is. That which occurs, that which has occurred, that which is occurring, and that which will occur. It's all occurrence. If it doesn't, it's not.
In other words, he's not dependent on occurrence. He occurred. He just always was.
He is occurrence.
He is occurrence. Yeah, he's occurrence.
Okay, well, the rest is bloatware. Okay, so he with his morality, and he with his gender, and
Mm-hmm.
he with all that stuff. That's bloatware. Occurrence is the fundament,
Mm-hmm.
and it can go in any direction from there. You don't have to have a pre-existing mind. Occurrence is the fundament. There's no pre-existing mind.
Do you hear that,
My,
Darth Dawkins?
mother, he still won't let me in the clubhouse. And I've never said anything to him. I think someone was spying on me, visiting you, Sidney, and reported it to him. And the next thing I know,
You know who I've sent in there to do my spying for me? Justin Downing.
you just outed your man.
Oh, shit. Sorry, Justin.
Yeah, we'll see.
Based on what you're saying there,
Yes.
Bill, the occurrence is what is occurring. It just has a mind to it, and so it's not blind occurrence. It's occurrence that sees everything.
You're quicksanding yourself, man.
Yeah, well, that's not the fundament, though. That's you're adding stuff into it. When Darth talks about an ultimate fundament from which everything derives, everything is referred. Okay,
That's nonsense.
I agree with that. I mean,
it's occurrence. It's that which occurs is what it is, objectively what it is.
But
Isn't
that reality? Occurrence, reality, isn't that the same thing?
No, as I call it actuality.
Jesus Christ is reality.
I call it actuality to contrast it with reality. I believe reality is a sentient construct. Okay, it's a model, our mind's model. We call it reality. Okay. Reality is what you knock on and it's there. Actuality is what's there even without the knocking.
Okay, I say actuality is pure existence.
Well, people, I say, what actually happened? I asked T-Jump, what do you mean by actually? And he says, well, that which literally happened. So that literally what took place. Okay.
Well, my dreams are literal. They actually happened, but it's not reality per se.
It is reality.
So
it's your reality within your head.
Yeah.
No thought.
See, there's so many layers to this.
Yes, well, you get down to the fundament and its occurrence. But I'm saying that the question you ask, if you just determine if something is real or imaginary, is does it occur? If it only occurs as a mental concept, then it hasn't actually occurred as a physical reality. So
okay, now I'm trying to come to you at your level, which is very, very sound reasoning, by the way. I have to. This is pretty good. Now, the occurrence that you're talking of to actually be real, as we were just saying, has to be what? Has to be witnessed.
That's
it has to be witnessed.
No, I'm sorry.
Well, it does. Even if you're God, otherwise you're occurring, but no one sees it. Then how does it know? How could it be? How could His glory ever be shared, or His love ever be shared and witnessed, or even matter if it's not witnessed? So the occurrence has to be witnessed in order for it to actually been real, so that we can even say that it occurs.
That's why I say actuality versus reality. Reality is observation and description and its sense of self and its modeling of reality. That's the business of sentience. Sentience requires actuality. Actuality does not require sentience. If there were no living beings anywhere in the universe would still be actual. There just would be no descriptions, no labels, no names for it, no characterizations, but it would still actually be there. The problem is,
but there would be no observation. In other words, how real is it if no one witnessed it?
Exactly. That's why reality emerges from sentience, and sentience emerges from actuality. And the difference is sentience is us. We are the only sentient beings I know of sufficiently sentient to do what we do in the way we do it. But it's a biological emergence. It's once you have something, occurrence, something, There's nothing really to describe until sentience emerges, and that is sentience emerges through evolution. It emerged through evolution. Okay. And that's what we got now. That's what the business of sentience is, what we do. We describe, we observe, we describe, we perceive, and we remember, and we cogitate. We think about it. That's logic and reason. We then attribute those thoughts into packets of meanings called words, which we use to communicate to other individual and discrete sentient beings. That's the human condition. That's the sentient condition. If all that was taken away, the actual universe would still be there. So
that's good. That's good stuff. I mean, you're actually right, and you're actually giving a good argument of God. I'm going to post some a scripture in the YouTube.
Well, I was going to suggest that you
channel.
disabuse yourself of all that you've learned about God through the years of inculcation, the generations of inculcations, this primitive thinking, and just take the God part out of the picture about glory and all this stuff that he needs and all that stuff, and let's just start talking about the way things are. Actually,
well, yeah, really. We could do that, but you're in denial of part of the thing that is.
I'm in denial. What am I denying?
Well, I mean,
mind?
Am
I denying the pre-existent
the denial
mind?
of a deity?
No sweat. Been doing that all my
but
life.
You're actually right. I'm talking about sentience, and we're witnesses of God. That is one of our purposes.
Well, we're witnesses of God.
So I mean, if you want to strip away, by the way, that was an assumption that everything that I've learned, I just happened to stumble upon Jesus. So I'm not someone who was raised in the church or came up in a religious home or anything like that at all. I stumbled upon him and I witnessed him.
You didn't stumble upon him, sir. You may not have been taught in your home, but it is inculcated. Christianity is inculcated everywhere you turn. These people still come up to me. I've got gray beard. They say, "Have you heard the good news about Jesus Christ?" "Oh, really? Have I heard about Jesus Christ?" "No. What's that?" "Oh, he pays for all your sins." "You mean I don't have to die? I can live forever?" I never heard that before. You can't get away from it, man. It's been going on for centuries.
Well, yeah, I understand that. But for me personally, it was not even a second thought or a third thought in my mind. I was a regular person, going to work.
A regular person,
running a business.
Regular person has like 4 levels to what they think. Okay. No, we go on and do what we do. We're trained SEALs to function in society. We're trained in schools to work in the factory and structure our lives around the work clock and the work week, and to be of use somewhere, And we don't delve into these deeper thinkings except in rare quiet moments. So you were too busy to contemplate that. And what was the occasion of your stumbling upon the supernatural?
Well, for me personally, my testimony, I mean, I did something pretty pretty bad.
Reprehensible.
There you go. It was pretty bad, and I couldn't actually live with myself for what I did, and so I needed forgiveness pretty badly, terribly bad. And so that's when I started looking for answers.
Did it work?
So in that sense, I guess kind of like what you said, I started watching like Christian TV, and so I mean it was kind of there, but I just started listening, and I would hear other people testifying about their need for Jesus or whatever, or their addiction or their crime or whatever they'd done. And I would just listen. I realized how ignorant I was of all of it and who Jesus really was and what he meant and who he really was and what he meant to God and to humanity and everything else. And, after a few months, well, he showed up.
And how's it worked for you? Have you gotten your sense of forgiveness? Have you?
Yeah.
You have. So if you're now to find out that it was all a bunch of hooey, would you feel yourself now unforgiven again, or would you just be able to go on without the guilt of that reprehensible act?
Well, I don't think that is actually a possibility because you've heard of the Holy Spirit, I'm assuming.
Holy Spirit? Is that
Right.
real good whiskey? Real good whiskey?
Yeah. The way I describe it a lot of times is, I don't know if you've ever done like any psychedelics, like mushrooms or LSD or anything.
I've done everything.
Excellent. I'll try anything once, I used to say. But it's a bona fide experience. It's something that, we would call a real experience that happened. Of course, it was chemically induced and based, but when you're baptized in the Holy Spirit by the Lord, it's a bona fide experience. It's something that you don't forget. It's something that becomes part of who you are.
Key. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting. Sorry.
So, the fact that occurred, I mean, the only thing that could take that back is him. And so, like, when you say if I found out that it was a hoax, well, to me, that's not even a possibility.
Well, what I learned from my psychedelic experience was that it's all about neurotransmitters. Reality, whatever feels real, these extreme religious awareness and unveiling that you experience sometimes with LSD and others. It's neurotransmitters. They call it acid because it plasticizes the receptor sites in your synapses, so that neurotransmitters that did not formerly fit into those receptors now fit. And so you have neurotransmitters dealing with audio that fit into your visual receptors, and you start to see sound and such like that. And that's why they call it acid. It's because it dissolves and plasticizes the receptor sites. But that's the basis of reality. That when you're right here in the present, and the table is hard, and the walls, you can't walk through the walls. You're here in reality. It's still a modeling. It's all a modeling brought about by neurotransmitters and the action of the brain. So,
yeah, I mean, the only reason why I kind of equate it to that is because one molecular bond in the neurotransmitter, I mean, gives you a whole completely different perception of reality and of everything. I mean, visuals or perception of reality in terms of like your place in society or the world, or higher functioning, or space, or anything you want to anywhere you want to take it.
Mental faculties. Just call them mental faculties. The different
there you go.
sub processes, but they're all just different circuitous firings. They're neural firings.
The point being that it's not something that you can deny happened. It's something that occurred. We induced it ourselves, but it happened. So we know that in our mind, it was a real experience.
What you can't deny happening is what actually occurred. Truth is the accurate description of that which has occurred. That's simply the complete definition. Or truth is the accurate description of whatever it is you're talking about. But it is a word. Truth is a word describing the accurate description of whatever it is you're talking about. I don't know why I brought that up, but it is a very complete definition. By my
Yeah, I like it.
train of thought. Yeah.
But basically, the thing that I'm just trying to say is the fact that it occurred as an experience, however, whether it was a dream or it was induced with a tab of LSD or whatever, it's a bona fide experience that happened. So, it's real, and it's definitely my reality. But the thing is, this reality is available to everybody who will take the leap of faith, basically.
Well, they say truth is that which comports with facts, or that which comport to reality. And I have a little trouble with the word comport, because comport is like behavior. So something I used to get, they used to have satisfactory and unsatisfactory on your grade card, and I used to get unsatisfactory in comportment. Always got comportment. I had a problem with that. But comportment is a behavior, and truth is not behaving. So I say truth is that which accurately describes, is the accurate description, okay, to reality. And I think it's a better definition than saying truth is that which comports to reality. I think that's a loaded word. It takes in an inaccurate vector of what you're actually thinking about objectively. So I lost what I was thinking, and then I came back to it, and now I lost it again. But it's all about description. I was talking about the business of sentience is fundamentally to describe, is to describe what it's experiencing, and you can describe something accurately, or you can describe something inaccurately. Okay, that's the difference between truth and falsity. Falsity is just inaccurate description in my book. So you can inaccurately describe something that, and it doesn't change the actuality of what actually occurred, the truth of what occurred. So you can come up with all sorts of reasons and experiences and your feelings about them, and there has to be a way to confirm the accuracy of what you're talking about. Because you can have these experiences and you say they're truth to you or they're real to you, and they're not real. They're not real as far in terms of actuality. You had a real experience of watching the clock tower melt, and it didn't really melt, right?
Well, I understand what you're saying. I mean, all I can give is my testimony on what happened to basically tell you that I know that it is reality. And wait, what am I trying to say here? Basically, all I can give is my witness testimony that it happened and that it's real, and a lot of other Christians do too. So it's not like I'm the only one, saying this. And at a certain point, we can't all be crazy. That's just another thing to add to the pile. By the way,
yeah,
that's just another thing to add to the pile of non-evidence that adds up to nothing. So that's 2.
I don't know what that means. Non-evidence that adds up to nothing.
Right. That's my troll.
How do you use that? Why do you use that phrase?
Well, because there's going to be a lot of those
situations where you're trying to describe something that you say is real, but there's non-evidence, so it amounts to nothing.
Well, yeah, like Mount Sinai, or Rome burning, or other things like that.
Things that you can't actually confirm. Well, we confirm everything as far as we are willing to do, and you confirm in your thinking that Jesus saves, and you do not want to further deconstruct that confirmation because you don't want to break down the confirmation. So
I'm ready to break it all the way down.
Break it down, brother. Break that shit down.
Sidney, I hear Sidney all the time saying, "Well, it's on you. It's on you to prove God or whatever." And I can do that, but it's going to be on you after I do that, or you'll be in denial.
No, just accept I can accept your evidence as being accurate or inaccurate. That's what I would judge my evaluation of it on. Because when it comes down to it, it's all about individual and discrete sentient beings communicating with each other. I mean, if it was just one sentient being, it'd be awful lonely.
Exactly.
There'd be no life. So, I mean, the situation is that we are individual, sentient human beings, and that's what sentience does. Sentience does. It communicates. It communicates to other beings.
God is like that.
Well,
he would be lonely if there was no one there to witness him. It's as odd as that might sound, but one of the descriptions in the Bible of God is He is spirit, and also He is love. So the spirit of love, if it's alone, what good is it?
These are all human attributes that you want to apply to an ultimate authority figure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, that's how he describes himself.
Well, he has to be. We have to endow him with the knowledge of everything in order to confirm our concept of him, so we can use him as an ultimate authority figure to instruct us for our values, our thinking, and our behaviors.
I like the occurrence explanation.
He just said, that's how he describes himself in the Word of God.
How do you know? How do you know? Have you met God?
Yeah.
Through the Bible, brother.
Yeah, but I mean,
you shake the hands with God every time you turn a page.
Yeah, well, I met Goldilocks and the Three Bears. So what does that tell you?
Well, you know Goldilocks.
Of course. And that's how I became an animal lover, because I got introduced to the Three Bears.
Yeah. Well, how many Goldilocks and the whatever Three Bears, witness to the same thing, or is it just you?
Everybody witnesses. If I mention Goldilocks and the Three Bears, it's not a nothing to people. They know exactly what I'm talking about. So the witnesses are immeasurable.
Well, yeah, they know the story.
Right, and where does the story come
from? They don't know her or the bears as creator.
Where does the story come from?
I don't know, actually.
Well, it comes from the author who thought it up and wrote it.
There you go.
Just like your Bible. Just like every book, really. That's fiction. Yeah. Every mythology, every theology, every fiction, even science fiction.
How do you determine between fact and fiction, DeFreak, in books that are documentary and books that are fiction?
The only reason I would consider the Bible to be, fact is because of my experience that I had with God. Otherwise, I have actually no real reason to believe that it's true.
So that's pretty weak to start off with. So,
well.
So in terms of having a convincing point.
Somebody else.
Bullet point.
Yes, that's what they do.
But I mean, how many more Christians have to testify to the same thing? Before you believe any of us. I mean, just one more.
No, until somebody credible has the same experience as me. And I don't have any experiences, so I have no idea what every single one of you millions of Christians are talking about.
Well, you have to I
don't have to. This is the thing. I don't have to.
Well, you don't have to, no, but you should consider that at a certain point, people's testimony has to mean something. I mean, it matters in court.
All gods are imaginary. Yes, but there's evidence to back it up. Now, all gods are imaginary until you show me. Well, you can show me that all gods are not imaginary, because they simply are. So you're wasting your time.
2,000 years have gone by. Every single Christian tells you that Jesus was dead for 3 days and rose from the dead. How many more do I need to tell me that to I actually believe it?
Good one.
Show me if you have to demonstrate. Demonstrate it.
Well, what I'm saying is, how many more Christians have to testify to you that they've had an experience with the Holy Spirit and that God is real?
None. Well, real, not actual. It's real to them, but it's not actual.
Exactly. They have an imagination. They used it. That's very nice for them.
I already know that. I already believe them that they've had an experience, but it's not actual. It's just it's an abstract, conceptual experience.
What are you barking at?
Well, it's just like me saying, well, I've never been to Egypt, therefore I know it's not a real place. It's not real. That's kind of what you're doing.
No, there's two places. You can confuse the map for the place. You can have a map of a place that doesn't exist, like a map of Middle Earth, okay? And you can have a map of Africa, which does exist, okay? The map is not the place anyway. The map is just a representation of the place. The place is the actuality. And, you see, you see the shape of the states, okay, on a map. But when you're standing on the ground in the middle of the United States, you don't see these structures, these geometric forms. They're just representations. The actuality is the ground and the dirt. So the map for the place. Don't confuse the map for the place. You can draw.
But I've never been there, so it's not real. That's pretty much what you're saying. It's actually
you're living in a very small little bubble there.
Saying that it's actual. It's because if you knock on it, it would be there. Okay. So it's called object persistence.
All right.
Persistence. Okay.
Here's my whole shooting match for you, Sidney. I'm not gonna pull out any punches. I'm not gonna play any games. Or I just posted in the YouTube chat the unrefutable evidence that you can deny all you want. Where's he going?
He's running for the hills. He probably needs to get a little bit of napkin. I think he's been eating sloppy.
Basically, seeds germinate, and until science can prove exactly how, it's on you, y'all. Burden proof on you.
Stick with that. Stick with that thinking. You'll never have to reassess your confirms.
Well, hey, listen, it's in the Word of God. He said it first.
Well, prove that.
Well, I mean, this is going in the Quran, which was 1,500 years ago. I mean, that was before science was invented.
Oh, come on, dude.
Come on, man.
There was no
Who's
science
reassessing now?
Before the Quran. The science was not invented. Doesn't the golden age of Greece precede the Quran?
I don't know. Did they have measuring cups and
they did Archimedes? They had
to heat up water to 212 degrees Celsius Fahrenheit.
They had stuff like that. They had sundials. They had levers. They had the Greeks. What else? He demonstrated the size of the Earth. I think he just determined the size of the Earth and that the Earth was a planet. Earth was a sphere. All that. See, what interrupted that kind of thinking was what we call the Dark Ages and the rise of Christianity in the Middle Ages.
The Catholic Church. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, until the Enlightenment, they rediscovered the Golden Age of Greek, and renewed it. And ever since the Enlightenment, Carl Sagan talks about the great demotions of mankind. We first were demoted by not being at the center of the universe, that the sun revolves around us is not true. These various demotions that displace the importance of man and that the universe is not here to serve man, because of man. If God made the universe just so there could be man, it's an awful waste of space, is one of the great quotes. But I'm looking for that. I'm looking for what you posted there. I'm trying to get to the freaking website. Let me see. There's a live chat going on for this right here, right now, what we're doing.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you looking for?
Well, he said he posted. He posted the killer, the conversation killer, the Big Mac killer, conversation killer.
Surah 56.
I can't find my Sidney
Oh, hold on.
website.
He posted a surah, which is, I believe, Muslim, and then he posted a Isaiah, which is Jewish, but he's never posted anything Christian.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna pop over to this other page. Okay. Surah, whatever will be, will be. Okay. Give him the delay. To freak. Is it you who makes it grow, or are we the grower?
He's
Okay.
left. He left.
No, he's. Oh, maybe he did, because I'm not looking at the page. I got to get back to the meeting. Yep, he's gone. Okay. Yeah, that ended weak.
Well,
But it was fun.
they've got nothing, absolutely. Oh, he had a browser crash. So he's going to come back and present nothing.
Okay. Well, I was going to go because all I wanted to do was make sure my microphone and camera worked in my headset, and it works, Sidney.
Yes, but I need you to create an atheist out of this guy.
Oh, no. I'm not a proselytizer. It should just be obvious. To freak.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
But are you better?
Are you?
I don't know. I'm having a little bit of quirkiness in my browser, but
Are you built
otherwise
bigger and better?
Are you back channeling to Darth?
So yeah, I mean that's the bottom line breakdown that I could give to you. That it's kind of he's mysterious and it's kind of unsolved, but until we know exactly how and why, and well, we know why and somewhat how a seed germinates. It's on you guys now to prove that God does not exist, because my contention is the thing that sparks life, that's God. So every time you see a tree, every time you see a plant, you're looking at evidence.
No, it's on us to describe what makes the seed germinate. It's not on us to say God. It's on us to further analyze and deconstruct the actual things that are involved in the seeds germinating.
Yeah. So are you the grower or are we the grower?
Of what? The seed? The seed grows. Why? Well, let's look at it and see. Let's look at it in an orderly fashion so we don't have inaccurate digressions, and see what's actually going on. That way, the truth of what makes seeds grow can be an accurate description of that which is occurring. We call that science. It's a process.
Yeah, and so far as I know, it still hasn't been completely explained, or we don't have full knowledge of what is going on in the process. So,
Who says we should?
Plus, I'm giving you the portion of God's word that is basic. I'm not smart enough to come up with that argument on my own. I'm showing you the portion of God's word that's saying, hey, that seed that you sow, are you growing it or are we growing it? Okay. I'm giving you the best thing. I'm giving you the best rubber meeting the road kind of concept that I possibly can.
Has he not revealed it to you? Why the seed grows?
Well,
beyond the definition of that he does it? Okay. So God hasn't revealed to you that. So God has not fully revealed himself to you.
Well, he has. I mean, I've seen him in his full glory, but he didn't tell me how. He didn't tell me how his seed, how seeds germinate.
Well, that's not full, then, is it? If you want to quantify things.
Well, that's not what I asked him about either.
Yeah, but I'm asking you about has he revealed himself fully to you?
Yeah. In other words, I saw him.
Yeah. Well, do you know me fully? If looking at my picture, do you know me fully? Do you know can you tell me how many hairs are on my head, or how many hairs are in my eyebrow, or what's located 3 inches behind my forehead in the middle of the tissue? Okay, I mean, that's to fully know something, isn't it?
Well,
You have to know everything about it.
right, but that's not what I was inquiring him about. You know, the only thing I know about you is what we're talking about now.
Right.
Kind of the same thing.
But I'm not asking about what you inquired to him. I'm asking about what he revealed to you. Well, has he revealed himself in his entirety to you?
Right. In other words, he showed me himself. He didn't show me everything that he knows, but yeah. I saw him.
He showed you what he wanted to show you.
Yeah, that's true.
So how much of what he wants to show, how much is there what he doesn't want to show you is there as in a ratio to what he wants to show you?
Well, there'll 60, always be 40, things. There'll 80, always 20? Be things we'll never know about God. You know, otherwise we would be God. But him showing himself to me was just the confirmation that I needed to know that he was real, because that was one of my inquiries. Like, God, I need to know you're real. God, are you there? You know, show me a sign, you know, anything. Where the fuck are you? God, are you real? I want to know that you're real.
I did that when I was 5 years old. I was shouting that at the sky when I was 5 years old, and even flipped a bird at him just to see if that made me get him off his throne a little bit, just to give me an inkling, an iota of some sort of response.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. I completely understand where, you know, what you're saying and what you mean and stuff. Okay. When you were inquiring of him of that, and was it just your beautiful sense of, you know, curiosity and wanting to know things, or did you need forgiveness, and did you actually have a reason to repent of something?
No, I was just walking around talking to myself. I used to talk to imaginary things all the time. I used to talk to bugs. I used to play with my cats, and I'd be talking to my cats, you know, just had conversations, multiple conversations going on in my inner thoughts. Okay. Mm-hmm. And so it came a time to address that conversation. And I wanted confirmation, because I realized I really wasn't talking to my cats, and I'm really not talking to my bugs, and my imaginary friends are just imaginary, and they're mental processes of my own. That's why I have conversations with myself. One of my favorite things is to fantasize that I'm cross-examining myself on a court. I'm the lawyer and the witness. You ever do that? Where you're interior?
Not particularly, no, but
it's a nice mental exercise. Yeah, well, it's a mental exercise. You know, you role play two different roles. So who are you talking to? Who's me and who's, you know? So that goes on just as a natural part of thinking. You know, I think I think sentience is a committee of thinking. It's a committee of thoughts. But in any event, I came to the situation where I just wanted to have any kind of overt confirmation that I was being heard. Mm-hmm. and it didn't happen. So
yeah, you know, that I wish I could say, well, you know, that was not a good enough reason, or that was good enough reason, but you know, this or that or the other thing. The only thing I could say is I don't know why he revealed himself to me and not you in that regard. Only that I needed forgiveness so bad, I was going to either find him or I was going to die trying, literally.
Oh, I was a happy-go-lucky kid. I had a nice little bourgeois, comfortable middle-class upbringing in a stable household with good parents, role model parents, and I was interested in school and doing things, and I just had a tendency to want to make everybody laugh all the time, so I was always a little overactive and trying to get people's attentions and mess with their heads. But yeah, I did not have motivations like that.
Have you done anything? Can you say that you've done anything, like even broke a law or done anything so terrible that you couldn't live with yourself
I wanted to make
anymore.
friends. Wanted to make friends with a kid who was in my class, but he was kind of a delinquent type, and I'd been avoiding him. But we decided. I started talking to him one day in school. This is in grade school, and we decided to go down to Circle K and shoplift. So I'm walking along, happy-go-lucky, just shooting the breeze with him. We get to the store, we walk in, laughing, talking to each other like it's just another day, and we start filling our pockets up with pencils. Okay. Because that's the only thing I could think of, because I was centered on school. So I'm taking these pencils, and they're in little boxes with wrappers, and they're crackling and making all this noise. And the clerk is obviously seeing us do this, and we started walking out the door with all these pencils stuffed in our shirts, and he puts his hand on my shoulder. My friend looks up, and he takes off running, so he's gone. So I got caught for shoplifting, and the guy called my house, told my mom about it. And then he sent me home. He didn't have me arrested or anything, but he told my parents about it. And so I knew that when my dad came home, I was going to have to face him for shoplifting. So it was a couple of weeks or a couple of blocks to my house. And the whole time I was walking, I was thinking, why could this not have happened? How can I not turn back time, and just have something else have happened? And it didn't happen that way, because what happens, and there's no going back. So that's kind of the lesson I learned there. My dad was understanding. He was upset and punished me, but it didn't create a huge trauma that I got caught for being an idiot, just acting out thoughtlessly and violating a law.
Well, to me, that's innocent, juvenile delinquency that probably happens to everyone, I think, or could happen to just about anyone.
Sure.
My situation was, I hurt somebody very terribly.
Do you really want to go into this? Do you really want to go into this?
Not really. I don't want to get into the specifics. I'm just telling you,
not for the sake
where
of
my heart was at. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
And I mean, it comes down to, how bad do you really want him? Okay, so it's like, I needed him, or I wasn't gonna live anymore, and so it was, it was a matter of desire, and it was a matter of the heart, and it was a matter of of those kind of things. So even though you have a beautiful mind and your curiosity is, off the charts and beautiful, and you're able to think on many levels of reality and even different perspectives, you still haven't had a need for him. That's the difference.
Okay. And may we all be so fortunate.
Well, all I can do is give my testimony and try and reason with you the best I can. And until you can show me exactly how a seed germinates, it's on you now.
Well, you could terrify me with the idea that what's going to happen to me after I'm dead. That horror and uncertainty, certainly that could be a motivator to get me to thinking more along the lines of how I should think about a God. What else is going to save me from that horrible, unfathomably terrifying fate? But the salvation of my sins through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, who was murdered by men, required to be murdered by men, so that God could forgive men for their immorality and sin. It doesn't make much sense to me. I'm not scared. Sorry, I'm not scared. Don't want to die, but I figure it's going to be just like before I was born. Don't fear it.
Well, I mean, I don't think I don't know what it's going to be like for you. I don't know what hell is going to be like for anybody or any of that. I don't come with that kind of narrative.
Some idea of hell? Do you have some idea of hell as opposed to heaven?
I mean, from what the Word of God says, mostly in the Quran, I can kind of put some things together, but I've never been there or seen it or whatever, so I don't really know. Just like I don't claim to know that the Noah story is like world flood, old earth, new earth. I wasn't there. I didn't witness it, but I saw him. And so I have to believe that the word of God is true because he showed me himself. And so the way I found him was through, God's word and through especially Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not going to doom and gloom you into him. I'm just showing you kind of the way that I think that you relate to the world in a science kind of way that, should make you at least consider something. And I don't understand exactly how the, sacrifice of Jesus is but all I can say is when God made a covenant with Abraham, and back when, I guess mankind would, separate an animal and they would make a covenant or whatever, a blood pact or a handshake or whatever it was back then. That's how they did it. So he would separate the animal and he would walk through it. They would walk through it and say, this is an oath. I'm not going to fuck your wife. You're not going to fuck my, whatever it was. Right.
However they worked it out.
Yeah. And then
it's a negotiation.
The animal sacrifice. There you go. It was just the weird things that what are the weird things men do? I guess I don't know.
You got to negotiate with God. You have to negotiate with God. Give him the best parts in the meat, so he'll have favor on you. Or if you're going to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, you say, "Well, let me find 5 good people. Let me find," you negotiate with God. So it's a negotiation.
I guess so, but I mean, this was occurring, I guess, even between men and men.
But this was a special negotiation. This was forgiving man for all his sins, for his original sin, his mortal sin, his sins. Okay, or else damnation, eternity to hell. And what God came up with is, I so love mankind that I want to forgive them for all the immorality and sin that they do. So I'll set it up so that man will commit one last immoral and sinful act, and that will absolve them. They will kill Jesus. They'll murder Jesus. And now I can forgive them.
The thing is, the animal sacrifices that were in the old Hebrew, writings from Moses was what was required to cover for their sin. The blood sacrifice to basically make them able to be God's people, to talk to him and to receive guidance from him or whatever.
A negotiation.
That was required. So Jesus was the fulfillment of all of that kind of, blood.
This was a special fulfillment. This was the one that was going to get the job done.
Right.
Get the job of that sin and that immorality all squared away. And how do you do that? You murder him.
Oh! Did somebody say murder? Yeah.
Mankind murder him. Jews can't murder another Jew. We'll have the Romans do it. Murder that guy. Now we're all good.
Okay, fine. Murder is one thing, and murdering results in death. Death results in oblivion.
For a while.
How do the Christians expect anyone to believe that death doesn't result in death? That death results in resurrection. In any
law of thermodynamics.
Oh, please elaborate.
Well, we know that energy is not created or destroyed if you believe science. Apparently, so we know that some part of the energy that is of your essence, or your essence is part of, isn't destroyed at some level, somehow, some way at death. You continue on in some manner, somehow, some way, some form. So we know that just by the law of thermodynamics.
Somehow, somewhat, some way, some form. Do we? And how do we know that from the law of thermodynamics? I'm not convinced.
Well, can energy be created or destroyed? According to that law, no.
What's the connection? I'm sorry.
Well, once you die, your energy isn't destroyed.
It changes. If something can't be created and something can't be destroyed, it has to be there.
It has to
in the first place and change.
It has to be converted into heat.
Or just change.
So there's some part of you that continues on. It's not destroyed.
listen, your atoms and your molecules that you're made out of have been around since the beginning of the universe. The hydrogen that's inside of your body right now has been around for 14, almost 15 billion years, and you've only been around for maybe a quarter of a century, half a century, whatever.
Every breath you take has at least one molecule of the air that Jesus inhaled during his life.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, all those molecules and everything weren't formed into my essence at that point.
You don't. You don't
But now
have
it has been.
Your essence doesn't exist. Your essence doesn't exist.
Your essence comes during neurological gestation.
What is an essence? What the hell's essence? Your personality, you mean, or what?
Well, I mean, I guess you could call it spirit or soul or
but none of those
personality
things.
Or
self-awareness,
personality.
Sentience.
Hold on. You said
the
something.
you that makes you. You know, the id as Freud, I think, would describe
Well,
it.
your environment and your upbringing makes you who you are. You know,
one of the mental faculties of sentience, id, ego.
You aren't who you are simply by random chance. You are who you are through a series of events throughout your life. Some of them, hopefully, most of them, are positive, while in a lot of people's cases, most of them, if not all, are negative.
I have one last question off you to freak. One last little thing before I go. You go to heaven. You die, you go to heaven. You are now in the perfect joy, eternal joy of heaven. Then you realize that a bunch of people that you really loved were atheists, and they're not there. They're not in heaven, and that they're suffering eternally.
That's rough.
How can it still be heaven for you?
Well, first of all, when you're in heaven, you're in the presence of God, and that means you're in the presence of the spirit of love.
Yeah, but you don't have memories of your
so you're no longer.
You'll have memories and stuff, but you have to understand.
I don't have to understand.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to help. I'm trying to offer an understanding.
Yeah, but you say I have to understand, and I.
Well, I don't mean it like that. I mean, I'm not an authoritarian.
You have to explain it so that I can understand.
I have to explain it. Yeah. Now, what was I saying? Hold on a second.
You were saying about you're in the presence of God, and
those judgments aren't my judgments.
Stop it.
That's on God. I have nothing to do with that. So if he put them there, that's on him. What do I care? I mean, I'm already in. I care that they're not there. Yeah, but I'm already.
It's just my mothers and my brother and my sister. My mother and brother and sister are burning in hell for eternity, and I'm in joy in heaven because I made it to heaven.
Oh, that's because you believe.
Because I'm with God.
It's not my judgment.
You believed in Jesus, and you escaped the hellfire. You lucky guy. You made the right choice. You see.
Thanks for all the fun.
But what you're doing is you're trying to assign guilt on something that I have no judgment over or no authority over.
I'm just asking, how can it be an experience for you? How can you have an experience of joy knowing that people you love are suffering for eternity?
Stop it.
That's all I asked. I wasn't telling you to blame this or blame that. It's just the situation. Wouldn't it not be the situation if you are you?
It would definitely be, according to the Quran. No, I do think about it. It's something that's in the Quran even.
Later. So,
all right, I gotta go.
Okay.
Put it in comments. I'm gonna go now. Bye.
Bye. Thanks for coming in, the freak. I think you're deluding yourself. In fact, it sounds very much like you're deluding yourself.
Well, let me ask you this, Sidney. Who's in doubt?
Who's what?
Who's in doubt?
Who's in doubt of what?
Is he real? What happens after death? Do we continue?
I have all those answers, so I'm not in doubt of anything. You're in doubt, obviously. You just asked all those questions. You must be in doubt. Am I wrong?
No, I'm saying I'm not in doubt. I know.
You know what?
I know that by the law of thermodynamics, that somehow, some way, we continue on. Our mind, there is no blank screen at the end. First of all, just by the law of thermodynamics.
Your mind and and thermodynamics have got no relation to each other, because thermodynamics refers to energy, and your mind is actually energy that's being energy in motion, I should say. That's your mind. Once you die, your mind is no longer exists.
We would assume that if in the
Right.
flesh, because
Right.
we base the mind on the flesh of the brain, and yes, that would be an accurate,
That's exactly how it works.
But I'm saying that it's a wrong assumption, first of all, and that certainly God, if he's God, could keep that mind intact in that energy that somehow, some way, some form continues on because it's not destroyed.
Well,
So
you keep
so
on,
now you have a
you keep on
there's
defining,
no way now that you can say that there's not a possibility.
You keep on defining
Even
this,
if it's a 0.5%, there's a possibility now.
There's no possibility of God. Sorry, but you keep on defining this God into existence as if your word is gospel. Your word is I've defined God into existence, and therefore you have to accept it so we can carry on talking. God,
well, I mean, if you want to see it that way, how many other people have claimed
all gods are imaginary?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
All gods are imaginary, and that's
how many other people have claimed to you that they've seen him, Sidney?
Every single person that I've ever met that's a Christian.
Or just me,
no,
maybe.
No, just Christians. Muslims never tell me they've seen God. Jews never tell me they've seen God. Only Christians tell me they've seen God.
I don't even think the Christians will tell you that they've seen him.
Why is that there, my friend? Why do only Christians have a personal experience with God? Why is that?
Maybe they know something.
Maybe there is a mental illness going throughout the Christian community. Maybe it is a whole kind of a community mental illness.
How about this? How is it that every other religion, belief, worldview, philosophy, whatever, how come they're all movable? In other words, they will validate each other and say, yeah, there's some good parts of this, there's some good parts. Only the born again Christians are immovable. We're the only ones who will not budge. Isn't that a sign?
It's a sign of craziness, yeah.
Or maybe we know something.
No, I doubt it very much. In fact, I know you don't know anything, because gods are all imaginary. So, there you go.
Well, now you're in denial now.
I'm not in denial of anything. I'm telling you that gods are all imaginary. I'm not denying. I'm actually telling you they are imaginary. That's not a denial of anything. That's a fact of life. Gods are imaginary. All gods are imaginary. Just like you told us, you had an experience with a god, personal experience with your God. It wasn't an external experience that you had in front of other people. It was something that you claim you had when you were alone, or dreaming, or whatever it was. So that's not exactly convincing evidence of anything. I want you to understand that.
No, I completely understand that. But I'm not the only Christian that says that they've had an experience with God. Now, they don't say that they've seen him. They would actually call me a blasphemer for saying that. Most Christians don't accept me either, by the way.
Well, then hold on. Are you a Christian, or are you not a Christian if you're not accepted by Christians? And why is your Christianity correct and the others who don't accept you are not correct?
Well, they'll pull out scripture and say that no man has seen God at any time or whatever.
Yeah, but scripture refers to fiction. So
Well, we're talking about
it
Christians
means
here.
exactly. Well, if they're going to refer to fiction, then we can start making anything we up, anything we like up, or we can accept everything we hear from every Christian as being made up and whatever. That's it. No argument. They can say what they like, but it's still all made up.
Well, you asked me about other Christians.
All gods are still. Listen, I don't speak for other atheists. I only speak for myself. So perhaps we could keep it with you as well. Just speak for yourself, because you can't speak for other Christians, just like I can't speak for other atheists. Not all atheists think the way I do about even atheism. So.
Right, but you asked me, why do other Christians not, subscribe to what I believe or
no,
whatever.
You said other Christians would call you a heretic.
And so I said that they would refer to scripture, and then I would refer to a scripture. So that was specifically about two Christians having a conversation and why they don't prescribe to what I would say, or they don't accept me. So that was all I was answering for that.
Well, I'm very interested in the first 300 years of Christianity, prior to Orthodoxy becoming the law of the land. So there's all these different interpretations of Christianity, all these different writings that people, or that groups of people, use as their divinity books, or books of divinity, whatever. And it was 300 years in the making until they decided what orthodoxy was and what orthodoxy wasn't. So what is it? Why should I believe that one person's Christianity is more valid than another person's Christianity, and that they're not both heretics to the other's Christianity?
That's a good question. I mean, that's tough too, because first of all, we have to get a little bit of the timeline right, because when you're talking about the
first 300 years, first
300 years. Rome, the Empire of Rome was not a Christian empire.
I didn't say. I said the first 300 years of Christianity until the Council of Nicaea, basically. The Council of Nicaea is when Orthodoxy was essentially agreed upon. Until then, there were umpteen bishops with umpteen different. There were Arianists. There were Arianists, and there were Manichaeans and the monastics, and there was this and there was that. There's all sorts of different Christianities, and that's what interests me, because until the Council of Nicaea, which is in 325, 300 years after Jesus Christ lived, that's a lot of time. Until that time, there was no orthodoxy. It was everybody's Christianity was theirs. That was it. So, I'm sorry. Carry on.
It was 300 years after the death of Christ that Constantine, kind of formed the Roman, right? I think it was after that the council came about, and then the
council
canon
the council was in 325 Common Era.
Was that during Constantine?
There was during Constantine. Constantine was the emperor who called the Council of Nicaea so that they could come up with one understanding of Christianity, and not all these different Christianities and all these different interpretations from all these different bishops. They all had different ideas, and considering that Christianity was kind of the law, the religion of the empire. Now, let's figure out exactly what it is. Hey, please. And and that's what he did. But until then, there was no. So if we were having a conversation in the year 200 of the Common Era, what Christianity would you be preaching to me? And it would, and I'll tell you what it would be. I'll tell you what it would be. It would be depending on where you were. Because if you were in North Africa, the Christianity was different to the Christianity that was in Mesopotamia, that was in Syria, that was in in the year two,
Yeah, I hear
in
you.
Galatia, you know, whatever.
And you're right. I mean, you know, religion is a man-made thing, first of all. So, like
Right.
the separating and the sex and the division, all that is because of man, not because of God per se.
Then how do you
But
then how do
the
you
then how
how
do
do
you
you reference the
right,
scriptures
right.
if it's man-made? If religion is man-made
First,
and the scriptures are made by man, then what does it matter?
well, the scriptures made by men who were inspired by the Holy Spirit,
That
which
you
means that
can make that claim until you give us names. Because if it's just some guy who's inspired by the Holy Spirit, then he's very special, being inspired by the Holy Spirit. But it seems to me that if he's very special to the point where he has written down something inspired by the Holy Spirit, he should we should know who this person is, and not some anonymous maybe writer or writers or who we don't know. It's too wishy-washy.
well, there's plenty of answers to that stuff.
Yeah, it's plenty of wrong answers.
We know Paul wrote a bunch of the New Testament. If that's what you're asking about specifically, we know John wrote John. Some of the other things are in question. A lot of it I think is subversion. We have a lot more answers than people will let on.
In science, if there's one thing in question, then your whole theory collapses. In theology, it should be the same way, and it isn't because of, I don't know, reasons.
Well, hey, listen, did OJ murder what's her name and the other guy just because the glove didn't fit?
No, he murdered them because the DNA proved it.
I think I made my point there, but the way
oh,
that
you think you made your
to
point.
follow a certain Christianity versus another kind of Christianity, it comes down to intent.
They didn't know. When you live in North America, when you live in North Africa, and you're following the Christianity there, you don't know that there's another Christianity in Europe. Or you don't know that there's another Christianity in Asia Minor, for example. You don't know that there's another Christianity up in Syria. You don't know these things. So what are you talking about?
You have to look at the intent of it. If the intent of it is anything other than getting you to Jesus Christ, then it should be discounted or discarded.
Yeah, but nobody had an intent of getting anybody to Jesus Christ.
That's the whole point of this.
You follow the religion, and that's the end of the story. What I'm saying to you is that Jesus Christ is just imaginary, and you can make up any stories you like and bring them to me and quote the scriptures and whatever, but until you explain to me the first 300 years of Christianity, you got nothing. Nothing.
What do you mean explain?
The problem of the first 3 centuries of Christianity is a huge problem. Because when you come to me now with Christianity, you're coming to me with the Nicene Creed, in your pocket. That's it. That's your Christianity. That's your Jesus. But for 300 years, that wasn't Jesus.
The whole point of the religion, I guess you could say, quote unquote, the religion is to get you to Jesus Christ.
That doesn't make sense if Jesus Christ.
So it doesn't matter even what sect or which area or geographic location. If it's not getting you to Him, then it's pointless.
Then how can you be a heretic? How can anybody be a heretic?
Because the scripture says that no man has seen God at any point, whatever. But I can go to the scripture that says that
if the whole
people
point of
do
all
see
these,
God.
If the whole point of all these different Christianity was to bring people to God, then how can you possibly be a heretic? There's no way. If they all do this, if they all try to accomplish the same thing, to bring people to God, to Jesus, they all did that, I'm sure. So how is heresy even a thing?
Well,
I'll tell you how.
Christians don't accept my testimony.
Well, then why should atheists?
Well, I've laid out some things that you can. you can say are invalid or deny or totally just outright reject.
I don't know.
But-
I don't outright reject. I go where the evidence leads. I'll go where empiricism points me. I'll go with it. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to put up or go with stories that are obviously either just asserted or just made up entirely. Asserted with no backup, no claim, no evidence, no nothing. And I don't believe that. I know that you cannot bring me any evidence of any gods because there aren't any gods. Gods don't exist. They never have. Gods are impossible. There's no reason to have a god. There's no necessity for a god because, as you said, energy is eternal. There's no. You can't make it up. You can't destroy it. It's there. It always was there. There's no. It's axiomatically exists.
Well, that's a great argument for God alone.
No, it's
right
not.
there.
You don't need God if energy exists eternally. You don't need God because it's not. There's no before energy, right? It's eternal.
Well, it makes up the mass of the mass of particles that make our reality real. I guess you could say yes. It's where the rubber meets the road. Right, so
No, you're not making any
I'm
sense.
saying,
I don't know what that means.
well, basically, our plane of existence, our universe is based on energy and matter. Law of thermodynamics says that those things aren't created or destroyed. You're saying how that's true, and so it always was, and whatnot. And I'm saying, well, that's an argument for God alone, right there.
Yeah, well, it's
Just,
not.
Just
The fact
assign
that
a mind to it.
the fact that energy is eternal is not an argument for God in any way whatsoever. Explain to me.
Well, I mean, it all right. I guess that would be just my own reasoning because I, would assign a mind to that. But as as someone that's just living day to day, in the flesh reality that we're in, that argument shouldn't hold anyway. We should move on.
All right.
So anyway,
I'm with you on that. What do you think of Zionism? What do you think of?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you what is that exactly? Like a Zionist or whatever? What does that mean exactly? Like establishment of Israel? Is that all it means?
No, Zionism has a few parts to it, but essentially, from the secular level, it's the dream to escape anti-Semitism in Europe and Eastern Europe, and to have a homeland for the Jewish people from which they could never be expelled, like what was happening to the Jews all over the world. Really, they were expelled from England and from Spain and from
Right.
all over the place. They were expelled all the time, expelled, and oppressed and discriminated against. So the idea was to provide a homeland where none of that would happen. They could live peacefully. They could use their the labor, because it was a socialist idea, and they could use their labor and build a country, a Jewish homeland, and that's Zionism. That's Zionism.
Okay. Ideologically, yeah, I would agree that I think that's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
But it really has nothing to do. It doesn't matter what I think about it because it's actually prophesied in the Bible that's what's going to happen anyway.
So you're a Zionist. Excellent.
Yeah, I think Israel should exist. If that's the question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it should exist. And I know that it will exist because that's what it says in God's word.
Good. I'm glad that you're confident.
That's the other thing with when we talk about evidence or reasons to believe, or prophecy has a lot to do with one of the things that convinced me to kind of even consider this stuff in the first place. Some of these things are so undeniable that you have to really, it slaps you in the face. You almost can't, just discard it.
Hmm? I get it.
So, the reformation of Israel is kind of one of those things. It's not the
It's
main
got nothing
thing.
to. It's got nothing. Excuse me. But I did say to you that the reason for Zionism isn't because of anything to do with the Bible. It's because of anti-Semitism in Europe.
Uh-huh.
Remember, anti-Semitism in Europe throughout from antiquity all the way through to the Middle Ages up until today.
Right.
So that's what I was talking about, and that's what Zionism or secular Zionism refers to.
I got you.
Yeah, and I'm a very big proponent. However, I'm shocked by how many people are absolutely, when they hear I'm a Zionist, they lose their shit. Absolutely lose their shit.
It is a little. It's I guess the assumption would be that you would not be. But
I'm a secular.
I can understand it because
why wouldn't I be? I'm secular, and Zionism is secular, and I don't see why I wouldn't be.
Well, the Jews claim to be, God's chosen people, and if you know that all gods are imaginary, well, then the Jews' claim to you is just lunacy or a pious that they aren't even worthy of.
Absolutely. Except it doesn't stop the fact that anti-Semitism still exists. You don't understand. You see, this is what you people don't understand. You people who don't have to suffer. It's like you just don't care to understand. It sounds to me
I'm just
like
saying that it's
you're just I've just come to a realization about you just don't care to understand. Simple.
Wait.
You asked me what Zionism was. You didn't know, so you already were uneducated or ignorant of what Zionism is, even though it's a big part of general knowledge. You didn't know what it was.
Well, I hear different descriptions of it, so I wanted to be clear.
It doesn't matter what you hear. You can go into the library, or you could open up a few different sources and see where they agree or whatever. But it doesn't matter what you hear. If you're not interested, you won't. If you are interested, you'll do a little bit of research. But this is the thing that I believe is a problem: is that those that oppose Israel, those that are anti-Zionist, they don't understand what it's like to be oppressed for no reason. I mean, I'm an atheist, not a Jew, but still, I'm oppressed as a Jew, right? So this is what you guys don't understand, and this is why it's very important for Israel to be a strong secular presence in our world.
I understand what you're saying. I would disagree that I would disagree that I don't care, because I do care. And to me, it's peculiar when I hear Christians that are not Zionists or who don't think Israel should exist. To me, that's kind of strange.
I've never heard that.
But you have to also, I want you to understand something as well, is that I was born into a secular Muslim family. So the fact that I think that Israel should exist is almost as shocking to a lot of people.
No, not to me.
As you as an atheist would say that Israel should exist. So I understand a little bit what you're saying.
All right, if you say so. I don't see it though.
I mean, I think so.
Well, then how come you asked what a Zionist was if you didn't? If you think Israel should exist, then you should know what Zionism is. Surely.
like I said, I hear so many different descriptions of what it is, and that's one of the the communist privilege, I guess you could say, is they change meanings and words and concepts, definitions so much that I just wanted to know exactly what uh, what what the ground was that we were standing on to have the discussion. That's all.
All right.
You know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, why is the Muslim God not good enough for you? Why do you have to? Why do you have to complicate the issue with Jesus?
Well, now we're getting into some area that
Well, God
this
exists to
this is
you.
totally rejected by everyone. I'll just say it.
Sure.
It's the God of Abraham is the same God as the Muslims claim to, or they refer to as their God. They just don't know him. And another thing is Islam was politically hijacked pretty much as soon as Muhammad died. And I'll tell you right now that I can show in scripture that Muhammad was a born again Christian and he submitted to the authority of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
So now, now you know why I'm rejected everywhere.
No. I'm gonna take your explanation, and I'm gonna go with it as being the explanation that I hold to. I hold to your explanation makes a lot of sense, and I actually am convinced that Muhammad was a born again Christian.
And I could actually show that in scripture. I could prove that within scripture if you
Okay.
were
Oh, I'm
a
interested.
religious person.
No, I'm not
Yeah.
a religious person. Doesn't mean to say you can't prove it to me.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, if someone were to question me about that, I can show them within scripture, within the Bible's text, within the Quran text, that is the case. That I wouldn't just assert that based on nothing.
So I don't think that Muhammad was a born again Christian. Can you prove me wrong through scripture?
I think I can. Yes.
All right, go for it.
All right. First, we'll go to the Bible, and
Indeed. But don't read something that just read for reading it, because it's got to make sense.
okay. First of all, the Muslims claim that Muhammad was a prophet, and I agree with them. I believe that he did receive revelation from God. But there's only one way.
What based on what do you believe this?
Based on reading the Quran
But the Quran
and nothing else.
If the Quran, hold on a second. If the Quran is correct, then Jesus Christ is not God, and you are wrong.
That's why I say that Islam was politically hijacked, and I think that the Quran is not 100% put forth correctly. It's either been altered or it's been misinterpreted.
Should the Quran exist at all? And if the Quran didn't exist, would your claim be stronger?
I don't think so. I think the Quran is a fulfillment of promises made to Hagar and Ishmael back in Genesis 16.
All right, so it's derived from a book of fiction.
Let's just pretend that it's let's just pretend that we're just referencing the story at this if we don't want to say that it's real. Let's just for this part just say that we're just referencing this story that might be real or might not be real, just to validate what I'm saying or not.
Oh, I'm not following you, but
God made promises to Hagar about Ishmael and that he was going to be a great nation and other things. So to me, God, one of the fulfillments of Muhammad in the Quran were a fulfillment of that promise to Hagar.
But how can that be if God is imaginary?
Well, see, but those are now we're getting into two different subjects basically.
No, we're not.
Is it real or is it not?
My axiom: all gods are imaginary. I told you that. That's my axiom. You can't argue with me about it because they're obviously imaginary.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you asked me just before that, you asked me to validate what I was asserting from Scripture. So it's like,
yeah, but
is that a waste of time? Or
yes, because you're assuming God. You're presupposing God.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm showing when I assert that to any religious person, whether they be Christian or Muslim, they reject it or whatever, and I just show them that I think that this is the case, and I have solid scripture reference to make the assertion. You are saying that it's all fake, so why even bother? So I guess we shouldn't bother.
Well, the fact that Jesus didn't exist, especially not as a god, makes the whole conversation pointless.
What do you mean didn't exist?
What do you mean?
Like he never walked the earth? Like he was just
right. It was it's mythology, basically.
Well, is that what you believe?
That's where my knowledge leads me to conclude. Yes, that Jesus is a mythological figure.
All right. Well,
and certainly did not walk on water and get killed and get reborn, come back to life, and then resurrected up to heaven and all this kind of stuff, and then appear to people after he died. None of that nonsense.
So he didn't even exist as a person in history.
Obviously.
All right. So
let's face it. He's basically an amalgam of all the apocalyptic preachers from a certain period in time.
Okay, and so all the Egyptian Jesuses, all the Hindu, Asian, Asia Minor, all those Jesuses, those are all fake news too. Yeah.
Which Jesus are these? I haven't heard about them.
Well, there's a whole bunch of them now. This is the communist subversion.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, there's a Hindu born of a virgin Jesus that was the real Jesus according to communist atheists.
Oh, I don't know.
Or there was the Egyptian one now that was the real one that was born of a virgin and is the
that's Horus. That's like a few thousand years before Jesus.
Yeah, so those are real or no?
No, those are just myths. Those are just folklore.
Okay, so they're all folklore.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So then, how many cities burned for any of those Jesuses?
Excuse me?
In history, how many cities do we know of that burned? Like Rome burned for their Jesus?
None. I don't know what you're talking about. Rome didn't burn for any Jesus. Rome burned because it was a fire trap.
Well, yeah, and what did Nero blame the Christians for?
What did Nero blame the Christians for?
Well, in other words,
Nero blamed the Christians for not sacrificing to the pagan gods.
Okay, and that was not far removed from when the man Jesus was actually walking on the earth.
How many years is not far removed?
It was actually probably right around the time.
Do you know? Do you know when Nero was emperor, approximately? Because if
I should know that, but I have to look it up right now.
Exactly. Now, if you're going to bring it up with Nero and this and Nero, and then say it's not far removed, then you better have your dates fairly locked in. Okay, so you know that Jesus, the mythological Jesus, ended at 33 in the year, say 33 of the Common Era, right? And I also
Yes.
know that Nero was approximately in the 60s of like 67 or whatever, or 69, or 67, 64, whatever, of the Common Era. Okay, so whether it's
Thank
60,
you.
so let's say it's 63. From 33 to 63 is 30 years. That is not very close. It's not very close at all. Think of 30 years ago yourself. Think of yourself when you're 50 and thinking back 30 years ago. Think of anything 30 years ago and tell me how close 30 years ago is. Today.
It's not that far removed. It's not. I'm almost 50. It's not that far removed. In other words,
All
it
right,
was
so
possible.
something you didn't see 30 years ago, you can attest to today.
Well, what do you mean I didn't see? No, I
You
would attest to it
didn't
if
see.
I saw it.
Exactly,
If I saw it.
exactly. So if you saw somebody give a speech 10 years ago, or you went to a concert 10 years ago, you could attest to it. But if you didn't, and somebody else said to you that they heard this speech given by this guy and it was very divine, whatever, that wouldn't be sufficient for you because you weren't there.
Okay, but 30 years is still within a lifetime. Someone could have been in Jerusalem and then been in Rome within that 30-year period to attest for the fact that he was there.
What
Rome
about
didn't burn for a myth.
Rome burned because Rome was a fire trap, and it wasn't the first time that Rome burned. It wasn't the first time that any city burned. It was a fairly regular occurrence for these big cities once they got too dense, and the timber and the people and the matches and the fire and the summer and the heat and all this kind of stuff.
All right, that's fine. I can
Things
agree
went
to all-
up. Things happened. Things went up in flames a lot of times.
Okay, I could agree to that if you could agree that one of those reasons was the fact that he was real, he walked the earth, and Nero was pissed about it because they wouldn't conform to him, with his wishes.
No, I don't agree.
He
to that
was
at all.
here.
I don't agree.
He
to
was
that
here.
At all. I don't agree to that at all because that's just your claim.
They're not going to burn Rome for a myth, for a nothing, a story of, of science fiction or whatever.
But
It didn't happen that way. He was there.
When I said to you that Rome is a fire trap waiting to happen, how does that not trigger in your head that that's how the fire started?
Well, when I say to you that I could agree,
It's got nothing to do
all
with
those others,
the fact that the
to
fire.
all those other things that happened in history. How can you deny that one time in history? Well, that confirms that Jesus walked the friggin' earth. It wasn't a myth.
So you're saying
He
that,
was here.
Are you saying that Nero, the fire in Rome during Nero, confirmed Jesus walked the earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because there were some people there that believed in him so much that they saw him and they wouldn't conform. It wasn't a myth.
Okay, then. You know what? You obviously have your idea, your imaginary God story in your head, and as long as you understand that it is just imagination in your own head, then I think we are good to go.
Well, yeah, but now you're asserting that history is also fake news now.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, because if he wouldn't have the city burnt. Those people wouldn't believe so hardcore on Jesus if there wasn't
whoa. What people are you talking about? What exactly are you talking about?
the Christians in Rome.
In the year 63, for example.
Yeah, within one lifetime of his death.
There were not many Christians around in Rome or really anywhere. So I don't quite understand what.
Well, there was enough for him.
There were very small
right.
contingent of Jesus clubs and Christians. But I don't understand what this has got to do with the starting of the fire. It's got nothing to do with it.
Well, it sure does. I mean, he wanted to basically rid the Christians, and so the soldiers went out to basically can their houses that they were supposedly known to gather or to reside. And
And
so those people could have easily said, because they were so small in number, okay, we're gonna throw meat at the feet of the statue and
all
we're
right.
gonna kiss his
Can I get
right.
a,
So they believed because there was a reason for them to believe. It wasn't just an imaginary guy
they believed what?
that Jesus was Christ.
Because of the fire. I'm sorry, I'm just not
No,
following.
no. The fire was because they refused not to believe in the man Christ, which means that he was there. It wasn't just some story.
Well, I'm not too sure what your sources are. Can you help me out? Like you seem to have a lot of
Those
you
Christians.
seem to have a lot of detail that even though I listen to a lot of history podcasts, I'm not privy to this level of detail. So help me out. And where did you get this from?
Well, I'd have to look up a bunch of this stuff, but I know that it's in history that unless it's also fake news and worthy of being denied completely, that the reason why it was burned in that time was because of the defiance of the Christians or the nonconformance of them to the emperor, right? So why would they have that conviction to defy him in that regard if it was just a myth, Sidney? They wouldn't. They would conform.
Because they were convinced that it was true, even though it was a myth.
Yeah.
Is that not so
Why?
difficult?
But why though?
Because they were gullible.
They were gullible. Not because maybe one of them had saw him there.
Right,
in
because
Jerusalem?
that's correct. Because they were gullible.
They were gullible.
Yeah.
Not because he was
No.
not far removed.
No,
Not because
because they were gullible.
someone may have witnessed him.
No,
Not because they were
no,
there.
no.
Not because he was there.
No, because they were
I
gullible.
mean, I could tell you of a concert I went to 30 years ago, Motley Crue or whatever, and I could attest to it, and I was there. So if someone tried to tell me that it was a fake event and I was going to die, or tell them that it was a fake event, kind of a thing, well, I mean, if I standing on truth, well, how could I lie about that?
Well,
So they were
if Motley
convinced for
Crue,
some reason.
if Motley Crue can walk on water and get killed and come back to life and then gets resurrected all the way to heaven,
That's not what we're talking about.
then
We're just
I
establishing
will
that
I
he was
will
here,
take
he
that
walked
into
the earth.
consideration about your
Well-
reference to Motley Crue.
Well, we're just talking about he was here on the earth. It wasn't just a myth, a story of somebody's imagination. He was there.
Well,
It happened.
okay. Well, you say it happened. I say it didn't. There you go. It's your word against mine.
Well, then is history fake news now too, or what?
There's no history. If there was history,
There's
we
no
wouldn't be having this conversation if there was history behind it.
Well, then why did Rome burn?
I told you.
So Nero burnt down half of Rome because of some imaginary guy. He
Nero-
was threatened by he was threatened
Where-
by Puff the Magic Dragon.
Where did you get the idea that Nero started the fire in Rome? Nero didn't start the fire in Rome.
Well, maybe not personally now, but I mean, come on.
He didn't order it started. He didn't
Well,
have
who did he
any.
blame, though?
He did, let's just go one thing at a time. You ask a question and let's answer it fully. The fire in Rome was started because Rome was a accident waiting to happen, right? It's a tinderbox, it's a fire trap. Everything was, dense, and everything was built, story after story after story over time using wood and crunched up together. It doesn't take much to have a fire started, and it spread like, excuse the pun, wildfire.
Uh-huh.
So fires existed long before Jesus, and they always will exist long after Jesus. So to invoke fire as the reason that Jesus existed is incoherent.
Well, Nero blamed the Christians.
You don't know the story.
That's-
You don't know your history. That's the problem.
No, that's the history.
No, it's not the history.
Who did he blame then?
I don't know that he blamed anyone.
Well, that's not what history tells us, unless it's all fake history now, Sidney.
Well, okay. If it's all fake history, then you've just underlined and emphasized that all gods are imaginary, because it can't be history, it's all fake.
Well, then our whole reality is fake now, Sidney.
Well, now that is a silly statement.
I mean, this is where this is going.
This is a silly statement to say the reality in which you exist and in which we communicate does not exist is silly, childish.
Well, maybe it's extreme, but I'm just saying.
It's not extreme. It's it's crazy.
Maybe. Well, okay, it's crazy. It's silly. It's whatever. But how now we have to revisit every event in history now, I guess.
No,
fake news or validated somehow.
All gods are imaginary is good enough for me. I don't have to revisit anything. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I mean, I've planted his feet on the ground in history for you right now. So the man existed. However you want to describe him, the person Jesus was on earth if Rome didn't burn for no reason. At least, Nero wouldn't have blamed Christians unless he was just, anti-Semitic. Maybe because, the first Christians were Jews, by the way.
Well, you wouldn't have been able to tell the difference between Nero's Christians or the Roman Christians and the Roman Jews.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I
see,
don't
you
know
don't
that.
know you don't know your history.
Well, I don't know if I'd be able to. I don't know what they look like or anything. So that would be an assumption of mine if I were to try and make that assumption.
It's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with what they look like. It's how they. It's their culture. It's their traditions. The traditions of the first Christians and Jews were almost impaired. You couldn't tell the difference. For the longest time, you couldn't tell the difference. So certainly during Nero's time, you couldn't tell the difference until long after the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. You couldn't tell the difference.
Okay,
so that's not an argument. That's not an argument.
So he blamed the Jews and not Christians.
No, what happened was, firstly, he didn't blame anybody, but the Christians were just they were a different group of people that kind of went against the thinking of the Roman Empire in terms of their paganism, in terms of their sacrificing to the gods. And what I mean is that lighting some incense is one way that you would show that you respect the Roman God. And the Christians stood out because they wouldn't light the fucking incense and would rather die than light the fucking incense. So they were a joke then, they're a joke now. Light the fucking incense if you don't want to die. Simple.
Well, if it was a joke, why did he validate them like that? By blaming them?
Because they wouldn't light the incense, damn it.
Well, yeah, but
and that is disrespecting the Roman God. And when you disrespect the Roman God, you get punished severely.
All right, but that history alone validates Christ.
Oh no, it doesn't.
Sure it does.
Not in any way.
Sure it does, because somebody who was there when they were 20 and saw Jesus could have been in Rome.
Nobody saw Jesus. Nobody saw Jesus. Paul or Peter, whoever went to Rome, went and told them the story. So nobody saw anybody. You know that.
Well, somebody could have been in
No,
Jerusalem
they couldn't
at
have.
that time.
No, they couldn't.
Why not?
Because
Why not? It was the whole empire.
There wasn't such thing as a travel agency that you could just book a ticket once you've seen Jesus and go to Rome and not tell anybody about it. Don't be ridiculous.
Well, I'm just saying people move around in the empire, and why couldn't they have lived in Jerusalem?
The Romans
seen
did.
Jesus?
The Romans did, and Roman
Sure
citizens.
they did.
And
Exactly.
Roman. Wait, hey! Excuse me. Why are you over talking me? I said the Romans did, and the Roman citizens did. Okay, but Judeans were not Roman citizens. Some were,
Okay.
like what's the
Paul.
guy's Paul? Yeah, he was a Roman citizen because he was born up in Syria or wherever.
So it's possible, Sidney.
It's not possible. You can't conclude that it's possible from nothing.
And what do you mean nothing? What do you mean nothing? We're establishing.
You're trying
part
to
of
establish.
history.
You're trying to establish that there's an historical Jesus, and I'm trying to educate you to say that there's no evidence for a historical Jesus, but there's more than enough evidence for a mythological Jesus.
Well, the fact that Rome burned is confirmation that Jesus' feet hit the ground on the earth. The man Jesus was here. He was in Jerusalem or whatever. It's the one that they're talking about. The reason Nero blamed the fire of Rome. That's history.
So you are putting all your marbles on Rome burning. I mean, sorry, Nero's Rome burning being the evidence for Jesus Christ existing.
I'm just saying that puts his feet on the ground on the earth.
No, how? How does it do that? It's ridiculous.
How? Because he wouldn't have blamed the fire on them, and it wouldn't have been an issue. It would have been something else if he was just a myth, a story of some sort of sort of folk hero or whatever.
Do you know how many emperors got hold of the Christians for things that went wrong in the Roman Empire?
Not exactly, but there's probably at least two or three of them, I guess.
Tons of them, and they all when things didn't go right. For example, when a god didn't answer, when something went wrong, a drought, okay, and the god didn't answer the prayers, it was the Christians' fault that the god didn't answer the prayers. And so the way to atone for that is for everybody to sacrifice to the god so they can fix the drought. And the Christians would not sacrifice; they wouldn't light the fucking incense and sacrifice to the god. And in turn, they decided they chose to become martyrs and not do this idolatry. This idolatrous action of lighting incense when it was obviously forbidden by the commandments of the Jews and Jesus, and the Christians. So that's what it was all about. There was no hating Christians for being Christians. It was hating Christians for disrespecting the gods of the Romans. Because the whole thing about the Romans was as their empire expanded and they came across other cultures with other gods, they just integrated the other gods into their culture. So when they got to Judea and they had their one god, and the Romans said, okay, well, we'll just integrate your god into the rest of our gods, the Judeans said, no, there's only one god, and that's God. La 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 la. And that's how the whole brouhaha started. That's how the whole conflict started, because of the intransigence and the obstinacy and the stubbornness of the monotheists to play ball and get along with everybody. What the fuck is wrong with lighting some incense? For fuck's sake, you can always repent or whatever.
I see what you're saying. In that regard.
You see?
Yeah, well, I do, but you have to acknowledge. You have to acknowledge that at least at that time, it was because of Jesus and Christianity that wasn't far removed, if not removed at all, for maybe one of the Roman soldiers that were young and were there, and then came back to Rome and saw him and became Christian.
Well, what's his name? If it's just,
I don't know, but I'm just saying
just
it's
one.
possible.
If it's just one Roman soldier, then there'd be a trail.
Well,
Because you
I
can't
mean,
say it's possible if there's no trail.
they didn't have cell towers and cell phones. They didn't have tracking.
They
It's not
did.
like now.
They did have writing.
But I'm just saying it's possible.
They did have writing, and they did have writing that even survives to this day from long before that that time period. So to say that it's possible is not to be totally honest, because if it was possible, there'd be a trail, even a small trail.
Well, but maybe that guy didn't know how to read or write.
Even the hint of the fumes of a trail.
The hint of the fuse of the trail is the fact that they wouldn't conform to Nero's pagan gods, and so they would have to be convinced of that for some reason, and eyewitness testimony is the best convincer of everything.
Well, I just presented you with the facts of what happened. You have no eyewitness testimony to refer to, so I think I pretty much am leading this horse race right now.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I put his feet on the ground, sir. I put his feet on the ground.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means.
Rome
but
wasn't burnt for no reason. It wasn't because of some guy that was a fictional story, Hercules type of Achilles, fictional,
okay, so all right.
legend. He was there.
You're gonna rely on your Rome story, which doesn't make sense to me, but you can. That's where we'll leave it. Fair enough.
Well, you understand what I'm saying, right?
I have no idea what you're saying. No. That's the killer. That's the kicker. I don't know what you're saying. You've mentioned over and over again about Jesus putting his feet in the ground in Rome or whatever. I have no idea what that means. And
in other words,
you seem to
the
come
people
across
there in Rome wouldn't have been. I'm sorry. The people there in Rome wouldn't have been so stubbornly opposed to whatever Nero was making them wanting them to do if they didn't know he was real. So yes, he was real.
To them, maybe, but he wasn't real.
Well,
because if he was real, and that was the year 60 something, so that's 2,000 years ago, let's say. If he was real, then how do you explain all the other fires? How do you explain 9/11? How do you explain catastrophes? How do you explain anything at all where people have died? Other than the fact that shit happens and that's reality.
Well, I mean, yeah, shit does happen or whatever reality, but I'm saying that reality at that time was based on something that people knew was real. Just like we know 9/11 was real.
Okay, what miracle came out of 9/11? What did we realize that we didn't realize before that was obviously not natural or anything?
Well, I don't know.
That's not a true dichotomy. That's not the equivocation is incorrect.
Well, we wouldn't deny that 9/11 happened, would we?
I watched it happen. What are you talking about?
Exactly. So somebody in that time had to have been convinced so thoroughly that he was there that they were willing to die not to conform to Nero's demand.
What? You would die for 9/11?
No, I'm saying the reason why Rome burned at that time.
No,
if it was fake, if Jesus was fake news,
what is it about the fact that the poor people were living in very dense areas with bad sewage, with bad sanitation, and all sorts of buildings just built on apartments one on top of the other in wood, for it all to come crashing down by the flame, somebody's material getting caught on fire, and it just happened to be spreading through the tenements, it's all crushed. It's all and there's wind tunnels, and there's burning, and there's flames, and whoosh. What is so unnatural about that?
Why? Well, then why was Nero so delusional to validate the Christians then?
So when I asked you a question, you get to ask me a question. Okay, so then now I get to ask you a question.
All right.
I see that doesn't work. It's not going to work if that's the, if those are the rules of engagement.
What I'm saying is, I forgot your question now.
Well,
I understand.
I'm more
I understand
concerned
that. Yeah. There was a density issue. There was bad zoning and planning. They were on top of each other. There was a bunch of trolls in trees or whatever it was. They were packed in, and
there was an
bad
arsonist.
cigarette.
There was a crazy arsonist on the loose, and he was an atheist. How about that?
All right. I mean,
All right.
I don't know if that's possible because there's not a record of it. But yeah, let's just assume that is the case.
this is the oral tradition.
All right, so
because we're proud. We atheists are very proud of setting Rome on fire and having it blamed on the Christians. It's like,
yeah, but why even validate the Christians if it wasn't real?
It was so funny.
Yeah, why even validate them if it was a story, a myth?
We weren't validating. We were pranking them. We were making them take the blame for something we did.
Okay.
See,
right.
I'm a descendant of the first atheist society of Rome. Okay, so I know this. I know this happened. Well, it's not funny. It's history. It's family history. So I know this happened.
Okay.
I know that the first atheist community of Rome were responsible for setting the fire and for whispering in Nero's ear that the Christians did it.
Okay, but why did he run with that narrative?
Kids will, how young people are.
Listen, man, he walked the earth, man. You can't deny it now. He was there.
Well, he didn't exist. He didn't
Those
exist.
people,
things
of course, existed. They
things
wouldn't
that don't exist.
They wouldn't blame these Christians. They wouldn't make a joke of these Christians and whisper to Nero that it was them if it was not real. And they wouldn't have defied Nero if he didn't walk the earth, because people don't do that shit for a story.
Okay, so you then accept that the first Canadian Society of Rome actually did exist. And I am actually descended from it.
All right, is this a hypothetical now, or where are we at here?
No. I am a descendant, a blood descendant of the founders of the Atheist Council of Rome.
Okay, and it was you people who tricked the Christians and mocked them, and then told Nero what happened.
No, we didn't trick. No, what we did was we burnt down the city, and then Nero said, "Okay, this is fucked up. We haven't done our God any good. We haven't pleased our God. We are now all going to, every Roman, every person is going to sacrifice to the God so that none of these things happen again." And the Christians were the ones who didn't sacrifice. So the ones who got blamed because they didn't sacrifice. They didn't light up the incense, which is, to me, the silliest thing. If you don't want to live, don't light the incense. It's very sad. So I don't think there's anything martyr about it. I think it's very sad, very, very, very sad, considering they died for nothing.
Well, yeah, but that's your assumption. I mean, when you have Jesus, you live forever, so death doesn't even exist to us. But that's a whole nother, that's a whole nother digression.
That's a whole nother empty claim.
Well, how do you know?
I don't know that you have empty claims because you just made one.
Well, how do you know it's not true?
Because it's an empty claim.
All right. Well, that's your assumption. Who's in doubt here, Sidney?
Well, your claim is empty, therefore there's nothing to it. There's no substance, because you certainly haven't presented any. All you've said is Jesus existed, he walked the earth. Yeah,
Huh?
I know that, Sidney. You can believe it now. Well,
Well,
that's not
you're
that's not.
actually, even with your family whatever story or whatever, you're actually validating it in history
I'm
because
I'm
I mean,
validating. I'm
you
validating.
said that
Wait,
you burned
wait.
the city and you blamed the Christians so that Nero wouldn't chop you guys up. You blamed the
Right,
Christians.
and
Well,
the
that's already a validation,
that's a validation that the Christians existed, but that's not a
right?
validation that the Christians existed for any real reason.
Okay, but they weren't far removed from the
No,
man
no,
walking the earth.
no. I am talking about the Christians, the man walking the earth, and the far removed thing I've explained to you. We've got 30 years. We've got no evidence other than
Certainly
maybe
within a lifetime.
that. Yeah, other than your hypothesis, that's all we got, and that's not good enough.
Well, yeah, but your hypothesis is that some atheist society told Nero that it was them and not it was the Christians and not them that burned the city. So which
Yeah,
which
exactly.
fairy tale are we
And
going off of?
and then we're going with my true story, because when the atheists told Nero that it was the Christians who burnt the city, and Nero said, "Okay, everybody's going to sacrifice now to the god." I forget which one, Jupiter probably. The Christians were the ones who said, "No, we're not going to sacrifice to God." So if Nero knows that the atheists told him that it was the Christians who did it, and Nero says, okay, everybody's now going to sacrifice, and the Christians decide, we're not going to sacrifice, that proves to Nero that the Christians did it. And that's all because of the atheists, not because the Christians did it.
But you have a small portion of that wrong, because Nero already knew that those Christians wouldn't light the incense.
No. That's not
Otherwise,
true.
why would
that is not
why
true.
would he-
Again, you
why would
do
he
not
take-
know
why
your
would he
history.
take their word for it?
You do not know your history.
Why would he take their word for
The
it
reason,
then, and not ask the Christians?
the reasons, the reasons why the Christians were singled out is simply because they would not light the incense.
Yeah. And so that happened before the fire.
No, it didn't.
So when the atheists made the assertion that it was the Christians, Nero believed them, right? He didn't say, "Okay, I better get their side of the story first." No, he believed them, right? That's what history.
You do not know your history, so stop trying to make things up.
I know enough of it.
If you knew enough of it, you wouldn't be having to make anything up.
Well, who's making stuff up here, Sidney?
You're making all this whole. You're making a chronology that is not true. You're faking up the chronology of what happened during Nero's time.
I am, or who is me or you?
You are.
I
because
am.
Because you don't know the.
I'm just telling you that event is what validated the reason.
You don't
that
know.
He was here.
Listen to me. You don't know the chronology and the details and what followed what during that particular event. Based on what you're saying, you do not know the sequence of events of the fire in Rome during Nero's time. You're making claims and saying things that make it quite obvious that you don't know what actually happened. All you know is that Christians and fire and Christians being martyred or burnt or whatever. That's all you know, but you don't know history.
Well, I don't know the exact details of everything, but I know enough to make that assertion that the fact that is what happened proves that he was on the earth. It wasn't just some fairy tale dream somebody made up.
Well, I'm telling you, you don't know enough. You don't know anything. You don't know your history.
But you're either saying it's fake news history or it's you're in denial.
I'm just saying you don't know your history whatsoever.
I think I know enough.
You don't know enough. I'm telling you. You think you know enough, but you don't know enough. I'm telling you that right now.
Okay, what is it that I don't know that proves me wrong, or that you think that
the fact that you think the Christians were persecuted before the fire? It doesn't make sense.
No, what I'm saying is that they were already resisting
They
Nero's
weren't.
demands.
No, they weren't, because he didn't have any demands before the fire. There was no reason for the demands. There were so few of them that Nero didn't even know about them until we whispered in his ear.
All right, but then, so who's validating them now? You or him?
I'm validating the Christians that existed, that lived in Rome, but I'm not invalidating why. I'm not validating why they're Christians, or not validating that they should be Christians, or that the Christianity, that Christians are the things to be. I'm telling you that those people were living an illusion. They were living a life of delusion, and they gave up their lives. Maybe their lives were so shitty in those days that what the fuck? Maybe death is better than living, under Nero or under Rome. Who knows what it was like in that day? But there was no Jesus Christ to do this for. It was all done for reasons of maybe impulsiveness or peer pressure or some
Political
conviction.
Expediency. However it was, it's in history, validated them. And they were there.
Validate
They were close
Jesus.
enough.
No,
they were close enough there.
They were not.
To assert that Jesus Christ walked the earth, Sidney. It wasn't just fake. It's not just fake news.
That is just a claim that you're making. That again, you made a million times before. You haven't come up with one rational, with one piece of evidence to back that up. Other than no, there was no event. There was no Jesus. There was no Jesus, I should say. The event,
Sidney,
the event. Excuse me, if you don't let me talk, I'm going to take that as you being very disrespectful. Okay, so please, the event that you're talking about with the Nero and the fire, yes, it proves that there were Christians in Rome. That's all it proves. It doesn't prove Jesus. Jesus is a myth. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say.
So 30 years after the myth ceased to, after the myth was supposedly created by Steven Spielberg, and he showed a picture on the screen, they were willing to defy the Emperor of Rome, knowing that death was a possibility because of a fake picture on a fake screen by a fake Jew in fake Jerusalem. I mean, Sidney, come on, man.
Are you listening to yourself? Do you have any idea what you're talking about?
I do.
Because
I just don't see how you can be in this hardcore denial.
Can you please? I'm a little slow, quite obviously. Maybe you can explain to me slowly how your mind works and how you get to make all this stuff up.
Listen, if history told us that at that time Rome burned because it was the hairy Greek women or something, I don't know, something other than him, then my assertion of this would be completely ridiculous. But because it is because of that, and it was only so far removed from the myth being a real person, it validates him being on the earth. He was here. Just the fact that the man was here.
If Jesus did exist, I would innately know it. I do not innately know it. Therefore, Jesus does not exist.
Okay, that's like me saying I've never been to Egypt, so therefore it doesn't exist.
No, that's not the same thing at all. Because you can innately know that Egypt exists through your education and your consciousness. But
all right.
I don't have an innate feeling or experience that any supernatural, non-existent God exists, so I can discount it. I can discount it wholesale.
You can, but you'd be in complete denial because you've also been educated about Jesus, just like I've been educated about Egypt.
I've been educated about. I told you, I've been educated about the Hansel and Gretel and the gingerbread house and Goldilocks and the Three Bears. If that's education, yeah, I've been educated about Jesus the same way.
So I mean, what you're looking for actually is you want a personal reason to believe, some sort of experience, or some
I have I don't
and
want.
that's fine. I can accept that.
I
but
don't
you
want.
can't.
I don't want a reason to believe. I don't need a reason to believe. What you want to do is preach to me something unreasonable that you yourself have. That you yourself believe, even though it's unreasonable, and you want to validate what you believe by trying to get somebody else like me to believe something that isn't rational, even though you know it. So your whole argument, your whole method of persuasion is going to fall on my deaf ears. So it's not even worth you trying, because I told you before, all gods are imaginary, and your good word is not going to change my mind. Your attestation or testimony is not going to change my mind one little bit.
All right, listen. I don't need any validation because I'm already justified to God.
That's
so
fine.
my motive is not to get validation from you or anybody else. My motive is to get you to where I'm at.
Why aren't you dedicating your life to your God, and why are you wasting your time with me?
Well, that's because souls are precious to God.
This is a hold on a second. This is a channel where we create atheists. We don't accept that gods exist. So when somebody comes in here and starts talking about non-existent gods, we think of it like, oh, we're sitting around the bonfire listening to some yarn. This is cool, and this is yarn.
All right.
If you want to tell us, bonfire yarns, that's fine. That's what you're doing right now. But
I didn't realize
but nobody convinces anybody around a bonfire that this story is true.
First of all, I didn't realize that was this is the purpose of the channel.
Well, I told you.
I didn't know you were atheist makers. I told you that
the axiom here is that all gods are imaginary. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, an axiom is something that is taken as law. All gods are imaginary. Okay. That's like the law of identity. A equals A. All gods are imaginary. We don't question it. There is no reason to question it because it's self-justifying.
All right, but I know that I've put forth some things that have put some cracks into that law. No,
now you're just trying to be grandiose. You know that you've done. You know nothing of the sort.
Well, yeah, you're gonna just keep going back to
all you're saying.
All gods are imaginary. That's your your foundation.
That's my foundation.
Yes. Of your worldview and your identity.
Yes.
So you will not waver or budge or move or consider anything other than that. I'm starting to realize that.
Exactly. The supernatural is not something that that exists and is worth debating because it doesn't exist. And you insist that the supernatural exists, and it doesn't. So that's where we differ. And your God and somebody else's God, whatever, none of them exist. The supernatural doesn't exist. The whole metaphysical dimension and all that kind of nonsense, none of that exists.
Well, what about aliens?
Reality exists.
All right. Yeah. What about interdimensional time-traveling aliens? You believe those don't exist too, right?
Do you believe they exist?
I know that God can do anything he wants. I know that Jesus Christ can do anything he wants. So if that's part of his reality, then yeah, I think it's possible.
Okay, then why is he doing such a shitty job?
What do you mean he's doing a shitty job?
The world is in chaos. People are suffering. Nobody's living. The world, human beings aren't living the the best life they can, the most conducive to their well-being. People aren't doing that. If you say Jesus can do that for everybody and he loves everybody, then and he's not doing it, then that proves, I have proven to you that Jesus does not exist.
Well, not really, but all I can say is this is a place where good and evil exist at the same time. This is a place where life and death exist at the same time. So there's a lot of judgment and a lot of knowledge that God...
Do you understand what the laws of logic, the laws of thought, Aristotelian laws of thought are? Like law identity, A equals A?
They slip my mind at the moment, but I mean, are you going to go into that and miss the whole argument, or?
Well, no. What I'm trying to say is that the law of identities, the three laws, the three laws of logic, they still count, even when you're talking. So if you're going to say something that goes against any of those laws of logic, then I'm going to stop you and tell you when you do that. Is that all right?
That's fine, but you can't tell me that you're completely logical in saying that some imaginary God doesn't exist because the world is suffering. That automatically is a logical statement.
Well, I can tell you that Jesus doesn't exist because Jesus is not fixing it. Jesus seems to be helpless, if you ask me. And if Jesus can do anything like you claim, then why does he pretend? Why does he do his best to pretend that he doesn't exist and do nothing?
Well, like I said, this is a place where good and evil exist. This is a place where judgments are.
So Jesus then is more evil than good, because this is what we see. This is what we see in the world that your Jesus is responsible for. Thank you, Jesus.
No, we have free will, and everything has to be witnessed in order to be established. Okay, so how could God have full knowledge?
What does that mean? Everything has to be witnessed before.
It means that.
Hold on, I want to repeat it because I'm a little slow here. Everything has to be witnessed in order to be what?
Established.
Everything has to be witnessed in order to be established. What does that mean?
It means if Joe Biden farted in the bathroom at the meeting of the G3 or whatever, and nobody witnessed it, well, then it wouldn't have been a news story or something, right?
I don't know about Joe Biden.
Hold on, let me think for a minute.
I don't know about Joe Biden or what he done. I'm not following him.
All right. Well, I'm trying to make
he's somebody I try and stay far away from.
That's probably good. Let me think of something better. It's almost like that saying, if a tree falls in the forest,
it doesn't really mean much. So let's just move along.
What I'm saying is, things that are established have to be witnessed in order for it to be quote unquote real. Okay?
No, that's not true at all.
It's not.
No. When you walked into a forest of trees, the forest of trees were there. You didn't have to witness them growing.
What I'm asserting is that how could God have full knowledge of good and evil if it didn't happen? If it didn't occur?
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we study St. Augustine's Confessions together, and we'll find out all about good and evil. Would you like that?
Not really.
Have you ever studied St. Augustine? Have you ever read his work? Have you ever watched the YouTube that goes into St. Augustine?
I can't say that I have. No.
Well, then I suggest you do, and then come back and talk about good and evil.
Well, I know because God's word.
No, you don't. Well, God's word is not St. Augustine's word. St. Augustine pondered about the problem of good and evil, and good God and an evil God, and all this kind of stuff. And the Catholics have a view on this one, and essentially they say if there's a good God and a bad God, or an evil God, then if evil exists, then a good God can't exist. But then if a good God exists, then there's obviously good in the world. And if an evil God exists and a good God exists, then just by the mere fact that the evil God exists, he is doing a good thing, or something like that. It's very, very crazy, convoluted stuff. But if you want to know about good and evil, look into St. Augustine. I'll be more than happy to watch a short video about St. Augustine, or a longer educational one with you, if you like. Maybe not now, or at some other point, or maybe I'll just...
maybe not now. I like my explanation better, actually. Okay, listen.
Yes.
How could God have full knowledge of a thing if it didn't happen, if it wasn't
exactly
done?
He couldn't, because God doesn't exist.
So everything has to be witnessed to be established in order for...
Who said?
I'm just telling you.
It's not true. It's not true. Einstein's theories predicted things that'll happen in space that hadn't happened and were yet to be tested against Einstein's theory. When they came across things that they couldn't figure out how it happened, they'd put Einstein's theory to the test, and Einstein's theory would explain it. Okay, but Einstein didn't.
It was
Einstein
wasn't established.
No, it was established as a theory, but it just wasn't. It wasn't observed until after the theory was established.
All right, so let me try to explain. Everything has to be witnessed to be established. Okay, the good and the evil, which exist in this place.
Okay, where does this quote come from?
This is me.
All right, let's hear it.
All right,
okay, start
this
again.
is just me.
I'm sorry I interrupted. Could you start again? And I won't interrupt.
No problem. So everything had to be witnessed in order to be established, the good and the evil. Otherwise, you don't gain full knowledge. And without full knowledge, you can't make judgment. That's why.
Okay, fair enough. You
You
said your piece. It makes no sense to me, but you said it, and you have every right to say it, I guess. I hope somebody, if somebody could put in the side chat, or send me an email, or put in the comments some kind of a interpretation, translation of what you said that would make sense to a rational thinker, by all means. But you have every right to say what you said.
Well, I mean, I try to just show that there's a. I don't even know at this point, Sidney. I think you're a reasonable person, and I think you're smart and everything. I just kind of
I disagree. I disagree with you.
But I think you're wrong in that regard. Obviously,
I totally disagree with you.
Here's something totally off the subject.
If I was smart, then I wouldn't be here talking about things that don't exist to somebody who believes that things that don't exist actually exist.
Yeah, but this is the question that's been eluding man forever. No,
it hasn't.
What's the point?
I don't have a question eluding me. What are you talking about?
All right, so you're perfectly content with the with the blank screen at the end of your life and whatever.
100%.
Okay.
Yep.
Really?
Yes.
So everything you've learned, everything you experienced, everything that is you, that you've gained, that you are, is all just a flash of the pan and a waste and gone as soon as your last pump of blood.
Yeah, exactly. But at this point, I'm still me. When my body dies, that's kind of the end of it.
So you're content with that? I mean, it
I'm
doesn't bother you at all?
Not at all. I'm happy that that's going to happen. Actually, thank goodness reality is going to set in. Because that's reality. You can't not be content with what's going to happen. You know, I mean, you're going to die. You're going to die. What do you? What's going to happen if I'm not content? I'm going to waste time stressing about it. For what? You're still going to die.
Well, I don't know.
If you do stress, you'll die. If you don't stress, you'll die. So it's better not to stress.
Right.
Thank you.
But for you to say that it's not something that you think about or whatever, you wouldn't have an atheist channel if that were the case. You know, you've thought about it at some point.
Of course,
right?
I thought
So
about
like,
it when I was 9 years old, and I thought about it. I already came to the conclusion that oblivion is our only future. So, which is fine. Right. That's what death is.
Okay, I mean, so you're at peace with everything that you've learned, the brilliance that you are, the man that you are, the good that you've done, just being complete.
Not at all. I am not at peace with that at all. I have failed in my pursuit of knowledge. The little that I know is enough to keep me sane and to keep me off the cult train, as it were. To keep me off the sheep, being a sheep following a snake oil salesman. It's enough for that. But I wish.
Do I sound like I'm in a cult or some snake oil?
Yes. You've purchased this. A snake oil salesman has sold you Jesus, and you purchased it.
Well, I mean, I already told you that I saw him, so I have no reason to believe a salesman, okay? I'm coming at you with direct first-person witness testimony.
Well, do you have a picture? Did you take a picture when you saw him? I mean, there's cameras everywhere, and everybody's got a camera on them. So don't tell me you don't have a camera. So did you take a picture?
First of all, you have to realize that when I saw him, it was in the spirit realm, which, according to you, doesn't exist because of all the metaphysical.
Exactly.
But that's just like me saying Egypt isn't real because I've never been there. So it's like,
okay, the spirit. You mentioned the spirit realm, which doesn't exist, which I'm telling you doesn't exist. Okay, and now I know that, and I'll agree with you that Egypt does not exist in the spirit realm, because I've never been to Egypt, but I do know that it exists in the realm of reality. So that's not a good analogy. I don't think.
It's close enough.
It's not close enough. It's not close at all.
Just because you haven't been to Egypt doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
No, it's just because you've never been to Egypt doesn't mean it does exist. Skeptic, welcome.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I'm just listening.
Okay, go ahead. If you want to listen, please mute. Thank you. Oh, thank you very much. That's better. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's all right. So when you say, do I have a picture, not a physical picture, but I can show you an image that kind of resembles what I saw.
No, I want you to describe stuff. I'm not interested. Either that, or either show me a picture that you took, or describe what you saw, or even try and draw what you saw. But
wait a second.
But it still doesn't mean that anybody else in the history of humans, of humanity, will ever have seen exactly the same thing, whatever they claim. Because what you see in your head is never going to be the same as what somebody else sees in their head when they make the same claim of meeting Jesus. And that's always going to be a problem for you people, for you Jesus promoting people.
How do I get the avatar to change in the?
Are you trying to present a picture?
Here?
You're trying to present a picture. Okay, just at the bottom there's a little box with an arrow up. Present now. If your picture's open in a browser or something or somewhere, you can present it using that menu item. It's where there's a raise hand. It's right next to the raise hand. It's between the raise hand and the 3 vertical dots in the.
No, it's not an option for me actually. It's grayed out. I'm gonna try and change my avatar.
Oh, it's grayed out?
Yeah.
Are you on a phone?
No, I'm on a laptop.
I don't know.
I'm in the visual effects.
Hold on. It could be that I've stopped. Hold on. Maybe it's me. No. It's not me.
There it is. Oh, there it is. Bam. That's what he looks like.
Well, that's a very
It's basic, It's not.
It's an effect. It's something.
Representation.
It's something I remember seeing when I was a kid out at nighttime, the twinkling of light and the stars. I used to live in Cape Town, which is like a bowl, like on the side of a mountain on the slope, and there are almost like a little valley leading into the sea, and because of the heat and everything at night, I used to watch lights and stars and everything, and because of the heat rising off the ground at night, everything used to just twinkle. It used to be quite amazing.
Yeah,
that's what it reminds me of, a snapshot of one of the twinkles, or of the incessant twinkling.
So when he brought me before himself, I mean, it was like light on light. Like he is the source of all light, and the Father God is. This is a kind of a good, or the best that I could find on the internet, kind of a picture of what he what he looks like.
All right, can I take it up one? Can I take this conversation to a level that we can both agree on? Okay, can we both agree? Can we both agree that all of life on Earth has been at the mercy of sunlight, of our sun? Without the sun, there is no Earth, there is no life on Earth, there is no humans. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So where do you get your life from? As a question, the answer, the sun, is not incorrect.
Right, biologically and physically, we depend on the sun.
In every way, exactly, right. So why do we need to go beyond that? Why not just accept that we're the product of the sun? We know exactly how we are the product of the sun. We know exactly how we function and how we can function. What is the point of taking a step backwards before the sun when you have no idea how the sun actually came to get, to be this particular sun, just like the trillions of other suns? You just don't know. What is the point of even going there? Why can't we just settle for the sun being the source of all our energy and the story? If you want to worship the sun in some way, go ahead. But to have wars over the sun doesn't make sense.
Well, the point is, do you want to live forever or not?
No. I'm a natural being. Nothing lives forever.
Physically in this plane, you're right. It doesn't. But
you don't know that there's another plane. You've never seen one.
Well, that's what I've been saying, Sidney. I've seen him. I know that it's real.
Well, you're just showing me that you are you're easily. Okay, let me put it let me put it this way: you're very gullible.
All right. Or I'm crazy, or I had an episode, or it was a induced chemical, or all that stuff, right?
No, I think that you've been listening to people that have persuaded you that things are true which don't make sense to you, but you're going to run with it anyway.
Well, I mean, that's your assumption. I'm telling you, I wouldn't even be making these assumptions if that event didn't happen to me.
Well, you just said you're making the assumption, so...
No, I said you're making the assumption.
You said you wouldn't be making assumptions if the event didn't happen to you. So why, if it happened to you, why do you have to make an assumption?
Well, that's what I'm saying is it's not an assumption for me.
But you just said you wouldn't have to make the assumption if the event didn't happen to you. So, if the event did happen, why would you have to make an assumption?
I'm not making an assumption. I'm making an assertion.
Right, now all assertions need a little bit of I can make just as strong a rebuttal to your assertion.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to come up with more than an assertion.
I've done that. I've shown you that seeds germinate by who? By him.
You haven't shown me that. You've shown. I told you.
I mean,
excuse me. Seeds germinate by the sun. We all agree on that. Sun is what provides us with our life. The sun, the sun in the sky, the star in our galaxy that is we call the sun is what provides us with life. Okay, we agree on that. I asked you, and you agree on that. So when seeds germinate, it's the sun.
So the sun is breathing life or creating life from a dead seed.
We know how. We know. Listen, the sun and life is all part of the data collection. That is the scientific method. So we know how everything works naturally. We've got no problem.
Well, we don't.
Yes, we do. No problem with it at all.
Well, we don't know exactly what is sparking the event of germination. We know what happens.
Of course we do. Of course
we know how to set the environment to make it happen.
No, we know exactly.
We don't know what is sparking that life. And I'm telling you, it's God.
Exactly, but we know that it's not God. We know what it is, but we know that it's not God. So stop trying. Stop making up stuff.
So you're asserting that my claim is my witness claim is not good enough witness or evidence, and I agree with that. I mean, it's just my testimony and my witness. I can't project that event into your mind of what happened to me, but I can show you that we don't know, and science doesn't know exactly how seeds germinate. Therefore,
all right, show me that. If you say you can show me that, show me that.
Well, it's.
Are you going to say look it up or something? Or are you going to be able to explain?
No, I'll have to look it up again.
Exactly. You don't know your stuff. You're supposed to have the stuff looked up before you come into these and present your argument. You can't present an argument or a position or a proposition without already knowing how to defend it.
Science doesn't know.
If you don't,
they don't know.
No, you don't. You're just making an assertion, which you can't defend.
Now you want me to prove to you what science doesn't know, so that my assertion that it could be God could be proved to you.
Absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah.
Because you're a science guy.
Exactly because I'm a science guy. Yes.
I'm a science guy too, by the way.
I thought you were a Christian.
And I was before I met Jesus, which was only 10 years ago.
So, and are you an evolutionist at least?
Sure.
Okay. And you're not a troll by any chance whatsoever. You're just a troll for Jesus. That's okay.
counter troll. How about that?
Oh, then I'm a counter troll. Because I'm actually a professional troll who's.
That's all right. Hey, trolling is legal. I'm okay with that.
Okay, good. Well, I think you won today because you trolled me.
Listen, wait. Now you're not saying that I'm just making stuff up, are you?
Yes, absolutely.
Like that. I don't.
Of
You don't.
course.
You're
Of
not
course.
saying that.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying this.
I
don't
am.
Believe it.
Yes, because your claim is
But
so.
you know that I believe this.
Your
true,
claim,
right?
your claim is so absurd that there's no way you can believe that. It has to be a troll. You got me good. Wow, you had me going there for quite a while.
You know that I know that what I say is true. I believe this stuff. I believe that Jesus is real. I believe that I've seen the Father God.
You've convinced me that you're a troll and you don't believe the stuff.
So you think that I don't believe, actually?
I know it.
Okay, so why would I be here trying to convince you that he is real?
Because you're Sidney Winston's biggest fan and you just love to spend time with him.
Okay, hold on a second. I have a question for you, though.
Yeah.
Kind of off subject a little bit, and that is, do you think Palestine should be a state solution in Israel if you're a Zionist, as a Zionist?
Israel is already a state.
Right. Do you think that Palestine has any real claim, or that's the solution?
Well, the thing is, okay, so it's really a matter of names. Okay, so Israel already exists as Israel, and Palestine already exists, but it's called Jordan. So all they got to do is change the name Jordan to Palestine, and there you got your Palestine. Because that's how it was originally designated. The Israel was originally designated as Jewish Palestine, and Transjordan was designated as Arab Palestine. So that, back in 1922 or whatever it was, 1920, they already came up with a solution, and that solution stands today, in my opinion. So Palestine already exists; it's just called Jordan.
Okay, so like all the two-state solutions that American politicians always like to, straddle the fence with.
Garbage.
Hey, well, we agree on that. There's another thing we agree on.
Yeah, I knew we'd agree on that.
Yeah,
but
a lot of people who are Zion, or I guess believe that Israel should exist. A lot of them say that Palestine should. There should be a two-state solution, quote unquote.
Yeah, but they're doing that because of they want to they don't want to have rotten vegetables thrown at them. They do it because they don't know anything about it, or they do it because of a lobby of some sort. But they personally, if they are followers of history, and they know how history works, especially when one country has more power than the other, and there's a weaker country attacks the stronger country, and the stronger country beats the weaker country. Throughout history, the stronger country just dominates the weaker country. It's the way it works. And with Israel, it's exactly the same. Okay, so we can go through that. We can go through that whole history. In fact, I'd like to make it one of the pillars of my channel, is to go through the history of the region and show how Zionism is actually a great thing, how it's worked out to be an awesome thing. I'm a very big proponent and promoter of Zionism. How about you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there should be a two-state solution, and I think it should be one Israel and two, no Palestine. That's what I think.
Okay. But unfortunately, Palestine already exists. The King of Jordan has custody right now.
The way I see it, I don't think there was any Palestinians fighting the Brits out of Israel. Last I looked. So to me, they don't even have a claim. Palestine.
There's no such thing as a Palestinian. Palestine itself is the territory that is now called the Kingdom of Jordan. So that is Palestine. So anybody who lives there is a Palestinian. Anybody who lives on the other side of the Jordan, in the country of Israel, is an Israeli, if they're citizens. Simple. There's no such thing as a Palestine who doesn't have Palestinian citizenship from the territory that is currently Jordan and lives anywhere other than that territory of Jordan. That person is not a Palestinian. Regardless of whether or not they claim to be.
Yeah, I didn't see any of them fighting the Brits out of Israel. So what claim do they really have? You know,
they have.
They don't have a claim.
They don't have
in
a
my
claim.
opinion.
They don't have a political claim, and all they have is a claim based on the ignorance of the people that support them.
Yeah, pretty much. You know,
and I
fight the Brits out, right?
What?
Then they would have a claim. Even if one of them showed up to help, maybe they would have a claim. But to me, the last I checked, it was just the Hebrew Jews that were fighting the Brits out and therefore established Israel.
Exactly.
So, you know, it's all hogwash to me.
Look,
and
if history had been different in two different ways. For example, first, if the Arabs had accepted the partition plan of 1947 and instead of attacking Israel had made their little portion, called it Palestine, fine. There would have been an end of story. Two-state solution would be implemented. They didn't. They attacked Israel. Right. That's one. If number two, they attacked Israel and they won, nobody would be clamoring for Arab Palestine to give it up for the Jews today. They wouldn't be doing that. So you know, tough titties that your army was too shit against the Jewish army, and the Jewish army kicked your ass. Too bad. You know, you attack somebody and you lose. That's the consequences. You lose what you had.
Yeah. So we can definitely agree on that.
We can definitely agree on that. Yeah.
I've got a link to some study.com, you know, that shows, you know, seed germination and how the process works and all this and that. But I don't know how I can link it in or you know, get it into the discussion here. If you know, still need that.
No, I don't need it. I'm good on that. Actually, I did a little bit of botany. I don't know why I signed up for a botany course when I was just out of high school, and so I studied a little bit of, you know, how the germination and all this kind of stuff, but it was a long time ago. So I used to know exactly how it works, but I've, you know, the actual sort of details and the chemistry and all this kind of stuff I don't remember anymore. But we know exactly how germination works in terms of, if I was speaking for the scientific community, we know exactly to the genome exactly how germination works, if that's a phrase that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we know the process. We know what it takes environmentally to spark that seed to germinate, to spark it to life. But we don't know what is sparking the life.
I told you, the sun.
I'm asserting that
sun.
It's God.
No, it's the sun. We just agreed. Life comes from the sun.
Well, yeah. But
okay, well then what is there to argue about? If we
it takes more than just the sun.
No, we agree. I'm sorry. We agreed that life comes from the sun. You didn't say at the time we need more than the sun. You said, and we agreed, that life comes from the sun. So let's just stay there and not try and crowbar other stuff in that sort of rocks the boat a little bit, because we agree that all life comes from the sun. So let's not deviate from that, okay?
It takes more than just hydrogen particle emission of light to generate life. Okay, it's a whole organic chemistry process. but the spark of that process, when it creates something that is able to adapt to its environment and actually be considered alive, is something science hasn't figured out yet.
Not true. There are three or four things that have to exist in order for life. One of them is lipids. Another one is RNA and DNA. Another one is some kind of protein, and they all have to exist in order for life to happen. And if they just all existed in the ocean, life would never form. But because lipids have the properties that they have, and proteins can form with, and lipids are really just walls, and proteins can be proteins and other and other matter can actually exist within the walls of the lipids. Life can form from non-life. Abiogenesis has the explanation, but the scientific 100% repeatable, like actually making it work in the lab, they've got it down to almost, but not quite.
Exactly.
So exactly. But they will get there. Okay, this is the thing. They will get there. And for you to make a joke and laugh at it just shows me that you're nervous that your God of the gaps is getting smaller and narrower and narrower and smaller until one day the God of the gaps will not be the gap will have closed totally and no God will be necessary. Good night. That's what's going to happen.
Well, that's speculation, but my God of the gaps is your God of the science.
If that's speculation, and your speculation and your God is not speculation,
not to me. Of course, he's not.
Your God is imaginary. To you, he's imaginary. To me, it doesn't exist. And even if I could still imagine your God, but would I be imagining your God correctly? Would I be imagining your God exactly the way that? If I were to imagine your God, would I see him the same way you see him? I bet you not.
The thing is,
I bet you not.
I don't want you to to believe in the imaginary God of my, in my imaginary God. I want you to have a experience with him yourself.
You crazy.
That's what motivates real Christians.
Now you're trolling me. Now you're really trolling me.
Well, maybe, I don't know. If I'm entertaining you, maybe it's worth it, I guess. But no, I'm not a troll. I believe this crap.
Nah, you believe this crap. All right. That's not a trolly statement at all.
I told you I'm not a regular pew riding, popcorn, pussy loving, Jesus is a pussy, Christian. I don't get accepted by the church, by the way.
Jesus was not pussy loving.
No, that's true.
So the whole idea of following a mythological gay deity just doesn't make no sense.
Well, but I've put his feet on the ground. He's not a myth.
Oh yeah, right, Nero, right? Okay, because Nero and the Christians and stuff, therefore Jesus. Got it.
Yeah. That's hard to deny, man.
I know. I'm struggling. I'm having an internal critique.
It's all right. I'm here for you.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Woo, I need a support system.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there's only so far you can go with the Jesus story before you fall into down a big huge rabbit hole.
I've answered everything, though. I mean, unless you get some more.
Okay, well, explain to me again how great your God is.
This universe is merely a speck of mist in a hurricane cloud of universes.
How good is your God?
Oh, how good? Oh, I thought you said how great.
How great?
how-
Yeah? What's the function and how's he going to help me? If you want your God to help me so badly, how is your God going to help me? And when you tell me that, I have questions for you.
All right. Wait. How is he going to help? He's going to assure you that you will live forever. That your mind wasn't a waste of time. That's pretty great, isn't it? Am I still online? Really?
Yeah.
You mean you'll deny God so hard that you'll reject your own ego?
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Jeez, what did he ever do to you?
I'll show you on the doll.
What? Well, wait a second. Time out now. That would probably want to take somewhere else, but why? I mean,
why do you insist on being irrational?
What have I said that's been irrational?
Why do you insist on being irrational? Yeah. And why do you choose Jesus? Why don't you choose like the real God, Yahweh?
Because I wouldn't have been shown the Father unless it was by Jesus Christ.
No, Yahweh is God. You don't need Jesus Christ.
Sure.
All you need. Listen, why would God need Jesus Christ to show you God? It doesn't make sense.
Well, because God doesn't forsake Jesus Christ for anybody.
And how can you tell the difference between that shining light and that shining light to me looks like Yahweh and not Jesus?
Yeah, that's Father God.
That's Yahweh. That's Yahweh. There's no Jesus. So Jesus doesn't. You still haven't convinced me that Jesus exists. You've convinced me that Yahweh exists.
I wish, but
you did. You just showed me the. You showed me the picture. That's what Yahweh looks like. Fine, but although you call that Jesus, and I'm saying I'm interpreting that as Yahweh. So all right. So we've got as far as Yahweh. That's not Jesus. How do you get to Jesus from that? From Yahweh?
When Yahweh puts on a human suit, it's Jesus Christ.
Okay, I'll go with that one. I like that. When Yahweh puts on a human suit, it's Jesus Christ. Fair enough.
Because God
I'm convinced. Oh, God is not human.
Right. The source here, the light that we're
the suit.
That's not human.
The suit is not human, and God is not human. What? I didn't get it.
No, the source of the depiction of this image here that I have from Avatar is not a human being.
I know it's God,
but Jesus
Yahweh.
was.
It's Yahweh.
Yes.
That's the picture of the representation that picture.
Yes.
Alludes to is Yahweh.
Right.
Now that looks also very much like the sun.
It kind of does, doesn't it?
Now, I said, and we both agree, that all life comes from the sun.
Yeah, in this physical realm. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a non-physical realm?
Yes.
Has anyone else in the world ever seen a non-physical realm? Can we all agree that a non-physical realm exists or doesn't exist? One way, one or the other.
Well, you're gonna have people who say that it does exist, but you won't believe them, or
Well, that's because they can't show me that it exists. Because I say it doesn't exist.
That's the problem.
Yeah, but my saying it doesn't exist doesn't make it exist. It keeps it not existing. You see what I mean?
I do, but at a certain point, like I said, at a certain point you have to consider that all of our testimony isn't just fake news.
No, I don't. When I say that God does not exist, until you show me that God exists, even though you can't, God does not exist. It's really simple. Really, you couldn't get more simple than that.
Well, yeah, but I'm not Jesus. I mean, in order for me to do that, I would have to, I would have to sacrifice things that I'm not willing to give up in the flesh to try to make that miracle happen, and that would only be because He wanted it to, not because of anything I was doing.
Well, if you're not prepared to give up whatever of the flesh, then your God cannot be very convincing to you, even, because if doing sins of the flesh goes against what your God wants, and you know it, but you're going to go do it anyway, then I don't believe that you have a 100% confidence in your own God's power or existence. What do you say to that?
I certainly don't doubt Him, but I don't want to have to give up food and have to fast and pray just to try and convince an unbeliever who already has the mindset that he won't believe to try and perform some kind of magic show miracle for him just so he can deny it, or the doubt might be so much that I can't overcome it in my own,
So what is it that makes people like you who don't have any training, you've never gone to priest school, and you've never you never had any training, and you've never been ordained, and you don't have a designation, you don't have anything. What is it that makes people like you go out and try and sell the Jesus story versus people who have gone through seminary school and theology school and got degrees in the divinity and Old Testament and study and blah, 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 and they can't even sell it?
Well, I want people to have what I have, the assurance and the knowledge of God first. And second, Jesus even says to build up treasure in heaven. But what does that mean? That means winning souls for Him.
Yeah, but
so
heaven.
My motivation for trying to convince anybody is for me to gain treasure in heaven, whatever that might be.
That's silly. You asked me about heaven. I told you there's no heaven. I told you there's no afterlife. I told you that I'm not worried about it. Why are you not fazed by that at all? Why do you keep on pretending I never said that?
Well, I didn't, realize how hardcore in denial you were. So, I mean, I might never engage with you again. I don't know. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. But I just try to give the best explanation and testimony that I can so that someone might consider. You just happen to be the lucky guy.
well, you're not convincing either skeptic or myself of your point of your Jesus, of anything really. Just
I've made some points that aren't invalid.
You're convincing me that you're a troll more than you're convincing me that you are a Christian.
Even with what I've put forth.
Didn't you say you saw something that wasn't real? How can you see something that's not real?
Oh, good question.
That makes no sense.
No.
I mean, there's really. I mean, think about it.
Well, are your dreams real that you didn't see?
Yeah, they're really on mine. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So there you go.
Imagining a concept.
Why do you answer a question with a question? Don't let him do that, Skeptic.
Imagining a concept makes it real.
Skeptic, don't let him answer your question with a question.
I guess it. But I was just imagining a concept makes it real to yourself.
Well, my dreams are real, and it's not imaginary. I can't prove what my dream was, but you have dreams too, I assume, or had one, or so for you to make that assertion is a little short-sighted.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Exactly. He says a lot of things like
that. All right.
But you know what? He's very consistent with being a troll. I'll say that much.
Yeah.
So that makes me
Well,
question:
listen,
is every Christian a troll?
I've cracked the door open with the germination.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I put a finger through the crack
Oh
with
yeah.
Rome
Oh,
burning.
okay.
Sydney.
All right. All right. All right.
So
This is
now
what?
you have no excuse to
Yes.
completely deny that there's something.
There's something
That's as
where.
far as I'm willing to take it. That's as far as I'm willing to take this right now. You know, I know you're not going to believe in Christ.
You're very generous.
I know that you're not going to, you know, say the prayer,
Well,
any of that. I've just shown you that there's a crack in your door.
If you know this, then what does the crack make if it's not going to make a difference? If it exists and it's not going to make a difference, what is your point?
Well, the difference will be that when, you know, hypothetically, in your mind, judgment happens, you won't have any excuse to say, oh, well, no one ever told me. Will you?
That's it?
That's about it.
That's it? Are you fucking serious?
Listen, if God puts me in your testimony, what does that say about where you're at?
That's a maniacal laugh.
I know, man. I'm just saying.
You're just saying. What you're doing, you're celebrating a successful troll, and I congratulate you.
Well, if no one else is able to convince you any other way, why not?
Well, Skeptic, can you convince me of Jesus, please? Because this guy can't.
No, hardly. No, I don't have that. That would be a miracle.
Well, you heard, did you hear his presentation, and are you convinced of Jesus?
No, that would take a miracle.
That would take a miracle. Oh, but miracles are something that don't exist in the natural world.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so in other words, you don't buy it.
I mean, the concept of miracle is self-nullifying.
Exactly.
But you've heard people testify to miracles happening to them and things like that. I'm assuming, right?
Testifying to miracles? I've heard crazy people say lots of things.
Okay, so he's saying basically that if a miracle happened for him or to him, then that is what would be the clincher for him, and nothing else.
What qualifies something being a miracle work?
Okay, that's fair enough. You know.
All right. What's your answer?
That's fair enough. Listen, I was a secular, regular, middle class, whatever person in the United States, just living my life or whatever. And I had to, like doubting Thomas, you know, I wanted to put my finger in the hole of his hand. I'm just lucky that he showed up for me for some reason. I don't know exactly why. I mean, I kind of know why, but
I know exactly why. I know exactly why.
The question was, what qualifies something as being a miracle?
Anything supernatural that you couldn't explain would be one thing, right?
So a phenomenon is automatically a miracle.
Well, not necessarily. You would have to know that it was derived from the God of Israel, you know, or Jesus Christ.
How do you know that?
Because otherwise you wouldn't believe, right?
No. How does someone know that Allah or Vishnu doesn't make the miracle?
Because God only answers directly to people through Jesus Christ.
But what about those people's miracles? Are they real?
What miracles?
They have miracles. You don't know that they have miracles?
I don't know. No,
yeah.
No, I sure don't.
Yeah, the Muslims, Muhammad had many miracles. Yeah, he flew on a winged unicorn, and he did all kind of magical shit. He saw in the other realms.
Visions,
he saw a spirit, fire beings, jinns. He fell to the ground, he shook, broke out in cold sweats, and saw visions of God, just like other people, lunatic prophets.
All right. Well, I mean, I haven't heard all of that, but those aren't miracles; those are visions.
Okay, they're revelations to them.
Okay, fair enough.
Or that person.
Miracle would be
It's reported that this person, not only who knows if it's a revelation. It's reported that they had a revelation.
uh-huh.
It's a hearsay evidence.
Well, the Quran was produced by a lot of what he was saying. If that means
What about Vishnu?
Who?
Vishnu, the damn Hindu god. Vishnu's responsible for miracles. Is that not true, Sid?
Yeah. Only if you've been to Egypt can you know if Egypt exists.
Well, I don't know about the Hindu god or anything, so all I know is that he revealed himself to me when I put my faith in Jesus Christ.
I think
Okay.
Allah is going to punish you big time when you get to heaven, my friend, for being
Why?
for being an apostate.
Why I believe in the Quran. I believe that Muhammad was a prophet and received revelation.
You are an apostate. You're an apostate to your Muslim religion to which you were born, and you are going to suffer the consequences upon your death. So tell me, how do you feel about that? This is now an interview. How do you feel about the afterlife, to which you are condemned to everlasting swimming in a fiery lake of hellfire for the rest of infinity? How do you feel about that?
Well, I won't be there, so I have no feeling about it because I know that's not going to be my reality.
You don't know that. How can you possibly know
Sure.
that? Nobody can know anything in the future. It's impossible.
Well, God knows everything, and He wouldn't have revealed Himself to me, and He wouldn't have shown my name being scribbled into the book of life
So
if I was going to be condemned to hell.
So, okay, then if this is all true, then you have been fingered by God for some special reason. You are, I would suspect, on a higher plane than the rest of us humans. Is this correct? Would I be correct?
All I can say is that this happened to me, and I witnessed for Him, and I'm not any
Well, aren't you
better
aren't you
than
now?
anyone else.
Well, how can that be if you're not better than anyone else? How you're the one who was actually chosen to experience. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Clearly, there's some extrasensory perception going on here that's above my capability. You're a higher level. You're just a more evolved human, apparently. Something.
Yeah, he's on a higher plane than we can ever be. He's actually met God. I mean, this is something that not everybody can claim, surely.
I thought you're supposed to die if you look at God.
No, you don't have to die. And there's you
can only look at God's ass, right?
What?
Well, I don't know. Are
God-
you talking about Moses and
God,
that story,
when God
or are you talking about
revealed
other places where
when
He
God
revealed Himself to other people?
Moses.
Yeah,
No, when God revealed Himself
Uh-huh.
to Moses, He only was allowed to look at his ass.
I don't know which.
All right. What about Isaiah 6?
Which Playboy did you read this in?
Didn't God shield Moses' eyes till he let him see his hindquarters?
No,
I thought that's what it was.
no, that's because you were from Alabama, and that's what the kind of stuff they teach down there.
Shit, man. I need to reread that, I guess.
Maybe you read it right, but like I said, you're in Alabama.
Okay.
Well, He also revealed Himself on Mount Sinai in that time as, on top of the mountain, and they couldn't handle it, and they still didn't believe. That's how stubborn humans are. Like,
Of
you know,
course,
like
nobody believes stuff just because somebody else tells them. Like somebody comes into a
yeah, but they saw it on
hangout.
the mountain and they still don't believe.
Exactly, just like somebody walks into the hangout and tells me that I saw Jesus. Tell me that they saw Jesus. Of course, I'm not going to believe.
All right.
I'm gonna believe that person is a troll.
You'll believe anything not to believe in Jesus Christ, Sidney. That's the bottom line.
Is that the bottom line?
Yes, it is.
You see, that's a troll statement. Did you hear what you said? You'll believe in anything not to believe in Jesus Christ. That's what you said. Do you understand how trolly and absurd and incoherent that statement is?
No, it's a fact.
Oh, okay, all right. You've just saved yourself from being a troll. Now I totally accept your veracity as being a representative of this one true Jesus God that you saw personally. That you saw personally. Okay. Yeah. No problem.
I don't know how many people have come to you with first-person testimony.
Every Christian
Witness testimony.
Every Christian's that ever.
What do they say?
Who listens to nonsense? I don't listen.
All right. I haven't met. Maybe I've heard or have met a couple people who say they've seen him, the Father, like I've seen, but not too many Christians.
Lots of everybody.
Everyone has their own experience with the Holy Spirit. So.
Well, I said that in the very beginning. No two Christians will have the same experience. So that proves that God doesn't exist. Because if God did exist, that every experience would be identical.
Well, how boring would that be? Everyone is.
Now you're worried. Now you're worried about being bored. You see, this is
I'm just saying.
This is a tactic that you theists use when you paint yourself into a corner and you have to open up the trapdoor.
No, I'm giving you an explanation for what you're asserting. It's just like the Muslims trying to be like Muhammad, in the Hadith, or trying to be Muhammad, and reading the Hadith and stuff. Well, there was already one Muhammad. Why do we need a bunch more? Everyone has their own testimony. God is an individualist.
Listen, if 1.5 billion or 2 billion people are not convinced that Jesus is God, doesn't that tell you something? If 2 billion Muslims are not convinced that Jesus is God, it's got to give you some kind of a uneasy feeling, don't you think?
No, because we have an experience with the Holy Spirit that confirms in us, that validates us, that justifies us, that is part of us, that we don't budge on this stuff. Everyone else does. What does that tell you?
It tells me that you're making stuff up and you're lying, because nobody budges. Do the Jews budge? Do the Muslims budge? Nobody budges.
Well, they'll validate other religions, saying, "Yeah, that might be true. This is good of them," and that I don't say that it's completely false. It's only your born again Christians who know for sure. Now, why is that?
I don't think that you're quite correct there. Maybe every Christian is a born again Christian, so. But it doesn't matter whether they're born again or claim to be born again or claim not to be born again. It doesn't really matter. The fact is that Jesus Christ is a mythical figure. Every way you cut it.
All gods are imaginary. Okay.
Yeah.
But I've cracked the door, Sidney. You've got to consider now, at least reconsider at least a little bit that it's possible.
Skeptic, you think he's cracked the door?
Or you have to accept the fact that you are in complete denial.
Okay, Skeptic, do you think he's cracked the door for me? He says he's cracked the door somehow.
I heard him say you have to consider it. Why does this?
I don't know. I think he's got to try and leave with some kind of prestige or something, some kind of a feeling of victory. But you don't have to. I mean, you won the troll trophy, no problem.
Well, then I guess I won or whatever, and having you and you consider knowing that God might be real, and actually having what I have, the assurance. Well, that's just a fake motive by me and all Christians.
What does this do for you? What is it?
What does it do for me?
How would you be better? I mean, I can't imagine.
Well, what if I was able to convince you to, maybe consider that Jesus is the way to everlasting life and found him?
Okay,
well,
let's
that would be money in my bank.
All right, hold on. What if I
money in your bank?
told you? What if I told you? Yeah, okay, yeah, I believe it's real. Thank you. I feel Jesus in my heart. Now what? What do I do now?
Well, and we prayed and everything, and you believed, and you started to
do I have to
put your faith in him. I believe that he would actually reveal himself to you.
What does hold on? I got a question. I got to hold on a second.
I have to pray with you.
I got a question. What will Jesus do for skeptic?
I don't know.
Question for the freak. What would Jesus do for skeptic?
I don't know exactly what he would do. All I could do is show him that it's kind of like the Matrix, where Morpheus shows Neo the door to the Oracle.
What can Jesus do for skeptic?
Yeah, having knowledge, just having knowledge and acceptance of Jesus. If that's all someone needs to do, but then what?
Yeah.
Are there
then you don't have to be afraid of dying.
Is there a restriction to life?
You don't have to be afraid of dying. Did you hear that?
Yeah. Well, maybe I already have
that.
Jesus.
So I think we understand now exactly why these people believe in Jesus, because they're afraid of dying. It's like so childish.
No, we are not afraid to die.
You just said that everybody's afraid to die. Unless you got Jesus.
There you go. We know that when we die.
But I told you earlier that I'm not afraid to die. So why do you still insist that I said that I was afraid to die?
Well, apparently you've got Jesus, Sidney. You just didn't know.
Well, he just has a different assumption, and that would be, it's a blank screen.
No, he asked me earlier if I'm afraid to die, and I said no, which I'm not. And then he said that the reason that people have Jesus is so they're not afraid to die. So in other words, he is making an assumption, or he's ignoring that I said that I'm not afraid to die, by saying that everybody who doesn't have Jesus is afraid to die.
Yeah. Like living an altruistic life.
That's what I remember.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, doesn't it bother you that your mind was a waste of time?
No, it does not. Again, no, it doesn't bother me. It bothers you. That's why you asked me. But I'm not.
That's what we're doing here now.
It doesn't bother me, but
that's what we're doing here now. We're
just
wasting time until we die. Now, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing now.
What's the point of anything then, right?
Why does it have to be a point?
So we're just entertaining ourselves, pretty much.
Yeah.
Mental masturbation, I think I heard Darth say once before.
Exactly.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know. I'm just trying to put it all in perspective,
Well, you got to get.
What possible motivation for an atheist then is there to do except to try to win a troll alert?
You finally saw it. Oh, that's funny.
Well, living a virtuous life, being altruistic, contributing
what does it matter though
positively to society.
Yeah.
For who? It's self-fulfilling. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter at all, ultimately, but it just fulfills the life experience.
Yeah, how fulfilled are you?
I'm pretty satisfied.
Really?
Yeah.
So, if you are satisfied, then why even be associated with a atheist group or channel?
Because that's part of my satisfaction.
Ooh, yeah.
All right.
That's a pretty damn good answer.
That is a good answer, but I mean, so asserting to others or being part of a group of people who say that there's no God, there's no point, there's nothing but a troll alert and a blank screen at the end of life gives you
No, man.
some sort of good feeling about your contribution to society,
But
supposedly.
yeah, I do. I actually do a lot of proactive work in society to affect change for the better.
That's right.
Physical
It does.
change that doesn't demand. It's totally a good works.
Mm-hmm.
For real, I mean, really, I'm aggressive advocate.
All right. And what's the reward for that? Just knowing that you did good, or I mean, do you get a troll trophy or anything?
It helps people in more need get resources that are available instead of being
Excellent.
wasted.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah,
That's good. Anything good is good, right?
yeah,
But
yeah. Like fixing misallocation of
now,
society's resources. That's
all
what
right,
good stewards do.
all right. So now at the end, when there's nothing but a blank screen and no one's going to remember any of that you did or didn't do, or you had an imprint on or whatever, and they'll be gone in 20 years after. No, there's no remembrance of you whatsoever.
Right.
How does that make you feel?
That doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
But
Nobody thinks about stuff like that. No,
I have family, and I want to make a better society for my family, my people.
Yeah. What was your grandmother's first name? What was your great grandmother's first name?
On which side? On which side? Mothers or fathers?
Well,
Either.
Mary.
Really? Was she a believer?
I don't know.
My grandmother's was Mary, and she wasn't a believer.
I don't know. I know.
But not my great grandmother.
They were pretty. They were very brutal. They'd been through war. They had very, very hard lives. They killed people.
Maybe you see my point
Like
though.
prison.
That's like, just even if you're contributing greatly to a society, even if you're Jeff Bezos or Elon Dunce or something, and you're doing all this good for all the good of the good of the good, eventually no one's gonna really remember any of it. It was all a waste. It was.
So why do you deserve remembering? Why does any one of us deserve being remembered?
I don't know if deserved is
Then what's the basis of your
right
question?
adjective or whatever.
What's the basis of your
how
question?
about just for ego's sake? How about all the things you've learned, all the things that you know, all the brilliant sense of humor that you have, the curiosity, the good things that you think of, all that stuff.
What about it?
Well, I mean, you mean you're content with that being just
Gone, lost.
pebble,
Yes, gone. Yes.
lost a speck of time and
Gone.
temperance.
Lost to history. Yeah.
Well, I guess you're a better man than me.
I guess.
To me, I think it's bullshit. I think it's a waste. I think, well, what's the hell the point?
There's two things we agree on.
Well, for me, it was upsetting. It was upsetting. I needed.
I'm sorry
I
you're so.
wanted to know that there was something more.
I'm sorry you're so sensitive.
Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but
Wow.
you mean to
What?
tell me with all the great science and all the great things that you've learned and all the things that make you who you are, the dynamic, person that you are, that
Mhm.
being lost and for what is not upsetting to you?
That's not upsetting to me. No, not at all.
So knowing that no one cares, or knowing that no one will care, or that you mattered, or that you were even existed
Yeah, I won't.
as an individual,
I won't be a
doesn't matter to
memory.
you.
No, I won't be a memory to anyone. No, it doesn't matter to me.
All right.
Although, who knows? If people watch the Sidney Winston channel in 2,000 years, my memory will live on in this medium.
Yeah, maybe that gives you the comfort.
No, I never thought about it.
Even that would give you comfort.
I never thought about it until now, but it doesn't give me comfort. I don't care.
You don't care.
No, it's not. It's totally not an issue in any way.
So I mean, but when you say that, it's almost like saying that your life has no value at all. Your experience of life has no value at all.
Now you're just projecting, because if you think life has no value, in fact, if you think life actually has to have value, then I need to know where that seed comes from. Why does life have to have value? Certainly, why does individual life have to have value? If you can contribute something like philosophy or science or math, blah, blah, fine. You've added value to history of life, but why does everybody's life have to have value? What do you mean by value? Maybe getting through life, with maximal well-being would be a valuable life, but again, that's subjective.
Right. It matters to that individual. That's what I'm saying is, from the outside, I guess,
some people hate life.
But it matters to the ego that's within us, as Freud or Nietzsche would kind of present. It matters to us that we want other people to know that we were that we that it wasn't all for nothing.
Well, then produce something that lasts, that produces a legacy.
That's about all we could do without Christ, right?
What?
Yeah.
No, now you're starting to troll again. Because once we've ascertained that all life comes from the sun, we don't need to talk about anything that's not natural anymore ever again. You understand?
Well, do you think that time travel is possible, or interdimensional time travel aliens are real?
Interdimensional time travel? What does that mean? I don't believe in that, but what does it mean?
Well, like any of the science fiction or Star Trek or whatever, where they can beam through wormholes and all that stuff.
No. I don't think that's
Ancient aliens stuff.
Well, put it this way: until you figure out how to go faster than the speed of light, then you'd be onto something. Until then, we no.
Well, at least you're consistent, But yeah, in this physical plane where we just happen to be, at the exact distance where water, is liquid as opposed to ice or, vapor. Well, then, yeah, this physical plane, this existence is dependent on the sun that is the solar star in our solar system galaxy universe.
Yeah, but we get everything from this sun, this one sun that you look up at on a sunny day. Nothing else comes into the solar system and gives you your life. Nothing. The sun is what gives you your life and sustains your life.
I mean, I'll agree to that, but we hear other things like comets hit the planet and gave us certain molecules or there's all kinds of all the physical stuff or whatever. I mean, I believe science.
Oh, and
I'm a science guy.
everything that hits the planet comes from the solar system.
Okay. So it was more than just the sun, but I'm saying I agree with you when you say the sun gives us life in this physical plane. And yes, I agree with that. And because we are, as far as we know, built upon particles that make up matter.
All matter comes from like supernova and starbursts, all this kind of stuff. All these galaxies that blow up, all these stars that blow up, depending on their size, they reach different temperatures depending on their size internally, and when they've cooled down, they will have produced different types of elements. Like if a small star that goes supernova won't produce, say, gold because the temperature is not hot enough. But a large star which goes supernova will produce gold because the temperature is hot enough for that to happen.
Well, I think kind of the way I see it is it's just a matter of how many hydrogen protons are clumped together into one element that makes up that particular element.
No. I don't think you should tread into areas where you have absolutely no familiarity.
Well, when I say hydrogen, I mean just the one atomic mass weight of a particle. Because we know that hydrogen is one on the
what kind of a particle?
Periodic scale or table.
Yeah. So what? So in other words, one proton, one electron.
Right. So the formation of gold would be what? Like, I can't remember the atomic weight of gold, but I'm going to just say 16 or something. So if there's 16 of those particles within the core of a atom or an element, that's what would make that gold. Instead of just one, it would be like 16 of those.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know either. So anyhow, when you accept Jesus Christ, your life matters forever. You're gonna always exist.
Thank you very much.
And so it's not all for nothing. It's not unproductive. It's not a waste. It matters. You matter.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Good to know. Very comforting. And I appreciate you sharing this wonderful news with me. How would I have known otherwise? Seriously. So
No one has ever told you that? You mean no one's ever told you that?
Never in the history of ever.
Now, who's trolling who now?
I know. I can't figure out one troll and the other troll. I say you're trolling me. You haven't been trolling me. That's your profession.
So, just following that logic, if I were to convince you that Jesus or God was actually real or a possibility, that would be my win, quote unquote, win in this trolling contest. So, is that what you think?
If you were to convince me, well, no, because if I were to be convinced, I would pretend I was convinced. That would be a troll. So either way, It's a troll fest.
Well, I mean, I think I've at least offered a couple of answers that maybe you've had questions to that even the church hasn't been able to give you.
Well,
So
you haven't
I mean,
said
if you have any more of those now's the time to throw those out there.
you haven't said anything that I haven't heard before from other people. So I've heard nothing new from you.
Nothing.
So if you have anything new to bring to the table that I haven't heard from anybody else before,
All right. Well,
now's the time.
Okay. Well, ask me something that you don't have an answer to. That you would ask a priest or somebody else that, when you would make your queries, or if and I'll try to answer them. Because I can't do miracles for you, but I can try and answer those questions because I've seen him.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
But if you've seen him, how does that help you answer questions?
Well, I have a different perspective.
I know. All you saw was a bright light. What does that give you in terms of knowledge?
I was in his presence. I felt the love of God.
Yeah, but what does it give you in terms of knowledge that you can impart to me?
I don't know. Try me.
I did. I just asked you.
What is? Because I've seen him, and I bet you even the pastor or the priest or the whoever at church, if you were forced to go there as a young person,
never happened.
Couldn't answer those particular questions. Just like
I was forced
when
not
you
to
were
go to
giving
church.
me the whole spiel about Saint Augustine or whatever, and he has a whole book or whatever, and he was pondering the whole. I broke it down to basically 2 sentences for you.
I gave you Saint Augustine to answer your question about why does good exist and why does evil exist, or the problem of evil.
Yeah, I did a pretty good job.
You don't know what Saint Augustine's confessions are all about. You don't know the argument. You don't know the argument for the a good God and an evil God. How do you explain evil if God is good?
You're asking me, or that's
how do you explain evil? I mean, how do you explain good if God is evil?
Well, first of all, God is good, but how else would he have full knowledge of everything if evil didn't exist or didn't happen?
Well, exactly. God created evil.
Right.
Now, if an omnibenevolent God would not do that.
Well, how would he have?
You can't have both sides of the coin when you flip. You can't land. Your coin will never land on both sides at the same time. So you can't have it both ways.
Well, but you didn't even hear my answer yet. I mean, first of all, without evil, he wouldn't have full knowledge, because then you would accuse him of not having full knowledge. So
without evil, I would be more convinced that God exists.
Then that's called heaven.
No, if there were no evil, if human beings weren't such fucking evil animals, I'd be more convinced that God exists.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we have free will.
We humans are the worst species, the most dangerous species on this planet. In fact, ever in the history of life on this planet. We're not nice. There's no reason for God to prefer us over any other animal, or to pamper us in any way, because we are just a horrible exploitative and callously brutal species. Look what we've done to other humans and animals and the nature and everything. We're horrible. And we're getting worse. So no God's helping us. You, especially.
Well, I mean, the whole concept of free will.
The concept of free will is just a concept. Exactly.
But it's
just
also
like
true.
just like the concept of God, it is just a concept that has no basis in reality.
Well,
Explain to me how you define free will. Maybe that would help.
free will is choice. It's
So
self-determination. It's
so
it's something that you
in
choose
in
or you have
Soviet
self-determination over.
in Soviet in Soviet Union times there was no free will because nobody had any choice.
Well, politically, probably not. But what I'm saying in terms of free will is humans have the ability to do good or to do evil based on what they choose.
Exactly, and if God was a real thing, humans would be programmed to only do good and to ensure that they have that everybody, themselves included, and everybody around them, have lives of maximal well-being. Without that God, there is no God.
Well, that's called heaven.
No, it's not
Yeah.
called heaven. Because
That
I'm
would
not
be
talking
that's what it's
about
like in heaven.
I'm not talking about heaven. I'm talking about life on earth.
Right. And this is a place where good and evil exist at the same time. Life and death exist at the same time.
No, you're not both dead and alive at the same time. You're one or the other.
Well, but we see death. We could make it happen. We can make life happen, in reproduction. So I'm just saying, in the whole of the reality that we're in, that death and life occur in the same timeline as good and evil is the same thing.
No, it's it's an unconvincing analogy. I don't see it.
If everything was all good and gravy and happy-go-lucky, cheerio, that would be the
All
realm of.
life,
That would
all
be a
life,
different realm. That wouldn't be this place.
all life ends in death. Not all good doesn't end in evil.
All right, fair enough. But those are two totally different, things.
Yeah, but
I mean,
you bring them up as an analogy, and they don't fit. So I'm less and less convinced that this Jesus person exists. Ever. I'm more convinced that he's mythology now.
well, I mean, that's your free will putting you further into denial at this point.
That's a bit of an absurd claim.
How
does that make sense? How does that make sense?
How does it make sense is because you've ignored the burning of Rome, and you are asserting that on your own by your choice because you don't want to accept anything that I'm saying about him.
It's not that I don't want to accept it. I have no reason to accept it.
All right. Well, however you want to put it.
No, you put it wrong. I put it correct. I have no reason to accept what you say. You said I don't want to accept what you say, so there's a difference. I have no reason to accept what you say.
All right. And so...
and you have no reason to interpret that as denial.
Sure I do, because if you can't... Unless it's all fake history, you can't deny Rome burned for some particular reason. Okay?
Rome burned for some particular reason. Yeah, it was called fire.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I do? Or are you asking me or telling me?
Well, I mean, we had that discussion, so I'm assuming that you remember what we talked about.
Well, I gave you a bit of a history lesson, so you're the one who should remember what we talked about.
Yeah, okay. All right. I mean, that's just denial, Sidney.
Nah, come on. Are you losing steam, Mr. Troll?
No, I'm just, at a certain point, aren't you choosing to reject him by your free will?
And rational and critical thinking, yes. Absolutely.
All right.
I'm choosing to reject him due to a total lack of evidence.
But if everything was all good and every person was good and there was no genocide ever and hell, blood didn't even, spill or was,
Everybody's life was
that's not
maximally. There were no babies being killed by crazy cultists.
Yeah, then this wouldn't be the same place. I mean, we would be. That's like almost
Then,
like the
then
definition of
that
heaven.
would be okay. So heaven on earth. So what? God exists, making the chosen people that live have a nice life. What's wrong with that?
Well, then the thing is, judgments have to be made, and people are put into one category or another. I don't know exactly why. There's some things we will never know, even in eternity. But, shoot, what was I gonna say? Sorry.
Okay, take your time.
If everything was all good and there was no pain and suffering and anything, that's already a place called heaven. But then this place would be unproductive in terms of gaining God full knowledge and the witnesses that He wants.
Yeah, but the whole idea of life is to glorify God according to the scriptures. So that's perfect. You glorify God because life is good and there's no evil. That's a good reason.
Well, there is evil though. We know
exactly.
That.
So therefore, there is no God.
But without evil, how could He have full knowledge of everything?
Why would you need evil to have full knowledge if all of life is good?
Because He knows everything, so therefore
God is there as a protector of His children, and we are His children, and our lives should be protected, and our lives should be maximally fulfilling, and we should not know evil, and we would not act like deranged animals as a species if there were a God. If God really was there to control us and to supervise us, etc., etc., none of this nonsense, evil would happen. And therefore, my conclusion is that there is no God because there is no other explanation for God other than my explanation for God.
All right. Do you consider yourself an open-minded person?
I do.
You do. All right. So, based on what you just said and your conclusion of what you just said, how is it that you can't consider that what is told in the story of Genesis, or how it came down to where evil exists in this world, isn't the reality?
It is reality.
Okay,
evil absolutely exists with Genesis or without. I didn't have to read Genesis to know that evil exists. I just have to experience reality and have a bit of time under my belt.
Okay. Well, one, it offers the reason, why it exists, and it just, we have to endure this time in our existence, unfortunately.
What is so terrible about it? I'm having a good life. I don't see what's the problem.
Well, I mean, you said earlier, why do people suffer, and we're all deranged animals and everything else. So,
exactly those people that don't think and aren't rational. Okay, I see that, but slowly and surely we are winning those people over to behaving more humanistic. See, humanism is something that needs to be spread around the world as a primary objective of global activism, in my opinion. Do you agree with me?
No,
And why not?
because you're gonna sit there and tell me how bad humans are, but if we get rid of God or anything like that, or that concept or whatever, that humans are gonna behave better.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
Humanism, I told you.
So being human is gonna take away the evil from mankind.
No, not being human. Living according to humanistic values.
All right.
The values of humanism. That's what we need.
All
But-
right. So so like emotions that make people do stupid things like be jealous or commit murder or steal or those kind of things. When humanism is accepted and fully implemented, those are not going to exist anymore. Hypothetically.
Of course not. Yeah, you're right.
That's
It's pretty cool, admit it.
I mean, it would be lovely. It would be
Exactly.
absolutely lovely, but
And the way we get the way we get to lovely is we all participate.
right. But what happens when your best friend ends up with your girlfriend for a night?
That's your problem, not mine. And that's still got nothing to do with Jesus.
I'm saying that the things that are inside mankind, the emotions, the things that make us do those evil things, aren't going to go away with some philosophy called humanism. Even with the social credit score.
You know this? And how do you know this? Do you know what humanism is, firstly?
Well, no, actually, it's like that. When you asked me, when I asked you what Zionism is, why don't you tell me and establish it for me?
All right. I'll see if I can tell you in a nutshell. All right. Oops. What happened? Oh, there we go. Okay, so basically, humanism is a philosophy or a life stance based upon a profound respect for human dignity and the conviction that we are all ultimately accountable to ourselves and to society for our actions. Our worldview, the humanist worldview, is deity-free and affirms our ability and responsibility to lead ethical and meaningful lives without the reliance upon a belief in the supernatural. As humanists, we believe that reason and science are the best ways to understand the world around us, and we believe that dignity and compassion should be the basis for how we act towards others. Humanist Canada, of which I am a life member, is committed to advancing free thinking and freedom of choice in Canada so that we can all live in a fair and equal society. Does that answer your question, sir?
Oh yeah, sounds great.
Okay, there you go. That's humanism.
Yeah, it's great. What I'm saying is that I think there would be more evil in the world if there wasn't a deity.
How can there possibly be more evil in the world than there is now? Are you crazy?
Well, because
how much more evil could there be now?
People
How
believe that they're going to be
more?
Judged. If people have no concept of judgment or any what do you call it? repercussions for what they do, they're going to be more lawless, not less.
Not if they're humanists. Not based on the values that I just read to you, and you acknowledge that you heard.
All right, but that's fine. I'll agree to that if you can agree that it's not because of God that people do evil things, or that they're
God doesn't. God doesn't exist. But
Right.
people might do evil things because they believe that God exists, and that's why they do the evil things based on what they think their existent God tells them to do, or something like that. But God does not exist.
I'm saying they would do less evil because they think that God
Nonsense.
exists or might exist, meaning that they don't want to have to face Him at
Oh
death.
yeah. So do you think that every single Catholic priest that raped a young boy believes that God exists?
I would have to believe that some of them don't believe that He exists.
I'll give you even a more succinct answer. None of them believe that God exists. None of them believe that God exists. And if that is the case, after all the training that they've had, all the schooling, all the theology, if that is the case, then why is it that you would believe that God exists?
The only reason I believe that God exists is because of my testimony. They could go through all the school and everything they want, but people need some more. They need more than just what's on words on a page. I acknowledge that. I just try and break down some barriers of the mind.
Why not
that might help someone get there.
Why not use a page that has the humanistic values on it, rather than the nonsense that you read now? Wouldn't it be better?
That's still the humanistic.
Wouldn't that be better for society? Yeah.
Yeah, it would, but it still doesn't offer eternal life. It still means your life was unproductive. It didn't matter. It was all for nothing.
Wow, now you're really trolling me. Eternal life? Are you seriously? Didn't we have the discussion already that eternal life for me doesn't? That's nonsense. Why are you bringing up something that we've already discussed and either agree to disagree on, or have discounted totally? Eternal life? I told you before, I do not want eternal life. So I'm not concerned about not getting it. You seem to be more concerned about it. I think you seem to be more concerned about dying than anything. Am I right?
I mean, to me, I'm going to live forever, so what do I care if I die in this place? It's not a factor for me.
Why don't you go and enjoy life, and knowing in your knowledge that you're going to live forever, and leave everybody alone with your trying to tell people about you're going to live forever. I mean, so what? That's your little gift from your God. You're going to live forever. Wonderful. But what's the point of wasting your time trying to brag about that you can live forever without really being 100% honest about your motives?
Well, I mean, I think I've been pretty honest about my motive, and
No.
the fact is, God's love is so great, it has to be shared.
Oh, is that what it is? It has to be shared. So why isn't God's love so great that I'm not sharing it with you? If it's so great, how am I impervious to God's love? Am I greater than God? I must be, because God's love does not penetrate my outer barrier. So I conclude I am greater than God. Is my logic faulty?
Well, I would think so. I mean, what else besides love could make everything else even a possibility? Nothing else. Love is the only thing that could allow everything else.
That is a very crazy thing to say. Although I guess John Lennon would disagree with me.
I don't know. I like that Working Class Hero song that he had.
Yeah, all his songs were good. I like everything about him. If I ever see that guy that killed him in the street, I'm gonna kill him myself, and be damned the consequences.
Didn't he die in prison or something?
Oh, I don't know. Hope so.
Yeah, I remember that. I was only going off, topic, but I was probably like 4 or 5 when that happened, and I remember my mom was crying the whole day.
I was in shock. I was literally in shock. I only heard about it in the evening, but I was shattered. I was done. I couldn't do anything after that. I was done.
Yeah, my mom was, I was just a kid. I was like, "Mom, why are you crying?" And she told me, and I didn't understand, but she was really, really, a hitter. I mean, it was like, the way she explained it was like, just lost faith in humanity kind of a thing.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a defining moment in my relationship with humanity. Right then and there. And now people can understand why the evidence for God is non-existent. The evidence for reality is all around you. And the results of reality are the consequences of reality are all around you. There's no God. There's no loving God anywhere to be seen. Sorry.
Well, there's a scripture in the Quran that kind of explains what you're getting at, and that is, if he made everyone aware of him, well, then the matter of judgment would already be decided.
Yeah, but every time you start something with an if, there's always a chance that if not. So if whatever you said, if this and that and the other, fine. But what if not? So it doesn't make sense to assert something starting with an if.
All right. Hold on. He shows himself to everyone in the world at one time. Then it would be a extremely poor choice of free will to deny him.
Definitely.
And so the matter would be the judgment would be decided at that point already.
Correct, and that's never happened, and it doesn't look like it's ever gonna happen. So so in that case, the Quran is right. God doesn't exist.
Anyhow, well, I guess this hasn't been productive at all. So
look, I want to tell you something. You've helped me keep a stream going for what over 7 hours. You're part of that. You're part of the reason that I stream for 7 hours, and I thank you very much.
I thank you. I enjoy talking with you. I do.
Yeah, so. I'm gonna keep doing this as much as possible, and if people want to watch it and they think it's interesting, I'll keep on doing it even more.
All right.
So you take care of yourself, and you come back now. You hear?
All right. I will. I love when you get on Darth's case. By the way, some of those guys are complete. First of all, his what does he call that? The presupposition, totally bogus claim or thing to assert. Because if that was true, well, how the fuck did he learn about God?
Absolutely.
In other words, the the flesh can come up with logic on its own. It doesn't need God to
Right.
build upon its
Exactly.
knowledge.
Exactly.
The whole presupposition. I mean, and plus he's an a-hole. I try to be. I just try. I don't know. I'm just me, but
I can be
anyhow,
one. I can be an
I do
a-hole
like it when you
too.
dog on him.
Yeah. Thank you very much, because he's a. I agree that he's an a-hole, but he's also an arrogant, nasty, callous human being, and he's full of hate and venom. And I'm not sure.
Something ain't right. Something ain't right with that guy. That's for sure. He
Something ain't right. I agree with you 100%.
Something ain't right. I don't. You know what I'd like to ask him? One is, how many souls have you led to the Lord, and how come you never even say the name Jesus Christ ever?
I heard a guy say the other day that, Darth, if it wasn't for you, I would never have found Jesus Christ.
What?
Yeah, I heard it.
That's hard to.
I mean, the one. I mean, it was probably a fake, just saying it to put it on record, or somebody's, that Darth Dawkins converted somebody.
That must have been a troll.
That's what I think. I think it was. No, it wasn't a troll. It was it could have been a troll, but I think it was more of a plant.
Maybe, because I mean, as a Christian, he even like I don't even want to be associated with he's unreason. Anyway, I like it when you post his hypocrisy on the YouTube and stuff. So I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he's going to be presenting us with any more opportunities for hypocrisy, because he's kind of disappeared and become somewhat irrelevant. So I'm just going to move on.
Yeah, well, he might be being judged. I don't know that, but seems like he's burning a lot of bridges.
Oh yeah, I think he's burned every one. I mean, if you follow Tom Rabbit's little sort of biography of him,
yeah,
you'll see that he's become totally unhinged.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately for online, kind of, I don't know, Christian or whatever, he does have one thing that the rest of us, I guess you could say, don't have, and that's the prestige, or the kind of the shock jock.
He's he's clickbait.
Clickbait, yeah.
Yeah, that's for sure what he is.
It's hard to ignore.
Yeah.
I don't have that kind of charisma at all, so
neither.
I just
me neither. I failed to bring in the crowds.
Well, I don't know. I think that you're reasonable, and maybe somehow, some way, I don't know, but at least we agree on some things like.
Well, I try and be entertaining as well. Sometimes, usually, that doesn't work out very well. But I'm working on it.
Hey, did you ever have that Khalil on your show?
Yeah, I did.
How'd that go?
Not well.
Well, I have to look for that video.
There's a couple of videos up there.
All right.
But thanks for joining.
I'll be around, man.
All right. We'll see you. I'll see you again.
Thank you very much.
Sure. Take care, man.
Bye.
And I get this big picture of him, and it's a psychopath. And I get this big picture of. And I get this big picture of. And I get this big picture of